Don't bury the lead. We are recapping WWE's Royal Rumble event tonight. And man, oh man, was it a doozy. Dom, go ahead and tell the people about yourself.
Hello, everyone. I like pro wrestling, and I like getting to the point. So, John, don't bury the lead. What's the top story from the 2023 Royal Rumble pay-per-view?
I mean, we just watch it, and I'm still digesting it. And that's how impactful I believe it was. All right, let's keep going.
As eye roll as it was for Bray Wyatt's entrance to be even longer than normal because he's got to walk like 3 times as long, for Jey Uso to take that long walk out of the ring while the crowd turns and is cheering for Jey, like that's even better. That's so we, not to toot our own horns, but when there's good storytelling, you and I know what to look for, and we saw Sami and Jey and just how good they were, even though they weren't the top guy for the last several months.
Yeah, we put them
Wow, they delivered at the best, at the big pay-per-view that we've seen so far, because we haven't done a WrestleMania yet. So Royal Rumble's the biggest we've done. It's the biggest show we've seen. Wow, it's Sami and Jey who just gave you the closing sequence that you needed and the visual. And now you can't wait to see Raw. You can't wait to see SmackDown. You can't wait to see the road to WrestleMania for the next 9 weeks.
Oh, no. I might watch Raw. Like,
right?
I only watch, and I never watch it. We only watch SmackDown. And I'm like, it's too much wrestling. But now I'm like, what the hell happened? We gotta unpack this. Yeah. But it's really one of these things where the more I'm thinking about it and the more I'm running it through my head, this really could be like an iconic pro wrestling moment in the history of pro wrestling. I think it was that well done. I think you're going to see, you see some stuff like, for example, when the NWO formed, that's iconic, and they're throwing all the trash, and that's all. I think it's to that scale almost, where they'll be talking about this for years down the road.
What happens to Jimmy and Jey? They're still the longest running tag title holders in WWE history. What happens to the greatest tag team maybe ever? The Uso brothers. What does this do? Like, is Jimmy supposed to coexist with Jey when they have tag matches? But then once the match is done, he goes off to his locker room with Roman and Solo and the Wise Man, and Jay's got to just go somewhere else?
Or
lots of questions.
Or do they say, hey, I'm a hothead, I walked away, blah, blah, blah. They try to patch it up. Like, I'm sure Heyman's going to be involved a lot.
Oh,
trying to patch everything up and make it all clean. And, that's I guess, the direction they go. But honestly, I just can't say enough. Unbelievable job by whomever on the creative team, because the WWE creative team gets buried on the internet like crazy. Everyone complains about them nonstop, and this was a freaking home run. still thinking about it. When I'm done the show, I'll go rewatch it. I think
You're right.
that's when I'm like, I'm thinking about it. So yeah, that's my feedback here.
Reigns gets Kevin Owens back in the ring. Kevin Owens tries to fight back. He's been knocked out with shots to the head on the ring steps. He's been speared through the ringside barricade. KO tries to fight back with a little slap. Doesn't really work. Roman spears him and gets the pinfall. And at this point, it's been kind of a dull match because there was nothing unexpected about it. It was Paul Heyman being overly exuberant on the outside. Sami Zayn also at ringside. Not the Uso, not Jay and Jimmy Uso, not Solo Sikoa, just Paul Heyman and Sami on the outside. And Sami, of course, being nervous the whole time because this is his test. And so Sami's just nervous. Like, well, what's my test here? And apparently his test really did show up during the match. It was all the post-match where things really spun this story forward and became kind of shocking. Big story here. The two, from our standpoint, the two guys we talked about when we graded SmackDown wrestlers as being the guys who were the best, the guys we gave A's to, were Sami Zayn, and we gave an A to the Usos primarily because of Jay. Mm-hmm. And at the end of this pay-per-view, Sami Zayn does not turn on the bloodline. He turns on Roman. And then turns to Jay and Jimmy and says, I'm sorry, I couldn't do it. Trying to explain himself why he couldn't participate in just dismantling Kevin Owens, who at this time is handcuffed to the ropes.
Yeah.
And it's Jay who also looks like he's turning.
Yeah.
I mean, huge. The two guys who have been carrying the A storyline more than anyone were Sami Zayn and Jey Uso. And this pay-per-view goes off the air with Sami and Jay now as huge question marks.
Right.
So and frankly, this in many ways saved the pay-per-view. Because I got to tell you, up until the post-match of the main event, this was a fairly dull pay-per-view.
I was going to come in hot. I messaged you before, and I'm like, we're gonna sound like Jim Cornette tonight. I feel like this show sucked.
What a visual. What a visual. And the crowd. How about the crowd in San Antonio? Did you notice anything? Did you notice this crowd in San Antonio getting into the post-match and some of the things they were doing?
I will have to give them credit because I never heard a F you Roman chant.
Yes.
But they gave that F you Roman. And
yes.
It felt like something like from the 90s or the 80s when things would be happening to a point where the crowd would get so angry that they were throwing trash, like
oh yeah, almost, yeah.
And I felt like, dude, they might start throwing. Like, it was so believable that you and I, like me personally, I know this is staged. I usually don't get hooked into it too much. Tonight, that whole segment, I was hooked. I was like, legitimately getting angry with Roman Reigns. And it was like, they got me. They hooked me. Every now and then it happens, but I'm usually watching as, like an analyst. We're analyzing after the show, so I take notes on things I liked, things I didn't like. For this, I was in total mark, and I just was a fan. I was just like, wow, this is unbelievable. And I just think that the level of brutality with the handcuffs, and he's like, he wants him to hit him in the face with a chair. You're like, dude, this is sick, like, and yeah, and then Sami, and then the whole bloodline when Sami hits Roman, all kind of like fell apart because you got Jay leaving the ring and he refuses to do anything, and he's like in tears as he's leaving, and every person involved, it was like through the roof incredible acting, like. Every person, like when Roman Reigns was like yelling at Sami and telling him like, "I love you," he's like, "You were a jackass last year. You were." So he had to wrestle the jackass guys in WrestleMania. So
you've told me about that. Yes.
Yeah.
What an ascent for Sami Zayn.
He had to do this horrible match with like these guys from Johnny Knoxville and these idiots, and he had to like. And he had a job for him. They went over him. He had a job for jackass guys. And so I mean, it was very, very powerful. And
the quality of the performances. I think what gets you to switch from analyst to getting into it is the quality of the performances. Because as I'm watching this, I know that somebody spent a lot of time writing this before it went out, but you still have to see the execution.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
It's like watching any other scripted TV show, watching a movie. It's like, yes, it's written, but there's something about the quality of the writing and also the performance. Can it be delivered by the people who have to present this to you? And they did a great job of presenting it. I mean, Roman was fantastic at the end too. He's like directing the brutality. He's being so cool. And then when Sami stops him, like Roman starts to agree with him, and then hands Sami the chair and says, "You're right. It's beneath me. You do it.
Yeah.
We're your family now. We're your family. You do it. Like, you're right. You do it. Take the chair. You do it." And the San Antonio crowd, we got an "F you Roman" chant. We got cheers for Sami. When Jay refuses to join in the beatdown on Sami and slides out of the ring,
went wild.
We get cheers for Jay.
Yeah, they went wild. When he did the turn, the pop was out of control. I turned I usually keep the volume low so I don't have to listen too much to the announcers, but that's another story. So I turned it up and I'm like, oh yeah, this is a massive pop, which you knew he would get, but my God, what an ending! I'm still like reacting to it, I'm still like,
Sami Zayn basically signs his own death warrant.
Yes.
I mean, in the moment, like he's got the chair, he's got to hit somebody, he hits Roman Reigns, and then he's like turns around, he's surrounded by like, what are you gonna do? Hit everybody with the chair? Like, and this is why I think he just turned on Roman. Like, it was just a statement to Roman, because Roman wanted this to continue, and he hit Roman and turned to the Usos, because those guys have kind of accepted him more, and was like trying to explain himself, and he didn't raise the chair or a hand or anything at all to Jimmy or Jay. And he didn't turn to Solo and raise the chair or anything at all. It was, he had enough of Roman. Mm-hmm. And it looks like so did Jay. And I've been told, this is before you and I started watching SmackDown, and we've talked about how I really wasn't into WWE for a few years. Apparently, Jay Uso and Roman Reigns had a big feud, solo one-on-one feud for a while, and it wound up culminating in a Hell in the Cell match that was pretty rough, maybe a couple of years ago. And Roman won, but it was like a really for like head of the family or something. It was Jay versus Roman for who's really the top dog in the family. And maybe it's all coming full circle to that because Jay, what is Jay doing? Like Jay Uso has now walked out of the ring on a huge pay-per-view, and it's not just like walking out on a regular TV show, because when you're in the Alamo Dome, that's a long ramp.
Right.
You're milking that. Like as eye roll as it was for Bray Wyatt's entrance to be even longer than normal because he's got to walk like 3 times as long, for Jey Uso to take that long walk out of the ring while the crowd turns and is cheering for Jey, like that's even better. That's so we, not to toot our own horns, but when there's good storytelling, you and I know what to look for, and we saw Sami and Jey and just how good they were, even though they weren't the top guy for the last several months.
Yeah, we put them.
Wow, they delivered at the best at the big pay-per-view that we've seen so far, because we haven't done a WrestleMania yet. So Royal Rumble's the biggest we've done. The biggest show we've seen. Wow, it's Sami and Jey who just gave you the closing sequence that you needed and the visual. And now you can't wait to see Raw. You can't wait to see SmackDown. You can't wait to see the road to WrestleMania for the next 9 weeks.
Oh no, I might watch Raw. Like it's
right?
I only watch, and I never watch it. We only watch SmackDown, and I'm like, it's too much wrestling. But now I'm like, what the hell happened? We gotta unpack this. Yeah. But it's really one of these things where the more I'm thinking about it and the more I'm running it through my head, this really could be like an iconic pro wrestling moment in the history of pro wrestling. I think it was that well done. I think you're going to see, you see some stuff like, for example, when the NWO formed, that's iconic, and they're throwing all the trash, and that's all. I think it's to that scale almost where they'll be talking about this years down the road.
What happens to Jimmy and Jay? They're still the longest running tag title holders in WWE history. What happens to the greatest tag team maybe ever, the Uso brothers? What does this do? Like, is Jimmy supposed to coexist with Jay when they have tag matches? But then once the match is done, he goes off to his locker room with Roman and Solo and the Wise Man, and Jay's got to just go somewhere else?
Or
lots of questions.
Or do they say, hey, I'm a hothead, I walked away, blah, blah, blah. They try to patch it up. Like, I'm sure Heyman's going to be involved a lot.
Oh, of course.
Trying to patch everything up and make it all clean. And, that's I guess, the direction they go. But honestly, I just can't say enough. Unbelievable job by whomever on the creative team, because the WWE creative team gets buried on the internet like crazy. Everyone complains about them nonstop, and this was a freaking home run. I'm still thinking about it. When I'm done the show, I'll go rewatch it. I think.
You're right.
That's how much I'm thinking about it. So yeah, that's my feedback here. As far as the match was concerned, I do also kind of agree. It was a little slow and boring, but I was okay with it being slow because, Roman's a heel, so he should be working slow. He shouldn't be working fast. And, it was okay. It was a solid match, and that would have been fine to end the pay-per-view. And I would say, yeah, that was a solid match. We have some more intrigue for Sami Zayn. But then all hell broke loose at the end,
Right, yeah.
That post-match, that whole thing was just nuts. And I love Heyman the whole time with mouth open, just like, he's just like,
yes. Yes, Paul Heyman's facial expressions are, because he doesn't do as much mic work as he used to for, say, Brock Lesnar, or as he used to when he was heading an alliance. He's more of a, he doesn't have a mouthpiece role anymore. He has an advisor's role. It's the consigliere in The Godfather. That's his role, kind of. But it's even up a notch because Paul Heyman's facial expressions. He can say a lot without uttering a word. And yes, it's his facial expressions that are wonderful. As matches go, I've now seen 2 Roman Reigns matches. This one and the one that was the main event of Crown Jewel. I like the Crown Jewel match better against Logan Paul than this one against Kevin Owens. Obviously, this one, but like here, the story wasn't the match as much as it was what happens to the bloodline. Kevin Owens is in here as sort of a flashpoint. Kevin Owens winds up looking extremely strong. I mean, for all the punishment that Kevin Owens took, not only in the match, but he's been taking it for weeks. 2-on-1s, 3-on-1s, 4-on-1s, 5-on-1s. I mean, Kevin Owens comes out of this looking strong, looking tough. So, I mean, he's fine going forward. I wonder what happens with him and Sami, if they revisit that, or if they just kind of back burner that, and it's just because I don't even think you need a Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn back together again angle right away. I think there's enough here just to see what's going on with the bloodline and how are they going to treat Sami. Because I think it's better for a while if Sami's like a guy with no friends at all. And he's just like in no man's land. Like nobody likes him. Nobody trusts him. You know, he kind of gave up all his other associations in order to be in the bloodline. And now he's out of the bloodline. And this should be a hard landing for Sami Zayn. You know, they should not be just a soft landing like he and KO are like hugging it out within a week.
No, he should be down on his luck. He's just wandering around. And even with Kevin Owens, like maybe they'll walk by each other and there's not much there, and he just doesn't have any friends, and he lost all his friends, and you feel bad for him because everybody.
And how about Jay? I think I don't want to see too soft of a landing for Jay here. Mm-hmm. I'm interested to see where this goes because before the tag team title run that they're on, he was main event Jey Uso, and he could be main event Jey Uso again.
One thing I did want to point out. So even at the very end, they're chanting "F you Roman," and he's got the flowers, and he's pulling off the flowers, and he's throwing them at each individually, the petals. Yep. That was brilliant. Brilliant. This guy is awesome. I cannot believe he's gotten to where he is right now. After watching him 3 years,
Roman as a character, Roman Reigns as a character. Yeah. His acting chops are much better. I can totally see him doing movies, but that's a tangent. So yes, back to what you were saying. Yeah, Roman as a character has leveled up.
And when years ago, he was always a face. He was getting booze because he was a lousy face, and he couldn't talk in the mic. Now he turned heel. He just seemed evil tonight. Like he was just being evil to a point where you can't even, it wasn't like a tweener thing anymore. It was like full blown pedal to the metal heel. We're going to have Kevin Owens locked up, and we're going to make his friend hit him with a chair.
His ex-friend, just to prove him. But even before that, like just beating the heck out of Kevin Owens just to prove a point.
Yeah.
And Roman's yelling at Kevin Owens as Owens is handcuffed to the rope, saying, "You messed with my family. Like you messed with the bloodline. Like seriously, okay, yeah, it's pro wrestling. Guys are supposed to have rivalries, but like Roman takes everything personally." And anything done to anybody in the bloodline, he takes so personally. He was even for a while, and I don't know how sincere this was in the creative and the character thing, but he was even taking it personally for Sami. Like he was trying to get Sami to join in on the beatdown of Kevin Owens. He's saying, this guy didn't like you. This guy was trying to use you for years. So there's Roman is the Machiavellian. He's the brutal head of the table. He makes examples of people. He's brutal not because it serves him in the moment, but because he's just trying to send messages. Like he just uses people.
Yeah. So I mean, Dom, Anything else about this match and this segment you want to talk about?
Not yet, because it's clearly it's clearly a pivot in the storyline. So, we could talk about what led up to it, but like that's boring. That's yesterday's news. I want to see where it goes, and that's the other thing about a really good pivot on a pay-per-view is that it gets you okay. We remember what led to this point, but we're more interested in what happens next. So I'm perfectly fine with letting this pay-per-view be what it was and this post-match main event be what it was, and then revisit this in 6 days after the first post-Royal Rumble SmackDown. And seeing where it is. So, but for now, yes, the two guys we gave A's to, man, were they A's tonight. Sami Zayn and Jey Uso were A's.
Absolutely. And they were. It's a good point. We did give them A's, and they certainly acted like it.
So do you want to go to what was not exciting about this pay-per-view, or do you want to go to anything else that you thought was interesting enough and not totally predictable, and whatever else you thought was maybe match of the night?
Well,
because I have a match of the night in mind.
Okay.
Actually, I have a match of the night in mind, and I have a not so much match of the night in mind.
Okay.
So I'll throw them both out here. My not so much match of the night was the end of the men's Royal Rumble, where Cody Rhodes and Gunther got to just go one-on-one for what seemed like 10 minutes. That was really cool. But the real match of the night, women's Royal Rumble. Surprising for a few things, and a lot of great stuff that came out of it. I don't know what you think is more interesting next. I mean, from a SmackDown, because we've been watching SmackDown, so we've seen Gunther a lot. So, like, Gunther was awesome. Just awesome.
Yeah.
But the men's Royal Rumble as a whole, I don't think anything to write home about, but I do like the women's Royal Rumble, and the other two singles matches besides this one, those can be afterthoughts, I think.
Yeah, well, let's jump into the women's one. What did you like about the women's Royal Rumble?
A few things about this. Number one, in trying to give the women equal time and have a 30 wrestler Royal Rumble, I'm sitting here going, I don't know 30 decent women wrestlers who are in the WWE. Like, this is going to be something for me to watch and see what happens. And no, not everybody who enters the Royal Rumble has to be a great wrestler, because, there are some people who have to get beat quickly. Mm-hmm. So that can be anybody. And in this match, it was like Chelsea Green, who got eliminated almost immediately. Fab was eliminated pretty quickly. Others were out there just for a little bit. But for the most part, I saw a lot of really good performances in this match, and it was sort of the opposite of the men's match, where the men's Royal Rumble was, it was kind of preordained. I try not to listen to the dirt sheets or anything like that, but it was almost unavoidable. You knew Cody Rhodes was coming out eventually, and he was number 30, and he won the Royal Rumble, and he's going to WrestleMania. And they've been doing a really solid job with those vignettes in that story. But there was nothing surprising or unusual about that. It was almost preordained. But this women's match, I thought, had a lot of great action, and it was not obvious to me what was going to happen here. And the ending was great. Like, so much of the match was great, but the ending was also great. Let's jump into that. Rhea Ripley wins it. She and Liv Morgan start the Royal Rumble, and they each set a record for being in there for more than an hour, because Rhea Ripley wins by eliminating Liv Morgan last. And the match ends with Asuka, Liv Morgan, and Rhea Ripley all over the top rope, but on the apron, on the ring apron, on their feet. Asuka goes to the blue mist to spit in Rhea's face. Rhea ducks. And so it's Asuka, Rhea, Liv. Rhea ducks, and the blue mist hits Liv Morgan in the face. Liv does not fall off the ring apron, but she slumps back against the ring post. And now it's Rhea eliminating Asuka after Asuka's kind of discombobulated because she missed Rhea. And then, of course, Rhea doesn't have mist in her face, and now just clocks Asuka. And then Liv Morgan somehow feels her way over to Rhea, hits that front backcracker move that she does, where she drops down the knees, hit the opponent's chest. But Rhea hangs on to the top rope, and that's almost becoming cliche. And it was almost cliche again, because there's Rhea Ripley hanging onto the top rope, and her feet are just dangling, and she's just not tall enough for her feet to hit the floor. Isn't that great? And now Liv comes over and tries to pound on Rhea's hands to make her lose her grip, and instead Rhea Ripley does this abdominal roll where her feet come all the way up, and she catches Liv in like a scissors in the head and sort of hurricane ranas her while still holding onto that rope. What a great elimination. And Rhea Ripley wins. And the biggest thing I take away from this is, wow, have they been wasting Rhea Ripley?
Yeah.
She's been basically the weird valet in this Judgment Day angle that we don't see a lot on SmackDown, but on crossover events you see it. They do vignettes on each show. But what a tremendous in-ring worker she is.
Yeah.
She's been wasted as a valet on this faction that is kind of trending maybe downward a little bit. We don't see a lot of Judgment Day, but maybe they're trending downward. Maybe this is the pivot for her, where Rhea Ripley now gets to show what she can really do in the ring. This was impressive.
That faction she's in is like I wouldn't even say it's a mid-card faction. It's like a mid to bottom card faction. It's not like top guys or anything like that. But yeah, she looks like $1 million. She can go, and she's got a great attitude and look, and she looks different than all the other girls. Because I see sometimes in those women's battle royale, I'm like, I don't know who this girl is, but she just looks like a girl. Like she's just a girl in there. I have no idea. Mm-hmm. And I think somebody came out. Some girl with like
Candice LeRae.
Candice LeRae.
There were a lot of names I was writing down for the first time tonight.
Candice LeRae, honey, you didn't. not such a great showing. Didn't know who the hell you were. Probably not going to see you again. You'll probably be in NXT if you're going to be wrestling, and I won't be watching. This was not like there's some people in there I wasn't like blown away with. But I liked the end when Nia Jax came in. And are you familiar with her?
I am not familiar with her, but apparently she was the first person to ever compete in the men's and women's Royal Rumble matches in the same pay-per-view. And I like how there was some gravitas when she stepped into the ring. Like everybody kind of backed away and encircled her. And then she started mouthing off to everybody, and so everybody jumped her.
I think she was cursing too when she was mouthing off. I'll have to see. I think she dropped an F-bomb, which maybe definitely can.
Hey, the entire San Antonio crowd dropped several F-bombs at the end, so we'll let that one go there, Nia Jax.
But I loved her because she was because they zoomed in on her and she's like, "I'm back, bitch! I'm back, bitch!"
Yeah, just going around the ring like everybody.
Yeah, and then eventually it was kind of a comedy spot she came in for it in a way, because she came in, she's like powerhousing everybody, talking all this trash, and then everybody gangs up on her and throws her over, and she's like,
well, but before that, everybody gangs up on her, and then she kind of does this, powers out and throws everybody off her. Then they do a couple of spots where someone's trying to slam her. Can they get her up? And nobody can get her up. Rhea Ripley almost gets her up, and then did you see what Rhea did?
The pump handle slam?
Got her up for the pump handle slam. That looked pretty good, and that was what led to a lot of other wrestlers ganging up and eliminating Nia Jax. Differences between the women's and the men's match. By the time Cody Rhodes enters, he's one of only 8 wrestlers who are left on the men's side, and the men's side is a lot slower moving. By the time Nia Jax comes out, she is one of 12 women wrestlers
still alive. Hanging around.
They had a lot of women still involved, and then some eliminations started happening. quickly, and suddenly it was Asuka and the first two women who were out there. And it was a great finish.
Asuka got a big pop when she came out.
She did, and deservedly so. And I don't know if she does the blue mist a lot. Do you know if that's her gimmick?
She was doing green before, but
Okay.
but she was doing the green mist. Maybe it's blue because it looks like she's doing a little modification of her character because she's got a different face paint than before.
Maybe she doesn't. Maybe she matches, like, you match your socks to your tie or something, which I have not done tonight. Let's not go there. Okay, I'm dressed up. I'm looking as good as I can here. I don't know how to dress myself, but I'm doing my best here, folks. Don't bury the lead. Like, comment, and subscribe. Tell me in the comments, do you like the tie? But yeah, maybe she's color coordinating. When she spits the mist, I thought, just because of being a beyond WWE fan, this was, just 5 or 6 days ago was the Great Muta's final match over in Japan. Muta bye-bye. And of course, that match featured Muta spitting the green mist as part of the closing sequence that eventually wins the match. So, yeah, it's Asuka spitting the mist, like, look at that. Maybe a little Great Muta nod. Who knows?
It was. I feel like that was part of it. When Asuka came out, she got quite the pop.
She did, and I'm like, who is this that everybody's cheering for her?
So Asuka got quite the pop, and that was good because it was Dragon. And they had, like, Candice, whoever, come out. I'm like, who the hell's that? Some other girl from NXT. I'm like, who the hell's that? And like, and the crowd's just sort of like, all right. And then Asuka came out, and you're like, there's our star. There's our big wrestler that everybody likes. Oftentimes,
there was some great heels in there, weren't there?
Yeah,
I was impressed by Damage Control. You and I, when we did our grading, we gave Damage Control Bs because they're not much in the character standpoint, but we noted that whenever they're in the ring, they get it done.
Yeah,
and they were fantastic in this match.
Damage Control was great, and I absolutely love Bayley when she comes into the entrance. So during her, like, when she comes in, she walks out and she's like, goes to, like, fake high five people. She's like, no. And she's like this. She, like, won't touch them. And then there's somebody with a sign, and she just grabs the sign and rips it. It's all that heel stuff. Like, ew, don't touch me. Oh, I'm going to steal your sign and rip it. Like, all that stuff I love. That is what every heel should be doing,
Right.
That you should be stealing the sign. You should be ripping the sign. You should be, chirping with the crowd,
And we agreed that we like Bayley, and that we just don't see enough of her on SmackDown to properly evaluate it. But we kept saying if we saw her more, she would be much, close to top level talent. And she is. She's one of those women who can wrestle and can like you're saying, if she's supposed to be a heel, it's clear that she's a heel. And they had a great program in the Royal Rumble with Becky Lynch and Damage Control. They're fighting on the outside, while none of them are still eliminated because you just slide under the ring and start fighting on the outside. Becky Lynch gets thrown over the announce table and is down for quite a while. And then so when everybody kind of, I won't say everybody, but it was kind of like you could forget about her.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I didn't, because I'm writing down every entrant in here and who's still out, and I'm looking at my list and going, okay, well, Becky Lynch is still not eliminated. She's going to come back in eventually. And she does, and she gets right back into it with Damage Control. And then they kind of get, after Damage Control doing a lot of eliminations, I mean, they eliminate Dana Brooke. Dakota Kai eliminates Emma. Damage Control eliminates Roxana Perez, who got a nice pop from the San Antonio crowd. She's an NXT wrestler. Natalya and Shayna Baszler, who were going at it, get double eliminated by Kai and Sky. Candice LeRae gets eliminated by Io Sky. Then very quickly, Dakota Kai gets eliminated by Becky Lynch. Io Sky gets eliminated by Becky Lynch. Becky Lynch gets eliminated by Bayley, and Bayley gets eliminated by Liv. And then once Becky Lynch and Damage Control on the outside, they start fighting again. So they were kind of in this match just to not only to make a good showing, but just to continue their feud.
Yeah.
They apparently were supposed to have a steel cage match on Raw's 30th anniversary show, but because the opening segment ran so long, they had to kill one of the segments. And so they wound up turning that steel cage match between Bayley and Becky Lynch into just kind of a quick beatdown and a no contest.
Mm-hmm.
So this Royal Rumble, their participation in here looks like it's furthering their storyline. This blow-off is coming. But great to see that, even though it didn't factor into really the finish or the second half of the Rumble match. Anybody you haven't seen before in this Women's Royal Rumble who you saw and were impressed by? Because you mentioned Nia Jax, but had you seen her before?
Oh, there was somebody. I don't know her name.
Okay, describe it.
Came out with a stick. Like she had red hair. She had like red and black hair, and she came out with this stick.
Big red stick.
Yeah, and then the ref made her take the stick away, and she shoved the ref.
Yeah. Was that Xia Li?
Xia Li. Yeah.
We haven't seen her in the red outfit yet. You have noted that they started making her do ninja moves. And so when she came out today, I'm like, wow, they're taking it up a notch. She's now doing the ninja moves with that large staff.
Yes, that's the one where I'm like the gimmick's a little racist. Yes, and that's why
she was good in the match.
Yeah, she went in full head of steam because it was sort of slow. Sometimes they go in slow. She went in full head of steam, kicked one girl, saw some other girl, kicked her, threw some other girl in the corner, started hammering her in the face. Like she just went in really hard. And I'm like, I like that. Like, make your you're only gonna get a little bit of TV time here.
Yep.
Make it work. There's some. I feel like some of the wrestlers go in there, and I keep gonna keep ragging her. Is this Candice woman? I'm like, I'll never see her again. She didn't do shit in the match. Like, you got one shot when you're in that Rumble to stick out and do something cool and unique. You gotta go for it, right? So,
and how about Xia Li gets eliminated by? Do you remember?
No.
Zelina, who I was surprised at because we've only seen her as this mouthpiece of Legado del Fantasma. She lasted long enough in this Royal Rumble match where I said, okay, she can wrestle if she has to. She eventually gets eliminated by a returning Lacey Evans. They did a neat spot where Lacey's got the Cobra clutch on her up on the top turnbuckle and basically carries her over the ring. And as Zelina's fading, Lacey just kind of dumps her.
Lacey's got such a weird gimmick because she's like a heel, but she's a soldier. So
she's Sergeant Slaughter. She's the heel. She's Sergeant Slaughter's heel run. She's doing the Cobra clutch.
Yeah, right. So it's just weird to boo a military person. It's like a weird thing,
Especially in the WWE because they do a lot of that stuff. They do a lot of that military themed things. Yes,
they're into that. Yeah. So I thought that was a little strange, but I thought her gear looked cool. She stuck out, and she had a pretty good performance, I'd say.
Yeah.
I would have to say, yeah. So I really liked Asuka because when she came in, it felt like the match was on. Okay, we're doing it.
It felt like that to the crowd too.
Mm-hmm. The crowd popped for her, and I feel good for Liv Morgan because she had some issues here with Ronda, and I was like, I don't know if she can wrestle or what the deal is, but she can, and they gave her a lot of time. That's an impressive showing by her in the Rumble.
She can bump, and that's important in a Royal Rumble, especially if you're going to be in there a long time. You need people in there early who can bump, and that I was also impressed by Rhea being able to do that. Rhea Ripley's a larger wrestler. She's strong, but she's the kind of wrestler who other wrestlers can really lay in a shot on her, and it's not going to kill her. And she can pick you up and toss you around and have it be done safely. Like she looks like she's sort of like Raquel Rodriguez. I mean, Ronda Rousey had the match of her life, we thought, with Raquel Rodriguez because it looked like Raquel could physically handle her. And so Rhea can bump and other wrestlers can bump off of her and Liv can bump. And so, if you're going to put somebody in the match and have them stay in there for an hour, that's why you do it, because it's somebody who can bump, who can keep the match moving and isn't going to make it look like it's not a fight.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Dom. Yeah, I'd have to say, pretty happy with the winner and pretty happy with the women's Royal Rumble.
So what's next here? What do you think?
Let's move on to our next match. Do we talk about this blackout match or whatever? You want to talk about that?
We could. I mean, I don't know how much more you want to get into the men's Royal Rumble.
I know. Maybe we'll jump to the men's Royal Rumble. How's that sound?
I like it. It was a good opener. Gunther sets a record. He's in this match for 1 hour, 11 minutes, and 25 seconds before getting eliminated by Cody Rhodes, the returning Cody Rhodes, who was entrant number 30. So at the end of this match, we had several minutes of 1 versus 30.
Yes.
And it was good. And Cody Rhodes was kind of preordained for this. Once there was no other surprise entrant in this match who you could see winning, it was preordained Cody Rhodes. But I like how they finished this match. Cody Rhodes, he gets to look strong. He eliminates a lot of people. He almost eliminated everybody once he got in there. He eliminates Dominic Mysterio. He eliminates Braun Strowman. I lost track of whether or not he eliminated Ricochet. Cody and Seth combined to eliminate Austin Theory. Then Seth Rollins eliminates Logan Paul, who snuck back into the ring. Cody eliminates Logan Paul. So Cody does a lot of eliminations, but he needs to show people that he's healthy enough to go one-on-one. And so giving him a good, 10 minutes maybe at least? It felt like at least 10 minutes with Gunther, where they're going one-on-one at the end of this Royal Rumble match so that Cody can take bumps and take shots and start delivering shots. It was like we got a mini one-on-one match at the end of the Royal Rumble. And I think it was great to see as a fan, and I think it's important for Cody to show that in his comeback. It can't be such a lousy work.
Yeah, where he knocks everybody out, I win. I loved how they had that match. First of all, if Cody's going to come back and he's going to have a match, he might as well wrestle the best damn wrestler in the company.
Yeah.
Gunther. Bell, I'd say he's the best wrestler they have, and so he's in good hands. And I also liked this because Cody kept doing things where he was standing on the outside and almost eliminated all these times. And I like that because they were really working. I'm like, he could slip here. He could have slipped in one of these spots.
Could have been a botch.
All the potential botches were there. And I was like, because imagine that. Cody gets eliminated and Gunther, I would love it, but, Gunther was the guy. I ended up really liking the end as a result. Really happy because I love Gunther that the WWE is pushing him. I mean, he's their Intercontinental Champion. He had a fantastic performance in the Royal Rumble. I think he's going to he's got a bright future. And I think one day he'll be in the runnings for the big belt.
People keep talking about how his match with, and they brought this up on the announce table, that Gunther and Sheamus were the first 2 entrants here. Sheamus lasted 52 minutes and 30 seconds. Not too shabby. And they mentioned that Gunther versus Sheamus had a fantastic match at a pay-per-view, maybe first half of the year, 2022, that may have been match of the year quality. We saw them rekindle that for a little bit on a SmackDown episode where they had a pretty decent TV match.
I think
Gunther's awesome, and Sheamus did surprisingly well for a guy who sometimes gets slogged for at this point in his career, just being kind of slow and he just punches people and then eventually kicks people.
Yeah, he's got a simple move.
He gave a good showing. Anything surprising this match, whether it's a sequence, a face-off, or somebody you hadn't seen in a while or hadn't heard of before this match?
The surprise of the night. Booker T, baby.
In Texas. He's a Texas guy. I mean, I don't think he's a San Antonio guy, but it's Texas. Booker T.
And he went down, he came down, and he had looking old. The Royal Rumble for me, I love when they just bring in the random old guys that like, hey, they've hung them up, but they could do a Royal Rumble, you know. So
yeah, you could come in and bump for 2 minutes and get thrown over the top. That's probably the worst part. Is I got to go over the top.
Yeah. So he was in. Booker T went in, and I love the Harlem Heat theme song from WCW. Mm-hmm. He had that theme song, and the crowd was loving it. And he did the spin-a-rooney, and the crowd was like, "Yeah, go crazy!" Yeah. After he did the spin-a-rooney, and then he gets knocked out. I liked it. It's a good showing, you know. But yeah, so Booker T was the surprise one for me.
Okay, I liked that Logan Paul was back because he was also hurt in Crown Jewel, and there was questions as to when would he be ready, and if he was recovered, would he go back to pro wrestling? Because you try it out and you get hurt. So would he say like, no, I want to make it back and do it again? And Logan Paul came out and I think he gave himself a good show. He was entrant number 29, so he wasn't out there for a long time, but I thought he did well. He and Ricochet, did you like that double spring off the top rope from opposite sides of the ring into that double lariat in the middle of the ring?
Yeah, it was pretty good.
I mean, for just a spot monkey thing, I thought it was pretty cool to watch.
I thought it was a good spot. The announce team kind of annoyed me because they thought it was like the most amazing thing ever because they're pushing Paul. So they're like, "Oh, this is amazing!" Oh, I was like, "All right, calm down. It wasn't that great." Like it. But
Ricochet did the exact same thing that Logan Paul did. So like you cannot see that move and be like, "Oh my goodness, I can't believe it, Logan Paul!" Like it was mirroring. They both did the same thing.
So here's the thing though. He definitely. So this is a situation here, kind of how I talked about earlier. You have a short time in there. Make the most of your opportunity when you're in there, especially some of these guys or girls that don't get a lot of screen time. Mm-hmm. This is the time to do it. People are looking at you on the Royal Rumble. There's 50,000 people in this stadium. There's tons of people watching this right now. So really make the most of it. And yeah, Logan did.
I like Seth Rollins' performance in this. By the time Cody entered and there were 8 people left, Seth Rollins had been in there the longest. He was 15. Incredibly, Dominic Mysterio had been in there the second longest. He was entrant number 18. And he did not look bad in this match. When Braun Strowman looked pretty good, but like Braun Strowman, Ricochet, Logan Paul, and Cody Rhodes, they were the last 4 out. So for them to be within, still alive by the time Cody comes out, not a big deal. I mean, it was really Seth Rollins in there a long time and performed well. Gunther, of course, and Gunther doing those slaps to Cody Rhodes' surgically repaired pec. I was actually getting nervous, like legitimately, like what if he's not all that, what if he's not as healthy as he wants to be?
And he's attacking it directly, which is crazy.
Yeah.
He was going right after it, which I mean,
and it's bruising up.
And it's bruising up, right? So they make good use of it, especially if it's healthy. So Dom, that's the men's Royal Rumble. Cody Rhodes wins.
We got 2 singles matches. Wait, 2 singles matches that were kind of related here.
Yes.
What did you think of the pitch black match, the Mountain Dew? I thought visually it was interesting. They turned off the lights, but they had fluorescent something glow in the dark on the ring ropes. They had Ray's body paint. Some of his body art was glow in the dark. And LA Knight's tights and boots were fluorescent as well. They had some fluorescent things around the ring. So it was an interesting visual. It was an unusual visual that I'll take for one short match. At the time when this match went off, I was saying to myself, oh boy, this is going to be a lousy pay-per-view. This is the worst predictability ever. Like we were we were concerned that it would just squash LA Knight and it wouldn't be much of a match and it wouldn't be, it wouldn't make LA Knight look good. It wouldn't make Bray Wyatt look good either. And it would just be a gimmick. It would just be an unnecessary gimmick. And it kind of was. And then Uncle Howdy appears at the end and appears at the top of some entrance structure at the end and does a flying elbow onto LA Knight through the stage there after LA Knight and Bray Wyatt had kind of fought post-match up the ramp. I mean, Bray did win with his sister Abigail, but the match wasn't much to talk about. I hope that they have something else for LA Knight to do after this, because I think he performed well enough in this whole storyline where he's an asset to this roster.
So here's my piece. The match was awful, and by awful I mean Bray Wyatt went in there. I looked at him. He's probably about 25 pounds heavier than he was when he left WWE. So he's not working out at all.
Okay.
And he's slow in there. He only did a couple freaking moves, and he just did his finisher. I didn't mind. It was better than I thought it would be as far as the visual, because I'm like, okay, it's not pitch black. You can see them.
Yes.
Still kind of stupid, but I can still see them. So, I wanted LA Knight to win because LA Knight is the only person that's in this rivalry that's done anything. Bray Wyatt's done all these stupid gimmicks and skits and all this crap I have to listen to. And then LA Knight gets the mic in his hand, and I'm like, wow, this is entertaining. So I wanted LA Knight to go over, and he didn't. So I'm like, do they really think this Bray Wyatt thing is good? Because it sure isn't. So I don't understand why you put him over.
It's been a slow burn, and I'm not impressed with round one of him actually getting in the ring. I don't have anything to compare Bray Wyatt to as far as seeing him wrestle before. But I just hope LA Knight's not buried. I mean, he's shown enough where he's an asset to this roster.
He needs to get away from these morons and wrestle somebody that's good and have a rivalry with them. Maybe it's Seth Rollins. Maybe it's, somebody that's good. Like,
he doesn't have to win all the time, but he should be in the ring where the payoff in the ring is up to his talents as an in-ring worker.
So,
and the only other match we had was kind of tied in with this because it was Bianca Belair retaining the Raw Women's Championship against Alexa Bliss, and not much to write about in the match, except at one point Alexa Bliss went for what looked like a Sister Abigail. Apparently, she had a history with Bray Wyatt and his faction earlier. I'm not aware of that, but they've been playing that up. She does not hit the Sister Abigail, winds up getting pinned by Bianca Belair, who is just obviously bigger and stronger, and she was going to win this match. And then an Uncle Howdy-ish video appears on the video wall at the end of the match as Alexa Bliss is alone in the ring. So, I mean, the worst, most pushed down our throats, storyline that we've seen was involved in 2 of the 3 singles matches on this pay-per-view. It almost feels like what you've been describing the Roman Reigns heel run as, where people just were not into it and were booing. So yeah. I'm wondering if this Bray Wyatt Funhouse, Uncle Howdy, whatever thingamajig is going to get to that point where the crowd, where it loses its new car smell, and now the crowd's like, just look, we gave you a chance, we're not into it. You got to do something. You got to give us more than this.
I was Googling a little bit about this match, and everybody was burying it. They're like, it's
Alexa Bliss, Bianca Belair. Okay.
No. The previous one with Bray Wyatt and.
Oh yes, that one. Yes.
So everybody's burying it, not just us. And I was angry with the second match because I'm like, he's a part of this now. I'm like, who is this guy? Who do they think he is? He needs to be off of the TV. He just got fired. and they brought him back, and now he's in 2 goddamn segments. I'm like, get him off my TV, please.
There you go. So I don't want to do an Italian goodbye because the Royal Rumble was late and we've been going for a while, but I do want to do somewhat of a goodbye here that is Vince McMahon related.
Okay.
Because we've been talking for a while, and so have lots of other people. As okay, Vince is back behind the scenes, running the company, trying to sell it. So how much of that is creeping into creative? And so there's been a lot of talk, and we've discussed a little of it. Of Vince McMahon. What are the Vince things creatively that are sort of cringy that we don't want to see creep back into the WWE? But I think this is the perfect opportunity to talk about that. Vince McMahon, over his long career, he did do a lot of innovative stuff that made its way onto TV. I mean, pay-per-views as a whole is a big thing that he helped create. And Vince McMahon's creative was behind the Royal Rumble. I don't think, besides giving us WrestleMania and the fact that pay-per-views are huge and that TV can be your big moneymaker and licensing and all these things that he did business-wise, as far as what Vince McMahon's legacy is for creative in the ring, I think it's what we saw today, the Royal Rumble. And I know Pat Patterson gets some credit for that, for being on that creative team, but like Vince wanted to do a battle royal that was special, that had something else. And this was it. This is what his brainstorming session came up with. And, this is for all the knocks that Vince McMahon gets for, doing some cringy cartoonish stuff and for pushing maybe stuff in creative that we don't like to see and that doesn't age well. The Royal Rumble has aged very well. The Royal Rumble match is it's a gimmick that holds its own as a gimmick.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. Like, even if you don't know who's in this match, you will watch it because the match itself is compelling. And they seem to find some ways to make it pretty good, at least every year. This is Vince's crowning jewel, this Royal Rumble pay-per-view and the Royal Rumble match. And we saw 2 very different ones today, men and women, but I think they delivered in their own way for different reasons. And overall, hey, if we talk about the bad, let's talk about the good. This is good Vince. Yes. The Royal Rumble is good Vince. I like it.
Yes. No, well put, Dom. I totally agree, and that's a great point. Vince did create it, so we're not just burying him. We're going to talk about the good stuff he's done. So
yeah, we got to be fair. We got to. I don't have a dog in this fight, other than I want the TV product to be good enough so that I'm not wasting my time for 2 hours on a Friday, or for 4 hours on a Saturday for a pay-per-view watching. I stream online on Peacock, and people get up, but whatever it is, like this is like a double show for me tonight. And I just want it to be good enough where I'm not sitting here regretting my decision to sit down and watch.
If you're tuning in now and you're tuning in late, we talked a lot about the end of the show, and that alone was worth the show.
Sure, if you can catch this on replay, do it.
Yeah, if you can catch it, that was amazing.
Yep.
All right, Dom. Well, kind of getting late here on the East Coast. It's 1:30.
It is the wee hours of Sunday morning in good old New Jersey here.
Yes. So
it's been fun.
It has been a lot of fun. I thank you so much for joining today, and thank you everybody that's watching and has been watching our shorts, and we're watching our videos. Our shorts are getting some more views. Our little clips are kind of getting some. We take clips from these live shows and post those, and those are getting some traction. So it's very exciting. So if you're watching, go ahead and click the like and click subscribe. It helps us out a ton. So please go ahead and do that. And Dom, Royal Rumble's in the books. Thanks so much for your time. Bye, everybody. Hello and welcome to Don't Bury the Lead. My name is John Zedell. I'm joined by Dom Scarcella. We review WWE Smackdown every Friday night after the final bell. Dom, go ahead and tell the people a little bit about yourself.
I'm a little new to this. I was told that the road to WrestleMania begins at the Royal Rumble. I've been waiting 5 weeks, John, for some evidence of that. And I think I finally got some tonight. WWE Smackdown tonight, March 3rd, 2023, finally looked and felt like the road to WrestleMania, which now is only 4 weeks and 1 day from tonight. So without further ado, John, don't bury the lead. What's our top story now that we're really on the road to WrestleMania 39?
I'll tell you what, Dom, we don't ever want to bury the lead. Never, ever bury the lead. So our main event tonight is the lead. Sami Zayn loses to Solo Sikoa in a singles match. Pretty good match here. Obviously, the Bloodline story has been the hottest thing in wrestling in years. Continues that. And pretty good match overall. Went about 12 minutes. So, Dom, what did you think about Solo Sikoa over Sami Zayn tonight?
I was more intrigued by what did not happen in the main event.
Sure.
We did not. It was set up where, Sammy's going out there all alone. Solo's there with Jimmy Uso. Jimmy Uso has been told to get out there and take care of the Sami Zayn problem by Roman Reigns. They've been hinting all show that Roman is getting impatient, not so much with Jey Uso, who was not there tonight, but with Jimmy. Kind of like getting angry at Jey through Jimmy, which is typical of Roman, the Machiavellian character that he is. Jay's not there to get angry at, so he's got to take it out on somebody. He takes it out on Jimmy. So this is all set up for Sami Zayn. Sami Zayn is out there all alone. Who comes and rescues Sami Zayn tonight? Are we going to see Jey Uso come out and come to Sami Zayn's defense? Are we going to see Cody Rhodes, who opened the show?
I thought we might see him, but
right?
To sort of like add some dynamic to it, but no, we didn't.
Yeah, well, we're going to see Cody Rhodes come out. So this is a bloodline angle. And we didn't see any of it. We just saw Roman Reigns staying in the back with Paul Heyman, brooding as he watches the end of it, kind of happy that Solo wins, but then brooding because they can't just take out Sami. Sami gets no help, but, gets enough to escape through the crowd again and survive a beatdown. He doesn't survive Solo in the match, but he survives the beatdown. And now we're supposed to get, Jimmy has 1 week. Jimmy and Jey have 1 more week to get their act together, to fall back in line with Roman, as Roman hints.
Yeah, I'd have to say too. Ultimately, it's interesting because Sami Zayn loses tonight, and he had so much momentum, and he takes another loss. I mean, he loses to Roman, but that kind of made sense. And now he loses to Solo Sikoa. And I was thinking about the Bloodline. They don't really have anybody in their group that is a jobber. They've got Solo Sikoa, who's undefeated, and he's not the main guy. And then Roman Reigns has been undefeated for 2.5 years, and then they have the longest reigning tag champs, and they're involved in a storyline here, so either of them can't lose. So I just thought it was interesting that Sami Zayn loses, and ultimately he had all this momentum 2-3 weeks ago, and now he's taken back-to-back losses.
Yeah, he has, and I thought maybe Sami puts the first L on Solo Sikoa.
Right.
But it looks like Roman's not there yet. Like, he's going down the list of people to be angry at. He's angry at Sami, but Sami left. So then he's got to be angry at Jay, but Jay won't return his calls. So now he's got to be angry at Jimmy. And he even snipped a little bit at the wise man in one of the backstage. I don't think they're ready for him to be angry at Solo Sikoa yet. Like they're gradually making their way down where Roman gets ticked off at everybody, except himself. But I could have seen this turn into something where there's a distraction at ringside. Either Jay comes out or Cody comes out, and somehow Sami gets a roll up. Mm-hmm. But no, they kept it as they kept it with pretty much a vanilla match. Like, what you would normally think would happen when there's basically a one-on-one match, but there's a heel entourage member at ringside. Sami finally turns the match to his favor late, and Jimmy finally interferes in the match itself after kind of teasing it and being a distraction. He pulls Solo out of the way of a haluva kick in the corner, and then that leads to Solo with a big shot, and then that Samoan spike for the pinfall, and then the post-match beatdown and everything. That's what you would expect. The heels have the advantage, so the heels win because of some interference. Okay, that's what you get. Solo, of course, looks strong, which is good because he should. They're not ready for him to lose yet, and they're not ready for him to lose in a gimmick. It doesn't look like. He loses strong, but he's supposed to win. He's got his entourage out there. Sami doesn't. He should win.
It's funny. They ultimately did the traditional, what you think, like, hey, let's make it neutral. There's interference, and the heel goes over, and he wins dirty, and that way nobody looks that bad.
Yep.
But at least it was a match for the main event. We've been having promos for main events. They've had a lot more matches this time. Last SmackDown, there was tons of promos, and I was just not a giant fan of it. I understand they got a forward storylines, but I was like, wow, this is a ton of promos. So they gave us a wrestling match, and it wasn't too bad, and it did do their, it's their hot story, the bloodline, so it's got to be in the main event.
And what a difference just the characters involved and just the layout of the show can make, because we got a ton of promos tonight, and there were only 4 matches, the last 2 of which did not go very long. Mm-hmm. So this was not a match, a show full of wrestling. The opening segment goes about 20 minutes. The first match, the bell rings at about 8:26. We start at 8 p.m. here in New Jersey, where we're watching and recording from. That's not a heavy wrestling show, really. We finally get our second match over the bottom of the show, which is the 9 o'clock hour. Then we get a very short match later, and then we get this last match, which again about 12 minutes, which isn't. That's not a short match, but there was a little bit of a brawl before the bell rang. And then, of course, the match ends, and then there's several minutes afterwards where they have to do other stuff. So this wasn't a terribly long match either, and with a commercial break in the middle. So we don't really get much more wrestling today than we did, say, last week. But it felt different, didn't it? This felt like bigger matches because of who was involved in them, and it felt like the road to WrestleMania.
I think also you have to take into consideration for the opening promo, you haven't seen Cody or Roman Reigns face to face.
Nope.
Yeah.
Never.
So you get to see that. So you're like, okay, this is a promo I want to see. I've been wanting to see this one. And I almost said that was going to be the lead, but I don't really think they did too much. I don't think they did too much where I was like, wow, this is going to be crazy. It's going to be a triple threat, or it's going to be this type of match. It didn't really change the dynamic. It probably just at least is like, okay, this is the heel, this is the face. Say a couple things back and forth, and you'll understand that these two don't like each other, or at least they're building something.
They're trying to, because these guys, like you said, they have no history.
There isn't much of a rivalry or reason.
And Roman even brings it up. He says, how many times, he at one point during that opening segment, Roman puts the belts down on the mat between Cody and himself. He went out to the ring with Heyman, Solo, and Jimmy. Cody came down in a suit and said, I just came down here to have a conversation. 1-to-1, man to man. So Roman sends everybody else out of the ring and away from ringside. So it really is just Cody and Roman face to face. And it hits you that these guys have no history.
No.
Cody's never been in the title picture. He's never been a rival of Roman's. Roman has never been a rival of Cody's. The only thing they have in common is something they're having to catch up the whole audience. Roman was trained by Dusty Rhodes. Okay. But that's a lot to have to build. This still feels like they're trying very, very hard to give Cody Rhodes the necessary, I'm going to say it, gravitas to headline WrestleMania. Because Roman hasn't.
Oh, yeah.
Roman Reigns hasn't. But Cody does so far. He's been back in WWE less than a year. It was after WrestleMania 38 that he made his return. I think it was April 4th or so they said he made his return. That sounds like maybe a Monday Raw date, that it would have been a Monday of last year. It was either the Monday right before Mania or maybe right after it. But he hasn't been back very long. He was injured for a big portion of it. They've still got to sell me that Cody in that match. That's just me. A little different opinion. That's fine. Comment. Tell us if I'm wrong. But to me, they've still got it. You can't just dress a guy in a suit and make him, look like he's Ric Flair from the '80s, style and profile, and just be better than everybody because he dresses like $1 million. You've got to do more than that to convince me that this guy should be the main event in WrestleMania. And I will give them credit. It's at least starting for the SmackDown fans tonight. But, we're 4 weeks away. Let's see what they can do. But at least we did. We got a Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns stare down, face back and forth on the mic. Seemed to work pretty well.
Yeah, let's jump into that. I think it's kind of a...
Sure.
I just was watching and I'm like, this is good enough. You understand that they don't like each other. There was a lot of reaction from the crowd and they let it set in. Maybe let it set in a little too much because they were pretty slow with some of their, I guess their back and forth was pretty drawn out. They weren't saying a whole ton either. But, a lot of times you get the angry pacing back and forth promo or anything like that, but they were pretty stoic and standing still and just face to face. But I thought it at least, I don't think it was that earth shattering.
No.
The promo, I don't think it was like, wow, this is really building to something crazy. And Roman, it really kind of set up Roman to hit him with some shots, which I don't really think Roman's bread and butter is that insulting heel type. I think he's more the dominant powerhouse manipulative guy. So, Cody was sort of setting him up to knock him down about his dad not being around or whatever. But he didn't lay into him like a traditional asshole heel, let's just say. But
no physicality.
Yeah, they'll hold off till WrestleMania.
Here we go. They'll hold off. I've said gravitas and physicality. This has been a good first 15 minutes. So Rome fighting a two-front war. I'm sorry, what was that?
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, it looks like Roman Reigns is now fighting a two-front war. Yeah, the thing about not bringing Cody and Sami together means that Roman is distracted a bit. He's got Cody. He's got Sami. So that's a little intrigue there. People who have been watching Raw, which is not me, although I do sometimes see some clips that they put out. The content of tonight's opening segment that ran 20 minutes was almost nothing new. This is everything that Heyman has been trying to plant the seeds with Cody on Raw, apparently. This was, so if you watch both shows, maybe you're bored by this. But if you're just a SmackDown viewer, it's good to hear this part of the story. And I think it's the visual. It's not Cody and Heyman. It's Cody and Roman Reigns. That's what you want to see.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tom. At least we got the promo. It's pretty traditional stuff. I did want to point out one thing.
Sure.
The entrances sometimes are like starting to wear on me. Okay. And I mean, Roman Reigns has the huge entrance, and everybody's into the song and everything. And then Cody Rhodes comes out, and he's doing the huge entrance, and you're like, I think they started talking at 8:08. So it was 8 or 9 minutes of them playing the song. And if you watch it a lot, like, yeah, I've heard it before. I hear it every Friday, not necessarily Cody's, but I hear the Roman Reigns theme song. And he should have the big entrance, but some of the wrestlers, I'm like, the songs are more over than the wrestlers sometimes,
Yeah, right.
The crowd, like, I think Seth Rollins specifically, every time I see him at a pay-per-view, the crowd's going crazy singing the song, and once he starts wrestling, it's like, okay,
Well, and that can be. It's good that people resonate with some part of the show and with some of the character development, but it could also be a problem if once the wrestling starts, it's deflating. I hope we don't get to that. And one of the great things about what we saw at Elimination Chamber 2 weeks ago was that people were into the match.
Yeah.
Not the entrances, not the holograms, not the sing-alongs. They were into the match. That's what you need from WrestleMania. I mean, people should be into the match, or maybe I'm reading it wrong. Maybe I'm reading it wrong, and WrestleMania is just the most pop culture-y of all the WWE PLVs, and this is the one where the matches really matter the least. And maybe I'm reading it wrong. Maybe I've got it completely backwards. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe we're not the crowd for WrestleMania. They're trying to get everybody else that they could potentially get. And then suddenly it's just a rock concert kind of where there's just music and people are singing along to the music, I don't know. Well, anyways, I think, the main event was solid, better than usual. And if you're going to do the long promo in the beginning of the show, which I always hate, but if you're going to do it, Roman Reigns, Cody Rhodes, they both kind of feel like stars. They feel like they're in the right place. I think, I'll be excited when the match comes, and maybe there is a lot of time now where they're going to be sitting around not doing anything for the next 3 weeks. So maybe they're trying to keep it slow here, but before they get physical or before they're involved in a tag match or whatever. But
they look like stars.
Oh yeah.
I think that's what the rest of the show had going forward as well. So where do you want to go next? Because there were stars on this show. There were some returns to SmackDown of people we hadn't seen in a while. Other matches, another in-ring segment, and a backstage interview around the IC title picture. Another pretty good reintroduction to SmackDown from Bobby Lashley. So where do you want to go next? Because there were a lot of stars on this show. It felt bigger.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with Bobby Lashley there, people crossing over from Raw to SmackDown. I mean, we've only really seen Cody Rhodes and Bobby Lashley in pay-per-view because we only watched SmackDown, and we saw them cross over tonight.
Yes.
And you're like, oh, okay, these are the big guys. This is not Karrion Kross. This is not, Madcap Moss or I'm just naming some of the mid-card guys that you see kind of on SmackDown. You're some pretty big dudes. We saw Lashley and we saw Cody Rhodes. Well, I guess we could just touch on some of the vignette. Maybe we could talk about the vignettes or promos and then get into the matches. So,
okay, what did you think was the biggest thing next after this two-front war that Roman Reigns is now fighting and what's happening with the bloodline?
I wanted to say something real random that I thought was pretty cool was
Sami
Zayn promo vignette when he has the selfie, when he's taking the selfie video of himself and he's going through the crowd and the crowd is holistically screaming Sami at him because they're just like getting popcorn and getting a beer, so they're freaking out. I was like, this is pretty creative. This is actually a good idea.
Yep.
Something where you get a unique shot of him. He's like talking about how he's going to take the bloodline down, and you're getting the momentum from the crowd that he has. And he's walking through the crowd as he's doing it. So they're like, oh yeah, oh damn, he's here, And they're like, Sami, and they're all trying to get the shot. So I thought that was a pretty creative vignette. Usually it's just back in the locker room, or there's a video, or there's a brawl in the back. But this one was at least.
We got one of those, yeah.
Oh my God. The fact
this was good. The success of the Sami Zayn in the bloodline angle has been that it's totally organic.
Yeah.
This was supposed to last, I heard, maybe 2 or 3 weeks. And it lasted. It's lasted now the better part of a year, of a calendar year here. It's been spontaneous order, and the crowd has been behind it. So this was really a cool thing to do, and it's probably the thing that you would do for Sami Zayn and maybe no one else because it may not work with anyone else.
Sure.
Let's do a little trading places. This will be fun.
Yeah.
If Sami wearing a finely colored 3-piece suit and Cody Rhodes was trying to, rah-rah with a selfie stick, live streaming himself going through the arena, would that trading places have worked?
Well,
I say no. I say there's no way that Cody Rhodes gets that kind of a spontaneous order reaction from the crowd, and I say there's no way that Sami can be dressed up to be that clean cut of a perfectly put together potential champ like they're doing with Cody. So they found the thing with each of those guys that's resonating most with the crowd. Cody is almost like this second generation, it's my time, almost anointed type of figure, and Sami as the everyman who's he's beloved by the people at the grassroots level.
Mm-hmm. Right, which is interesting because Cody was 2, 3, 4 years ago the grassroots guy.
Really? Okay.
AEW, and I mean he started AEW. He was in New Japan. He was more of a grassrooty guy because he left the WWE and then developed himself. And now he's the top star. And now Sami Zayn's kind of getting that grassroots crowd.
Did you hear that reference in Cody's promo in the opening segment tonight?
Yeah.
He references his indie show with his friends that 10,000 people paid to see.
Yes.
So that on a Vince McMahon show, letting someone brag about their success business-wise, not just wrestling-wise, but business-wise.
You would think
in an indie promotion
to trash it, if anything.
No, they didn't trash it all. Like they didn't have Roman go, that's nothing. They didn't have him just punk it out.
Yeah, that's the minor leagues or something like that, or whatever. Now you're in the majors.
Yeah, no, there was none of that.
Yeah. So
the cool vignette there. Anything else you wanted to say about that, or do you have someone else you want to go to next who looked like a star?
Well, if we're talking promos and we're talking vignettes, we'll combine the two. That one I really liked. Bobby Lashley comes out. You're like, oh, cool, it's Bobby Lashley. But we got to get Bray Wyatt. You know,
That's the match, though. Like, they teased that for us already. That's the match. You kind of knew when Bobby came out, it was going to be something with Bray Wyatt.
you know what's funny? I saw him on that he was on Monday Night Raw. So I was like, oh, maybe they did just ditch him. And we don't have to see him anymore. No, we got a double dose on Monday night and Friday night. Let's go him doubly now. Let's just really push and see how much we can make this show. Try to force this guy to get over in the last 6 months of watching him. Lashley's cool. He comes out, and then you're like, oh no, he's with Bray Wyatt. And the strangest thing about that promo was it cut off, and then it go immediately into the bloodline angle. So there was no transition. It was like Uncle Howdy comes out, he does God knows what. There's the lights go off, there's all this weird lighting, I don't know, stupid Bray Wyatt things. And then that ends, and it immediately jumps to the bloodline in the backstage. I was like, what? You know?
They may have been running short on time because that opening segment went quite long. But yeah, I mean, Bobby Lashley gets out there, not much of a talker, but, you know, he's Bobby Lashley. He's been the world champ. He's an imposing figure in the ring. He gets attacked by Uncle Howdy, but turns the tables. Lashley setting up for the spear when, as you mentioned, the lights go out. And then the lights come back on, and Uncle Howdy has disappeared. And it's just Bobby Lashley in the ring. And then, they don't spend a lot of time transitioning us out of that. It's just, okay, we got to move. Bloodline stuff coming up, and we got our main event match. So, we get to see Bobby Lashley. We don't see Bray Wyatt. We see Uncle Howdy. And I don't know. The match isn't supposed to be Bobby Lashley and Uncle Howdy, I don't think. So we still haven't seen Bobby and Bray face off, at least in the ring side. But at the same point, this feels like WrestleMania. This feels like the road to WrestleMania.
Yeah. So let's stick on the topic. You know, we're talking stars here.
Mm-hmm.
And anybody that you had in mind that felt like a star tonight?
Match of the night, the first one, Rhea Ripley versus Liv Morgan.
Yeah, I got some notes about that one. I liked it. Match of the night.
Rhea Ripley comes out and she wins without Dominic's help. He's out there, and I like that they're putting him out there with her as her kind of valet, because he's a heat magnet, and it seems like they want Rhea to go into WrestleMania as the heel. And maybe they're afraid that if she's by herself, people will start cheering for her because she is kind of cool.
Yeah, right.
And she is a great wrestler.
Yeah.
But they're trying to keep her heel. Liv comes out, and Liv is now doing the Ricochet mold from the fall. Liv Morgan, this calendar year has since January, she's the one who put over Raquel Rodriguez in a really good match on SmackDown that made Raquel look strong before Raquel went for a title shot against Ronda. Liv had another match with Raquel where she put her over going into Royal Rumble, where they were teasing the 30-woman Royal Rumble match. Liv faces Asuka one-on-one to hype up Elimination Chamber and loses clean to Asuka, but still looks good. And then tonight, it's Rhea Ripley's first match on SmackDown since challenging the SmackDown Women's Champion after winning the Royal Rumble. And it's Liv Morgan who's out there. And this is a really good match. And I think it's a really good match for Rhea because Liv is quick. Liv bumps, but she's quick and she strikes. And so Rhea had to keep up with that pace. Eventually, Rhea starts hitting her power moves and wins this match. Kind of a creative way to it. It was like a sort of a 3 moves of doom here. Liv comes off the top, but Rhea kind of catches her and turns it into a somewhat of a power bombish move. defensively though, like swats her down as Liv comes off the top rope. Maybe like she was going for a drop kick or something. Liv does missile drop kicks. Then Rhea picks her up into that riptide pump handle slam. And then that goes into a cloverleaf that she then turns over and gets the submission win. So Rhea's showing us a lot of stuff there.
Yeah, that whole transition.
What stands out to you? Liv loses, but Liv doesn't look bad here. And in fact, because it's Rhea beating Liv and not somebody else on the roster of lesser stature, this looks like a big deal.
Yeah. The transition at the end, I really liked, and you just laid it out perfectly. And things I really liked about it was Rhea Ripley destroyed her when she caught her and powerbombed her. She didn't just like place her down.
Yeah.
I mean, she took her down with authority. She does the pump handle slam. And I've said this a bunch of other times before, but I like when they utilize this. So, men are stronger than women. So it's men should typically be doing the strength stuff, but women are typically more flexible. So when they do the Texas cloverleaf, it looks really nasty because the way that her body's bent back. So when that's really using the strength of women is flexibility. So if you are flexible, it's like her head is on the mat and her body, her back is bent so wildly far back as she's doing the cloverleaf, but it really works. It looks horrible, but I'm sure for her, she has the flexibility where she can take it. So I like when in women's matches, they utilize flexibility and they are the more flexible sex. So I'd have to say, that would be my hot take on that match is I like the that she utilized the flexibility. And then in addition to that, I like the finish and that Rhea was looking like a monster out there.
She was looking like a monster. No help from her valet on the outside. She won clean, and she won as a bigger wrestler, and she was doing the big wrestler things all match. Like it took a lot for Liv to get her off her feet.
Yeah, she was doing
as it should. It should take a lot to get Rhea Ripley off her feet, and Liv is hitting her with drop kicks. Great knee lift in the corner. I've noticed sometimes that when Liv does that running knee into the corner, it sometimes doesn't look like she's able to really lay it in there. But against a big, tall wrestler like Rhea, Liv can just spring up onto that second rope and raise that knee, and it looks like, she caught her. So being able to do some of these moves against a big, strong wrestler like Rhea, it made it so that Liv didn't have to hold back. Now, eventually, Liv does get a near fall here or there. She does that second turnbuckle move where she jumps up and does that inverted back cracker. I mean, do you want to call it a face cracker? That's the move, though. The back cracker. You jump with your knees into the opponent's back, and then you drop to the mat with them, and then the impact of their back against your knees as you hit the mat just jolts all that force into your opponent. Well, Liv does that inverted where she hits the opponent's front, and then it becomes like a chest cracker or a face cracker. I mean, she really caught Rhea. It looked great. I mean, it's the kind of thing that probably doesn't hurt Rhea badly, but it looked great when Liv executed it, and she did get a near fall after.
That's Chris Jericho in WWE. That was his whole finisher, the Code Breaker.
The Code Breaker.
Yeah. So that is neither here nor there. But I mean, I noticed that was a pretty good spot as well. Yeah, for sure. So, and kudos to them for putting together a good match after the Cody Rhodes Roman Reigns promo. It's a big act to follow. The WrestleMania main event, they're finally seeing each other. Then we go right into this. That could easily have been the bathroom break, right? Because the promo.
Oh my goodness,
yeah. It could have been bathroom break. But no, it wasn't the bathroom break. It was the best match of the night.
And it felt like the road to WrestleMania. Like Rhea Ripley she looks like someone who should be challenging Charlotte Flair for the title. Mm-hmm. Yes, this is what we wanted to see. Rhea comes out on SmackDown, has a great-looking match against a formidable opponent. Yes. Finally.
Yeah. Well done. Cool. And then, so I guess really just to transition here, we had that match, and then we kind of roll into Dominic Mysterio versus, is it Delgado? What's his name?
Santos Escobar. They keep announcing him as from Legado del Fantasma, but we didn't see anybody else from the faction tonight, which makes me wonder if maybe the faction wasn't working, but they think Santos Escobar is working better with the crowd and with the program. But yeah, so they confront Santos confronts Dominic and Rhea backstage and challenges Dominic to a match, and the chicken heel accepts and comes out for it. And let's just say that I was impressed by how well Dominic wrestled in this match. He does get the win with some help from Rhea, because they are doing the heel finish for him. As much as they didn't want to have interference for Rhea, because Rhea can't look weak, they're willing to have Dominic look weak by getting a win because he gets help. And you mentioned sometimes the women don't always do the power moves. The interference here from Rhea is that while the ref is distracted, Rhea pulls Santos Escobar out to the floor and hits him first with, I think, a strike and then the pump handle slam on the floor, then picks him up and throws him back in the ring. So how about Santos Escobar taking those bumps? And how about Rhea Ripley, pump handle slamming a legitimate male superstar?
Shades of China, right? From the 90s.
And we're getting those promos all through. I don't know what you were seeing on your, but I'm watching on Fox's website, and I'm getting promos for the China documentary that they're pushing. So yeah. And I thought of that. I'm like, yeah, Rhea can she can toss around some of the light heavyweights.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I liked how they set it up too, because that spot at the end where it looked like they got injured, so they went head to head.
Yep.
And they both went down, and it felt like they did a spot like this in Elimination Chamber too, where it looked like there was a legit injury. So they faked the legit injury, and helmet to helmet is always comes to mind for me. Like in football, that's always a thing, and you see somebody go down. And they went head to head, and they both were out of it on the ground. And they're like, well, they look like they're hurt. And then it's really that he's getting the weapon in his hand,
Yep.
But
it's a good spot.
I was pretty fooled, honestly. So kudos to them for that. And in addition, I thought I was pretty surprised. I mean, not surprised, but Dom's come a long way from a guy we didn't want to watch to a legit good chicken shit heel.
And in this match, he looked pretty good as a wrestler too. I mean, he wins with the frog splash off the top turnbuckle. I mean, it wasn't one of those halfway across the ring frog splashes, but it was well executed. He hit it, got the pinfall. He was doing other not only maneuvers but taking bumps. I mean, he looked like a decent wrestler in this match as well.
It's got to be kudos to Escobar, because we've seen him in the past. And I think we saw him in a match in some tournaments where he wrestled pretty well. He
was in the World Cup.
Yeah, and just he can go. He's good in the ring. So you have a guy. He's a little lost right now. He's a face. He's kind of thrown around the factions. So you put him up against Dom, who is an inferior wrestler to him, but he's got kind of the momentum and the heat right now as the heel. They have a good thing going there. So good combo, and yeah, Dominic Mysterio finally starting to click after years of not years, maybe it hasn't been years really, where they had him in as just kind of next to Ray. And they're
still playing that up though.
Oh yeah. Has that been official? Has that match been announced? Ray Mysterio versus
for
Dominic?
WrestleMania, I don't know, but post match, they went through that again. Dominic leaves with the mask that Ray had gifted Santos Escobar, because they had been using that as a prop during the match. Santos Escobar is saying, has him in the corner and said, put his face up to the mask and saying, "Do you respect your legacy?" And Dominic spits on the mask and goes, "No!" And they catch it on the mobile camera there. And then later on, they use it again where Dominic is gesturing to the mask. Like, that's my legacy. That's my legacy, but this is me, or whatever he's doing. And then he steals it on the way out. Ray comes out to confront him, tries to take it. Dominic won't give it to him. Finally, just throws it on the ground. And as Ray's going to pick it up, Dominic gives him a shot. So they're still trying to keep alive this program with Dominic and Ray. I don't know how much steam that has left in it, other than finally having Ray hit him and get into a match with him.
They're really milking that. They're like, he won't hit him, and then everybody's like, hit him, and he won't hit him, That's good old man wrestling stuff. And I say old man, it's just like, let's build that little aspect of it of like, he's Rey Mysterio, he can probably get anything over, and right now, he is getting over that he won't punch his son, and one day he will. And tune in for when he does punch his son. So, yeah, that's just good. It's a good sign for his legacy in general that he's able to get something like that over. Because right now, it'd be like, if that was some lesser known people, this would not be nearly as interesting. But they're building it, right? So,
and they have a history. Like, Dominic grew up in the business. He and Ray apparently tagged together years ago and won the tag titles briefly. The first father and son tag team champions. So there's been some sort of storyline before that involves the two of them together, and they're trying to use this to, I guess, break Dominic off as his own wrestler, his own character, his own man, whatever. That's worked. And I find it interesting that they're still plowing ahead with the whole Ray versus Dominic thing, because it's almost getting to the point in my eyes where they could just drop that angle now. Like, we get it. Like, Dominic's now got his own thing going on. Like, it worked. You split off those two as a tag team.
Yeah.
You split them off as sort of father and son. The father's watching over the son. Dominic's got his own storylines that he's doing. He's got his own matches. He's got his own heat. So I don't think they need to keep going back to this, but they seem to want to. So I'll go along for the ride with them and see where this plays out.
The payoff's got to be in WrestleMania. They have a match at WrestleMania, and Dom goes over, and that's sort of the handing. That's maybe because Rey Mysterio has been successful for as long as he has. He called the shots, and he's just like, "Hey, I'm gonna bring my son on, and we're gonna build this whole thing up, and then have him turn heel." Or it happened holistically. I don't know, but it's headed in the right direction, and I feel like Ray can kind of what is that called? Passing of the guard? No,
passing the torch in a bit.
Passing the torch. That's what I meant. He's sort of passing the torch, to Dom, and then Dom can go from there. Dominic, you're Dom. He's Dominic.
We spell our names differently outside of the DOM.
Okay.
Everybody goes DOM, and then after that, it's a crapshoot. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It could be a variety of different things.
You got it.
All right. So, anything else you want to touch on for specifically Rhea Ripley and Dominic Mysterio?
Both of their storylines are working separately and still together. I think there's legs to everything. But now, obviously, I'm more interested in Rhea than in Dominic Mysterio.
Yeah.
But that being said, seeing the younger Mysterio out there tonight was not, like, oh my goodness, him again. Because last week it got a little bit like that. Like, why is he out here again? But week,
Right.
I think the way they used him this week, it was heat for the right reasons. And he got to do more than just be the annoying guy on the outside. He got in the ring and he wrestled, and even though he got some help, he got a pinfall. So I like where each of them are going separately. I like where they're going together. Rhea's got a WrestleMania match and deserves it. I don't know. They haven't told us yet that they're pulling the Mysterio versus Mysterio trigger for WrestleMania. But if they do, okay. If not, I don't need that one. But the Rhea thing, I wanted to see the Dominic versus Ray thing continuing. I could take it or leave it.
Right. Well, I was curious about this one. What did you think of the promo with all kinds of people in the mid card trying to put themselves over and trying to get a match in WrestleMania? Can you name all the wrestlers that were involved with this little segment here? Or
Absolutely, even though I didn't write them down because I can go through the reactions as they came out. Drew McIntyre comes out, hits the ring, and he's talking about how he doesn't have a WrestleMania 39 match. He wants Gunther for the IC title. And I'm thinking, okay, this will be good. Then Sheamus comes out to confront Drew, and he's saying, this is, how much that belt means to me. And then Drew's got to tell him, look, you had your chances and you lost. And that's right. He did. And then the music hits and it's LA Night. And I'm going, yes! Yes! He's not buried yet. He's not buried yet. For one more week, they're going to pretend that they have an idea for him. Yes, he's coming out. It looks like they're talking about the IC belt. LA Knight comes out and I love it. And then New Day's music hit and I go, no! Get them off of my TV! No! And so Kofi comes out with Xavier Woods and then eventually Karrion Kross. And I went, okay. Let's see where this goes. And Karrion Kross comes out clean shaven. Clean shaven. He went from you to me in his look a little bit there. So Karrion Kross comes out clean shaven. Now we got 6 guys in. No, we got 5 guys in the ring. Karrion Kross and Scarlett on the outside, and suddenly we get a mini brawl. And everybody's on the outside after Drew McIntyre does that somersault dive onto both members of New Day and LA Knight. And then that's when Karrion Kross enters the ring, sneaks up behind Sheamus, throws him into the ring post. Now, they're all out of the ring, and it's Karrion Kross standing tall in the ring. I like that segment because I like when we see that belts matter, and having all these guys come out and be like, no, I want that IC title. I want my shot. And that they want it at WrestleMania. Let's talk a little the history of the IC belt, the recent history of the IC belt. It has not been defended on a pay-per-view premium live event in a long time. Not at Elimination Chamber, not at Royal Rumble, not at Survivor Series, not at Crown Jewel, not at Extreme Rules, not at the big match of the SummerSlam, and not at WrestleMania 38. Last time this belt was on a pay-per-view premium live event card was Clash at the Castle 2022 when Gunther beat Sheamus. Well, that was considered a great card. That pay-per-view took place over in Great Britain. So, big deal to have Sheamus on the card. Yeah, so big deal to have Sheamus on that card. Yeah.
This is before we started watching SmackDown.
Right before we started watching, yes.
But I heard that was up for match of the year.
Yeah.
So that was supposed to be a really good one. And Gunther's been our favorite since. And it's good that they put a segment together where, we're kind of interested in seeing who is going to get the shot at the IC title. But interesting, I did not realize they never really defended the pay-per-view. It's kind of like a TV title here.
It is. It's become the TV belt, which is great for us because we watch TV. It's great for us watching SmackDown. We see a lot of IC title, which means a lot of Gunther. So a lot of great wrestling. But yeah, last time this belt was at WrestleMania was WrestleMania 37 in 2021. So, hey, a coming out party for the IC belt at WrestleMania 39, hopefully, and also for Gunther. Because the IC belt hasn't been on one of these pay-per-views in a big match, it means Gunther's not been on a pay-per-view in a big match. Yes, he was in Royal Rumble and had that tremendous performance. So we got to see him there. And he was at one of the other pay-per-views with Imperium against the Brawling Brutes. It was a 6-man tag. But because we don't get this belt on pay-per-views a lot, we don't get a lot of Gunther. So I want to see Gunther get his WrestleMania moment. I want to see the IC belt have a WrestleMania moment. And I think any one of the people who are in the ring tonight, except for New Day, would be a worthy opponent for WrestleMania 39 and Gunther. Even if they push Karrion Kross, I think Karrion Kross and Gunther would have a good match. Even if they, in 4 weeks, push him. But either Sheamus or Drew or LA Knight, yeah.
So our boy, LA Knight, he got a pretty good pop from the crowd with the yeah, and then New Day came out and they just imitated him poorly.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's it? Like, this is your baby face? Like this lame imitation of the heel that's over? I don't know.
New Day is miscast. They seem out of place in this era of WWE. The goofy, snarky baby face is kind of out.
Yeah. This is something that New Day came in and Vince made them like gospel church people, and it wasn't getting over at all.
Okay.
And they were trying to do like New Day rocks, and then the crowd was chanting New Day sucks. So they turned heel, and they were really good heel, like excellent promos as heel.
Okay.
And then they were so over as heels that they turned them face because they were just way too over as heels. So that's kind of there. And then they have been in this gimmick for years now, and it's just stale as hell. And nobody seems to care, and it's all the trumpet stuff, and they throw pancakes, and I don't know. It's just they've been doing it for years, and it's the same goofy gimmick. And it does, at this point, feel out of place for kind of like a regular, traditional wrestling show that they're kind of having on SmackDown, which we like. Mm-hmm. Like, we don't need them to act so foolish and goofy. Mm-hmm. So
they even got Sami Zayn away from that. Like, the new breed of babyface is Drew McIntyre. It's Cody Rhodes. Does Cody Rhodes look like a guy who's out there doing silly, smarmy stuff? And even Sami Zayn now goes from being the guy who's awkwardly trying to be the yes man and earn his boss's approval to now Sami is as over as he's ever been as the guy who's finally standing up for himself and not being just a goofball. Mm-hmm. So I don't. Maybe New Day is the last ones that are trying to hang on to the goofball babyface thing. And, I can never tell if that's canned crowd cheers being pumped in for them or if the live audience really likes them. But they're the last ones who seem to be doing that and are being presented as like legit baby faces doing the joke around stuff.
Yeah. No, that's a great point. And it could be pumped in noise as well, but all the other guys except for New Day did pretty well. Not sure if there's anything else to touch on about the show that we missed. Is there anything
There was one more match that and it was supposed to be a tag team match, but they went for we mentioned backstage brawl before. They gave us a backstage segment where there was apparently a brawl in which Ronda Rousey was injured. So tonight's Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler versus Tegan Nox and Natalya match gets switched to one-on-one Shayna Baszler versus Tegan Nox with the who were supposed to be their tag team partners in their corners, though. And Shayna wins pretty quickly with an armbar, and you can hear the voices as they're going to commercial after the match. It sounds like Tegan Nox is saying, "They broke my arm. They broke my arm." And I wonder if they did this to avoid some of the really smart marky chants that Ronda's been getting in her matches lately.
Right.
Like you noted that we were getting some "you can't wrestle" chants, and so maybe they said, like, we really don't need that tonight. Just make it Shayna versus Tegan.
Yeah.
Unless Ronda's legit injured and the backstage brawl thing, because they didn't show us the brawl, they just showed us people, sprawled out on the concrete backstage in the aftermath of the brawl. So maybe she was legit hurt for some reason and couldn't wrestle tonight. I don't know, but whatever the case, we wind up with, and Shayna looks like Shayna. Tegan is not the best opponent for her because Tegan looks frail. Okay.
Did Tegan Nox, is that the person, is it Tegan Nox? Is that her name?
Tegan Nox.
Is it the person that came back and we didn't know who she was? And they made a big deal because it was her comeback?
There have been a few of those, yes. Tegan Nox did come out to help Natalya a week or two ago when Shayna and Ronda went into a 2-on-1 against her.
It was weird? She came out tonight and Natalya's music hit and she just came out with her.
Yeah, like Tegan has no music.
They're just like, hey, it's like Natty. It's like the next Natty. I guess they're just trying to, because you would recognize Natalya, but
yeah.
We didn't know who Tegan Nox is, and I don't think many people do. I don't think if people were flipping through the channels and they stop in, they're like, oh, there's Tegan Nox. I don't think that's happening.
Well, the problem is they did nothing in tonight's show to make us want to be interested in Tegan Nox. She kind of gets squashed in a match that doesn't appear to be her style, that brawling submission striking style.
Right.
She comes out to someone else's music. If they want us to care about Tegan Nox, this wasn't the way to do it. I'm not saying she has to win, but this, if you're still trying to figure out who is Tegan Nox, you don't get a lot of information tonight.
No, you do not.
So, that's what we got for our shortest match of the night, which, we speak about last because of our 4 matches, that was the 4th. It wasn't a terrible match, but it was the 4th best of the 4. And it involved people that they didn't do a whole lot of good putting over. Like in the main event match, Solo beats Sami, but Sami looks good, especially with what happens post-match. In the match of the night, which happened first, Rhea beats Liv, but Liv looks good. And Rhea looks like $1 million. So, kudos to both of them for all they accomplished in that match. In the Santos Escobar Dominic Mysterio match, Dominic wins, but Santos doesn't look bad. And they each look like there could be something there. I mean, maybe with Santos, the fact that they're bringing him out there as a singles competitor without the faction. But this match, Shayna Baszler against Tegan Nox, I don't know what this does for either of them. They already beat up Tegan Nox and Natalya in past weeks. I don't get it. I get that you may want to have another feather in the cap of Shayna Baszler, but is Tegan Nox the feather in the cap here?
I know.
This is the only match that did not feel like Road to WrestleMania tonight. Every other segment, every other match felt like, we're 4 weeks from WrestleMania 39. It's March 3rd, and time is getting.
Yeah, and I have notes for this match, and I wrote bathroom break.
Okay.
I just was like, okay, we got the main event coming up. It's 10 minutes away. It's like 9:36. Take a little bathroom break before the main event.
Mm-hmm. Before the Gunther interview and before the Bobby Lashley reemergence on SmackDown.
I like the.
So they tried to quickly force in some stuff after this match. Maybe that's why this match was so short too. Maybe they turned this into a one-on-one because they're like, look, we can't let this go. We can't let this be a long developing tag match. We need to move here. There's going to be a backstage brawl. One of you's hurt. Shayna, you just squash Tegan.
Yeah, they might be pressed for time, but
Gunther gives a pretty good interview. They're letting him do more of his own mic. That immediately follows this match. Gunther backstage interview. It's not Kaiser getting on the mic and doing it. It's not Vinci getting on the mic. They just stand behind him in their poses, and it's Gunther the whole time answering the questions in the interview. I thought Gunther sounded pretty well. He sounded to me and probably to you baby faces like, yeah, he cares about the belt, he cares about the wrestling, and he wants a worthy opponent for WrestleMania. I'm like, yeah. Yes, I'm with you. Yeah, like, oh yeah, he's the heel. Oh, I guess I have to do that.
The only reason that you would think he is a heel is because he's got a foreign accent. But that would be the only reason. I mean, that would be old school Vince stuff. Like, oh, he's German. He must be evil because he's German. I'm like, they're allies of ours. What are you talking about?
You're right.
But yeah, so. I lived in Germany, I was in Germany for an old job and was there for several weeks at a time in a year. And no, we're cool. Not 1945, But ultimately, Gunther, I was pretty impressed with the promo. He sounded good. He just laid it out, and it was kind of an old school one where. It seemed like it went off the top of his head, and he just said, I'm looking for an opponent at WrestleMania. So I liked it.
Mm-hmm. So we're in sync there. We like that they're letting Gunther have more promo opportunities.
Yeah.
And if they want him to be a heel, unfortunately, that cuts down who can win this Fatal 5-Way they've announced for next week. Like, it's got to be a babyface, right, to face Gunther. Although, if they're open to just throwing maybe two heels in there and letting the crowd sort it out, then that opens up more possibilities. But Drew McIntyre has almost been anointed to have a really tough match with Gunther at WrestleMania, but we'll see what they let happen after the Donnybrook that we saw right after. Let's see the post match there with Ray, sort of early in our second hour.
Right. I mean, Dom, we are doing the Italian goodbye. We kind of started it a little bit here. I said you had anything else, so.
I don't think we've Italian goodbye yet. We're still sticking with the program. We could do an Italian goodbye if you want.
Which means the show goes for an extra 25 minutes.
Yeah, forever.
But we're starting it. We're anything else from the show stick out to you?
From the telecast, no. I think we covered everything that needed to be covered. It finally feels like this is the road to WrestleMania.
Yeah, this was a best SmackDown I think we've seen in a couple weeks. It's really been dragging a little bit. I know there's been a lot of different. I mean, last week there was just so many promos that were so below average, and it just drug and drug. And I was like, we got to talk about this for an hour. But tonight felt like it kind of flew by. It was like. I have stuff written down in my notes that I wanted to talk about.
Go for it. Go for it.
No, I mean, I've already talked about them. I meant in general.
Okay.
I actually had stuff I wanted to talk about. And then also, we cannot compete with Jim Cornette. So when a show is bad, we can't bury it like he does. So we're not good at burying the show as good as Jim Cornette. So I just can't compete. We've tried.
We admitted when we saw the worst SmackDown in several months, 8 days before Elimination Chamber.
I'm just saying, there is already that target audience is watching Jim Cornette, and we're not going to get that audience. So when we have the bad shows, like, it's tough for us to get through it. But tonight was an improvement. So kudos to Vince McMahon for booking this show pretty well today.
Did it seem Vince-ish to you tonight?
Well, I'd have to say
20-minute talking segment to open the show. That's okay. But anything else seemed Vince-ish to you?
The 20-minute segment to open the show. Other aspects of it seems to be Cole has had a lot of freedom without him there, and it's been a little bit better. But tonight, I can just sort of hear him repeating things over and over. He says things and then says them again. So he'll say something along the lines of like, "Wow, this is fantastic." Yep, fantastic. And he'll say double say things. Like you can hear Vince in his ears and he'll say them twice. And he fills dead air with nonsense. Like he doesn't let things breathe. He's constantly talking, so you'll hear Cole talk a little bit more. And this is because he doesn't have a great chemistry yet with Dan Barrett. And he's still working that chemistry out. But it feels like Cole's a little agitated, which tells me somebody's back in his ear.
So either somebody's back in his ear, or they just got inside his head,
or Vince is there, and just because he's there, he's like having flash PTSD of him in his ear, telling him, "Laugh, damn it, laugh." It's not wrestler; it's an entertainer, sports entertainer.
Superstars, right? Superstars and divas.
Yes, exactly. So maybe that's the only two things that really stick out.
We have not gotten the divification of, say, Rhea Ripley.
True.
Because I'd heard even people like Vince Russo, another Vince, saying that apparently he said that Rhea might be better losing the goth shtick.
Which is crazy.
And I was like, well, but that's what makes her interesting.
Yeah.
In a way.
You said it earlier.
Is that
Rhea Ripley's cool. She's pulling off this gimmick, really, and it works. Maybe in the way that New Day is struggling with their gimmick currently, this crowd is responding to the Rhea Ripley gimmick, and it's a good direction for her to go. With like the black hair and the tattoos and the badass thing, So I think it's really working for her.
Agreed. It was worth the wait to see Rhea Ripley wrestle tonight, wasn't it?
For sure. She looked good in there. Anything else we want to talk about here? Because we're doing the Italian goodbye.
We now are into the Italian goodbye, aren't we? We're doing it now.
We're officially in.
I feel like Michael Cole. I've said Road to WrestleMania several times.
Right. It's because
this SmackDown finally felt like the Road to WrestleMania. It's like the Road to WrestleMania. Like WrestleMania is coming up, and we're like driving on a road. Like our destination is WrestleMania 39. And we've got to get there. We've got to travel there. We're on the road.
You might as well be pointing at the sign, like they always do right now.
I need a sign in my apartment somewhere, so I can just I got to put it behind me, or so I got to superimpose the WrestleMania sign behind me.
They always do the point, and they still do it. It's crazy. They have this huge obnoxious sign, and they're like, "That's where I'm gonna go," and then they point to the sign. Every person.
And tonight was the first time it worked.
Right. Because you were like, oh yeah, we are kind of getting into the groove here.
Tonight's the first time it wasn't just like an awkward prop. Tonight it mattered.
Right.
Tonight felt like the road to WrestleMania. Physicality, gravitas, road to WrestleMania.
WrestleMania superstar. All right. Well,
Wrestlers, damn it. I'm Bizarro Vince. I want everyone to be called a wrestler.
Right. You're the opposite. All right, Dom. Well, as always, thanks so much for joining, everyone. We always say it, subscribe, comment, like, do all that stuff.
And delve into our library. We've been doing this a few months now. Go ahead and while you're here, watch something else from our channel. We've got plenty of shorts up there. We've got some clips that we made that go anywhere from like 3 to 10 to maybe sometimes even 20 minutes that we chunk out of these live streams. Go watch your favorite live stream if you want. Watch us at the 1.5 speed or something to speed it up. We're doing this right after the show, so we do pause a little bit to catch our breath and to collect our thoughts. Watch something else from our channel. We've got a lot of stuff waiting for you. A lot of stuff that I gotta say, I'm pretty proud of some of the work we've been doing so far. We're not perfect. We're learning. We're getting better. But I think we got some pretty cool content out there. Go browse what we have to offer you.
Yeah. Can't say it better myself, Dom. It's been a lot of fun as we've been revving up here. And we're only a couple weeks away from WrestleMania. So we will be pushing some additional content. We're looking to do certain matchups. We'll be sending little videos about certain matchups, so shorter videos about what we think, and stay tuned for all that. And hey, this was SmackDown. This is Don't Bury the Lead. Dom, thanks so much for joining with me tonight, and everybody that's watching, appreciate your time. Have a great rest of your evening. Hello and welcome to Don't Bury the Lead. We recap WWE Smackdown every Friday night. I'm joined by my co-host here, Dom Scarcella. Dom, go ahead and tell the people a little bit about yourself.
I'm having a great time back at SmackDown here. We had so much fun doing Elimination Chamber. We knew there'd be some fallout from it. And we got some. So without further ado, John, don't bury the lead. What's the top story from our post-premium live event edition of SmackDown tonight?
Yeah, great to be back in the saddle on Friday night as opposed to the Saturday. The lead, of course, is the continuation of the Bloodline storyline. With a promo at the end with Jimmy Uso that gets interrupted by Sami Zayn and then Jey Uso, and a lot going on there at the end, but more added wrinkles to the Bloodline story. Dom, what did you think of the main event tonight?
They had been teasing all show Paul Heyman, Jimmy Uso, and Solo Sikoa. And as they're doing those teases, I keep thinking, oh my goodness, without Sami, this Bloodline angle is flat. Without Jey, this Bloodline angle is flat. And apparently this was much talked about from what I've heard from other fans, that the Bloodline was kind of just puttering along until Sami showed up. And they struck gold with it. And now that Sami's out, and now that Jey Uso is also a question mark, these were the guys driving the angle.
Yeah.
We noted that last year. These were the guys driving the angle. When it's just Paul and Solo and Jimmy, that's the B squad. And this final segment, when Jimmy comes out to say something, my goodness, this needed something, and thankfully we got the something. Sami Zayn shows up from the crowd in the hoodie again. Yeah. And now Sami's out there, and it's not just that, oh, isn't it great to see Sami Zayn? It's that when Sami's in the ring interacting with Jimmy, suddenly Jimmy picks up. if you didn't know until tonight how much these other guys feed off of Sami Zayn, you got to see it in this closing segment. These guys need Sami's energy, his character, his interplay, the fact that he was part of the bloodline. Jimmy Uso, it was night and day before Sami got in the ring versus after Sami gets in the ring.
It's a great point, and it's kudos to Sami for being such a ring general in there with the promos, and yeah, it still adds an additional wrinkle, which is good, and the storyline is still good. So a lot of
hanging in there.
Yes, it is. I was thinking tonight I was thinking, how many more weeks till WrestleMania? How much more can they squeeze out of this bloodline feud going back and forth? Who's on whose side, who's saying what? How much longer can they do it? How long is this going to keep going until it's Russo booking? And like, it works. Keep doing it. But I thought the promo was pretty good. It is definitely kind of the bloodline show, and then everything else around it. SmackDown now feels like. So, yeah, not much more to add really from my perspective. I really like wrestling shows for wrestling. This was a promo show that's furthered storyline, which is like kind of curious where it goes at this point, because I don't know how much more. Like, how stupid can they be? Who's on whose side? Can we determine that? But
I like the positioning at the end, though. I mean, there are so many ways you could have done this. The idea was that Jimmy was supposed to call out Jay and get an answer from him, because if he doesn't, then Roman will be here next week and he'll handle things. And we got the announcement. Roman will be there next week. He's scheduled to appear next week. So Roman's coming back to handle things. So that's a good thing to anticipate. But, Jimmy in the ring, and it's not Jay who comes out, it's Sami Zayn. And Sami says, I'm not here to fight. So he's still got something to talk about with Jimmy. And the two of them were really good back and forth. And they both made good points. It's Sami trying to plant the seed in Jimmy's head that there's something wrong in the bloodline. And Jimmy saying, look, Sami, it was you who pulled the trigger.
Right.
It was you who made your choice not to be in the bloodline. And so, Jimmy, he did what he had to do. And then Jay appears, and he's up in the crowd. And he's just watching. He's just watching. He's not doing anything until the fight starts. Until Sami takes a peer up at Jay, and Jimmy uses that momentary break of the eye contact to just sucker punch Sami. Yeah. And now the fight is on, and now Jay walks down. But Jay stays behind the barricade. Just stands there. Doesn't come over the barricade. Doesn't come close to getting in the ring. Just stands on the other side of the barricade. And it's Sami and Jimmy having a fight. And then here comes Solo Sikoa, and Sami bails, and now Sami and Jay have their eye contact. And Sami leaves through the crowd, but not through the same aisle that Jay's on. the adjacent aisle in that, the spoke wheel design of these arenas. So Sami goes one aisle over, hops the barricade, and backs out that way. And so then you've got Solo in the ring, tending to a fallen Jimmy, and Jay still standing in the crowd. It's one of these, where does Jay stand? And gosh, it reminds me of whose side is Sting on when the NWO started. For months it was whose side is Sting on, and Sting would just appear in the crowd. And he wouldn't join the WCW guys, and he wouldn't join the NWO guys. And it was just, what's he doing? And obviously this has to be condensed. It can't go on for months and months. But it's like, whose side is Jay on? And he's appearing in the crowd, looking down. I mean, he's coming down and interacting with the fans more, and he's almost getting there. But this has that same feel to it.
It's kind of funny.
Whose side is Jimmy? Is Jay on?
Yeah, it's kind of funny. And I am more into the wrestling, obviously, than the promos and the storyline. Yeah. But this has been a really good storyline. Interesting that they really rushed the Roman Reigns, Sami Zayn thing.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that they rushed. And now they're going to try to stretch this storyline, which is not as compelling, let's just say. Like, now that we got to get 8 weeks out of Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens, and then the Usos tagging together. I think it'll still be good, and there's, again, like tons of storyline behind it, but we'll see where they land as they.
Is it too obvious where they're going with this? Because I'll answer that question first. No, I don't know. I don't know where they're going with this, and I'm just watching week to week, segment to segment. Does it seem to make sense? It's almost like watching a match. You watch a match and you look for moves and you look for sequences and you look for psychology. And is there a logic to it? Logic is connecting pieces of information in ways that can be demonstrated to be valid. That's what logic is about. And it's important in a match. It's important in a storyline. And I wind up watching these various storylines that take place through the shows and then week to week, show to show, the way I'd watch a match. I don't know where it's going. I don't know who's winning. I haven't been read into the script. I don't want to be read into the script. But I do want it to make some sense as we're going.
Yeah.
And so far it makes enough sense. There are things that you wonder about the pacing, but it's still making sense. And it's still not totally obvious to me where they're going. So I'm still with them.
Yeah, well, the pacing is WrestleMania. We have 6-7 weeks. So
5.
Okay, we have enough time. I think they can squeeze out a couple more weeks here with this, and then bring it home. It does sound like Sami Zayn's thing is like, I want to take down the bloodline. I kind of like that's cool. Mm-hmm. So even though he lost to Roman, ultimately his goal was to just destroy the group that he was in. So, which also is kind of a heel thing. Like sometimes there's like little shades of Sami's a heel as he's trying to like go behind everybody's back and like, you know, talk them into like joining up with him, basically. Like he kind of did it tonight. He's like, you know, Roman's just taking advantage of you, blah blah blah, and like you guys are going behind my back to Jimmy, who's like clearly on the bloodline, and then Jay is also infiltrated. So, but
it is baby face like or face-ish in the sense that Sami is confronting these guys one-on-one in the ring. He's not bringing backup. He's not bringing weapons. You know, he shows up in his hoodie, sneaks up, but he doesn't jump them. He's like, hey, I just want to talk. I want to talk to you. He wants to talk to them man to man. He's going behind Roman's back. Because remember, his problem is with Roman, not with Jay. And tonight, he's trying to say not with Jimmy. Like, and he's right. Like, Jimmy was the one who embraced Sami right away. He said, yeah, give the guy a chance. So Sami he wants to take down the bloodline in the sense that he wants to take down this Roman Reigns weird hold that he has over his cousins.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He doesn't want, he wishes no ill will to Jay and Jimmy. He likes Jay. He's trying to patch things up with Jimmy. So I think Sami's trying to be the guy who's reading the tea leaves, that the bloodline's on the way out, and he wants Jimmy and Jay to have a way to escape the collapse. Mm-hmm. Now, does Sami have something up his sleeves? Maybe. I don't know. And again, that's another thing you're bringing up. Like, I don't know even if Sami continues as a babyface this whole time. I mean, he's over. The crowd loves him. They're cheering him like crazy. And for the most part, he's acting like a babyface. But could there be a Sami swerve coming? I don't know.
Yeah.
But I can tell you this. If there's a Sami swerve coming, I want it to make sense. I don't want it to be a swerve for the sake of a swerve.
That's
if
so.
I don't want that. Yes, I don't want that. If the whatever happens with the Usos, I don't want it to be a swerve for the sake of a swerve. I want it to make sense.
Well,
like be able to connect it to something that happened previously. So we got 5 weeks to WrestleMania. I don't know what their timeline is. Is this bloodline fallout thing going to carry through WrestleMania? Because they don't have to tie up everything by WrestleMania.
Yeah. I can only imagine they're going to have, I mean, it can't just fall apart. I mean, they might probably take all those guys are probably going to take a pretty big break after WrestleMania. It's probably a break for, I don't know, Roman Reigns might be gone for the summer, until SummerSlam rolls around. He's had the title for 3 years, and sometimes it's good to just go away.
908 days as of tonight.
What, how much is it?
908 days as of tonight.
That's insane. that is wild. Every time. Yeah. And
I guess it'll be almost a year since he unified them. Didn't he unify the titles at WrestleMania last year, beating Brock?
And lo and behold, that was great, because now you have one proper title, and that's the title, and it's a huge freaking deal. But yeah, I would have to say, Reigns is. It's funny, even he's so deep into the run, and yet still hot. Like, it's still a good thing. Like, on WrestleMania, I'm not looking forward to him dropping the title to Cody.
Not at this point, because we're 5 weeks from WrestleMania, and have you seen Cody and Roman have? Is there a reason why Cody and Roman have heat?
I know that. Well, it's weird because he's doing it on Monday Night Raw, so we're not watching it. I know he does promos with Heyman, so I don't know where they're going with that.
But not with Roman. Like, yeah, I saw a clip floating around the interwebbies that Paul Heyman and Cody Rhodes have been having a few back and forths now. The latest one was apparently, is Paul Heyman hitting on Cody's wife? I mean, right. This doesn't make me interested in a match between Cody and Roman.
Well, speaking of rumors and things that have been floated around the internet, it is rumored Vince is definitely back. And tonight certainly felt like it, because I saw, I believe, 4 promos. Is it 3 or 4 different in-ring promos and vignettes? It was just build and build and build. And it was like, damn, am I going to watch a match tonight or what? So.
Well, do you want to go promos and talk about just the flavor of what we saw tonight from a promo situation? Because they tried to introduce a few things to us tonight.
We can talk
about. I thought they took too long. So do you have a favorite promo that you think illustrates your point?
I actually think the main event with the segment was pretty good.
Okay.
With Rey Mysterio carrying Cross, your favorite gimmick, actually, right? Carrying crosses. Still weird as hell when he comes out and he does all this stuff. And so
getting better.
Carrying Cross. They have a match. Dominic comes from under the ring, interferes, and when he interferes, Cross goes over Rey Mysterio. Match was at least a wrestling match, because there had been so many promos in a row. I was like, cool, wrestling. So the match was okay. Rey Mysterio still gets like a pretty big pop when he comes out, and he did a Hurricane Rana off the top rope on such a big guy. That was pretty wild to see, because it looked like, looking in Karrion Kross's eyes, it looked like he did not feel comfortable taking it. He was kind of up there, like, you could just kind of see the look on his face, like, oh shit, I got to do the Hurricane Rana. And he's such, it's not a big man move at all to take that. So
no. Especially not off the second turnbuckle.
Right, exactly. Off the second.
Scott Steiner used to do that to people, the Frankensteiner, and so they used to wrestle pretty big wrestles. But it was, it was level playing field on the mat, and so it was kind of like any other bump. Yeah, Karrion Kross probably hasn't taken too many somersault bumps off the second turnbuckle in his life.
Right. Well, anyways,
took it well.
Yeah. So the only real observation I have from the match is I don't know that the ref or what is the rule for when somebody is when they're choked out and they call the match. Because typically, I mean, I thought it was a 3 count. They would hold their hand up and go 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
But then this ref just grabs his limp hands and was like, which I've never seen him like grab the limp hands and check his hands. So it's always kind of a gray area. Like when are they considered knocked out?
Well, I guess if a wrestler's unresponsive, the ref can always call it.
Okay.
We saw it in Elimination Chamber.
Okay.
The women's Elimination Chamber match. Natalya had the sharpshooter on Liv Morgan. Liv would not tap, but then Asuka comes in and like they're double submitting Liv with those arm holds. So now, I mean, Liv can't tap.
Yes.
I mean, all of her limbs are involved in this double submission, and the ref just checks on her and she's unresponsive and calls it. So, I mean, I guess refs have that discretion. I mean, did we want him to do the drop the 3 arms on Ray? I mean, they could have milked it for another 2 seconds, but you know, it was, and really for TV and for the audience, that might be a better thing. To your point, like, you know, when somebody's pinned, the ref comes down and it's boom, 1, 2, 3, and even if you're in the arena and you're far away, you can see the arm swinging, and you can see 1, 2, 3 times, and the ref call for the bell. That's the same thing towards those submission things. You know, you raise the arm once and it drops, and you can see it if you're in the live audience. You know, this thing you really can't see. The ref just get in there nice and tight and go, ring the bell. You know, yeah. So that's not a great visual for the crowd in the arena. To your point, looked great to us at home because the mobile camera zoomed right in on it.
Yeah,
TV. So we got a great look on TV, but you know, the poor crowd in the arena, it probably looks like not much at all to them.
Yes. So, anyways, about this match, I liked the very end in the segment with Dom and Ray because they didn't like like now it's built up like just punch your son in the face, and then like Rey Mysterio won't punch him. Which makes sense because he's like, oh, I can't hit my son. And it's like, but your son's such a piece of shit, just hit him. So they've got that angle going, like, and it's building in the right direction, I feel like. And I'm just saying this because there wasn't a lot of wrestling tonight, and we got to talk promos, psychology, because that's all it was tonight, with promos, psychology.
Is it building in the right direction, though? Because you know, this was a big thing on Raw for a while. And then I thought the angle was that Ray left Raw to come to SmackDown to get away from this. And then they kind of teased it a bit with Karrion Kross, like, Ray, you're a failure as a father, or whatever he's telling him in these promos and these confrontations. And now, of course, that Rhea Ripley wants to go after Charlotte Flair's title at WrestleMania. That means Rhea Ripley has to appear on SmackDown, and she's bringing Dominic Mysterio with her. Now, so now we're going to do this again. Can't we just see Rhea Ripley fight Charlotte Flair? Do we have to bring the baggage? You know?
Yes.
And my take on a lot of the promos we were getting tonight is, and even some of the matches that followed from them, is that this is just taking too long.
No, yes, 100%.
Like, our show is get to the point. Don't bury the lead. And I'm watching things tonight and going, this is taking a little too long.
No,
come on. Why are you out there? What are you doing? What's the point? And this was everything. This was all night with them teasing, I think, too often the bloodline stuff. Like, I'm not interested in Jimmy, Solo, and Paul. Like, this is the B team. You don't have to cut to them like twice an hour. I get it.
Really
Jimmy's there, Jay's not. I get it. Like, okay, we're there.
It really is like the second line in hockey. You know, when they had they're just on the bench usually, and now they're like star. It's like because you don't have Sami, you don't have Jay, you don't have Roman. Yeah. Those are the three top guys. Then you have Paul Solo, who just sits there.
Yeah, he doesn't say much.
He's fine sitting there. And then Jimmy, who is the other Uso.
Who is not good when he has to play off Solo, who's silent.
Right? He's got
Jimmy playing off someone who's not talking is not good. Jimmy playing off Sami in the ring at the end, that's better. Right. But, other things that I thought took too long tonight. The confrontation between LA Knight and Kofi Kingston.
Yeah, 100%.
That took too long. And then they have a match, and the match was too long. There was too much awkwardness in the beginning of this was the thing that could have been the second best match of the night. And the thing that keeps this from being better than the SmackDown we reviewed 2 weeks ago is that there weren't squash matches and things that made us say, why are these people out here? Tonight, I know why these people were out here. It was just taking too long to get to the point. I mean, and Kofi Kingston, he's working a match that is not a Kofi match against LA Knight. And it was just too long. Yeah. Before they finally got into his style and LA Knight's style and did something, and Kofi goes over in that match, which I'm fine with. As much as I want to see LA Knight push, that doesn't mean he has to win all the time. I like that he's in there with Kofi, who has some cachet behind him, some status. He's got a name. He's got a pedigree. So I like it, but it was just too long. It was too long getting into the match, and it was too long moving the match along.
They could have cut probably half of, probably about half the promo was filler, but then the match was there, and that could have just been moves, and you could have had a better promo segment. But I will have to say this. It was better than anything I saw from Bray Wyatt and LA Knight the last 3 months. I was like, okay, they get in there. It's not perfect, but it's LA Knight talking, and it's a match, and the match is probably the best match of the night.
It winds up being pretty good the second half, right?
And that was one that took a little bit to get into, but once they got into it, I think we can talk about this one because LA Knight's our boy. We got to talk about him. But I thought once Kofi took the really weird back of the head bump against the turnbuckle, and he rolled out to the outside, and they went to commercial, and they came back in, then they had a lot more chemistry together, I'd have to say.
Yeah, they did their long promo and announced the match, went to commercial. They come back from commercial. It looks like the match has already started. Okay, I'm fine with that. Makes you look like, they couldn't wait to get to lock up. All right, there they go. And then that first segment before they go to that second commercial, that was slow. That was Kofi, like he was doing the Gunther. He was stalking around and being deliberate, but that's not his game. That's not his style. And I was thinking back to how much better the LA Knight Ricochet match looked, because Ricochet was wrestling a Ricochet match. And I'm like, I want Kofi to wrestle a Kofi match. I don't want Kofi to try to be, Braun Strowman. I want Kofi to wrestle Kofi.
Yeah.
And he wasn't doing that early. And then they go to commercial, they come back, and that second half of the match, after that second commercial, that's when Kofi's wrestling Kofi and LA Knight's wrestling LA Knight. And it's like, okay, so maybe they just had to kind of feel out each other's style. Yeah. This might be the first time they've worked together. And, maybe they didn't do a lot of training beforehand, doing dark matches themselves in the training center or whatever. So they took a while to just feel out what each other was doing. Their timing got a little better. Their styles meshed a little better. After second commercial.
I don't think I've seen Kofi Kingston wrestle. I can't even remember the last time he wrestled.
He wrestled Gunther in a decent title match a few months ago.
Okay.
They've been on NXT. They're the NXT tag champions. Because the Usos have combined the SmackDown and Raw tag champions, so that's the only one. And I guess WWE got tired of running out New Day versus the Usos every other week, so they just got the NXT tag belts, and they've been using those for a while.
What's weird is because LA Knight's on the main roster and Kofi's on NXT, basically the dark show. I mean, nobody's watching that. So they're down in the minors in NXT, and
seems
they gave Kofi a push tonight. And LA Knight, they've been kind of had him against Bray Wyatt. I don't know if they think, okay, maybe they do the trumpet spot at the end, and that's a distraction. So it's I don't know.
The trumpet spot.
What did you think of the trumpet?
The big old trombone. Like he actually used the trombone.
Trombone, my bad.
And not like hitting him with the trombone. He just played a note through the trombone. Like, oh my goodness! Now I've seen it all. That interference by drone note. Like a trombone note.
Yeah. So I mean, that tells you enough. That's probably one of the best matches of the night, and it wasn't so great. So it kind of gives you the good overall for like how good this SmackDown was versus others. I knew once in the beginning too. We saw Gunther in the 6-man tag, and then I saw LA Knight, and then I was like, we don't got much left on this roster that I really feel like seeing outside of the bloodline. In between there.
We had stuff they had announced. They had teased that Charlotte Flair and Rhea Ripley were going to have an in-ring confrontation. And it wasn't much. Charlotte's in there talking and calling out Rhea, and Dominic Mysterio comes out. And now I'm going, no. No. Give me Rhea Ripley. They got 5 weeks. They got 5 weeks to show me why these two should have heat. And I get there's a belt involved, and that's a measure of heat all by itself. But I want Rhea to reintroduce herself or introduce herself to the SmackDown viewing audience and to this show. And Dominic tried to save it. Did you like some of what they were talking about? It was like, yeah, we're multi-generation stars. And, I'm trying to get out of my father's shadow. You're trying to get out of your father's shadow. My dad's a piece of crap, blah, 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 blah. Did it resonate?
I think, it was weird because it was like they had like bizarre sexual innuendos that were going so flat and so corny and so cringe. It was like, all right, this is corny. Like this is not what you want. This is like the worst thing you can have. It had 2 things that were bad. It was way too long.
So too much time.
And it was corny as hell. It was like, I don't even want. I'm not going to repeat some of the stuff that Charlotte Flair and Dom were saying because it's just so weird. Also, Dom, or Dominic, not Dom, not our Dom. WWE's Dominic. This is going to be a big stretch, but do you ever see the movie Full Metal Jacket? And it's got Full Metal Jackets, and they have that famous scene where there's the drill sergeant going back and forth in the line. He's yelling at everybody.
Okay.
Only if you've seen the movie, you'll get it. But there's a guy, and they call him Private Pile, and he's Gomer Pyle. And he's like really dumb, and he can't stop smiling. So he's like, wipe that smile off your face, Pyle. He's like, and he starts slapping him and hitting him around, the drill sergeant. And it's a pretty dark scene, but Dominic reminds you that because as he's doing the promos, he just keeps smiling a little bit, and I'm like, are we?
He's trying to hold it together, is he?
Yeah. So he's kind of corpsing a little bit when he's out there. Anyways, so that was my Full Metal Jacket comparison to Gomer Pyle.
I got you.
So, anyways, the promo was good, and then Rhea Ripley came out and was like, okay, thank God this is kind of over, and she didn't say much. So this segment's over. It didn't really go so well, and it just went too long. And I think if they had cut it down to maybe a third of what it was, it could have been doable. Maybe like 2-3 lines each, not like this big back and forth segment where they clearly memorized their lines and they're like delivering the lines, which you know who loves that.
Oh no. So does this make you more or less interested in the big title match that Charlotte Flair and Dominic Mysterio are having at WrestleMania? Oh wait, those aren't the competitors. What did I watch? I've got to get more Rhea Ripley. She's awesome. Now they've teased that next week it's Rhea Ripley versus Liv Morgan. So 1-on-1. That's Rhea's introduction to SmackDown. She's going to face Liv, a battle of the first two competitors from the Women's Royal Rumble, who lasted the entire way, and that was the elimination as well. So Liv's going to do the job, but the question is, what will it look like getting there? Yeah. I think it'll look pretty good. Now, Liv is a smaller wrestler. She's fairly quick, though. She's good at sequences. But it'll be interesting to see if Rhea can really show her power side against Liv Morgan.
Yeah.
So I'm interested in that. And that's got to show me enough to make me interested in Rhea versus Charlotte.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be one of these things where I think that's going to be a good way to position her to have a good match, and you can see how good. I mean, she was really good in the Royal Rumble, and she's been good in other matches. So just have her go against probably SmackDown's one of their best female workers, probably their best female, one of their better female workers.
Yeah.
So just have those two have a match. We can see what she's like, and then that should build some anticipation. What'd you think about Charlotte Flair on the mic tonight?
I didn't hate it. I hated the dynamic. Like, I guess Charlotte's all right on the mic, but I don't need her swapping, like you were saying, cringy Latino innuendos with Dominic Mysterio.
I don't get it. That
she looks like she could take him too, like just like beat him up in a match. Like, I mean, had I saw that, okay, but I don't hate Charlotte on the mic, but I this was not a good segment for her.
No. Anyways, so that was that segment. Kind of not the best performance, but hey, let's have some patience. Let's let them build a little bit, and maybe Rhea Ripley comes out next week, wrestles Liv Morgan, and we just delete that one out and say, hey, we can't win them all, right? Can't win them all.
And maybe there's a confrontation that Charlotte Flair comes down to ringside or something. That I need to see. The SmackDown audience should see Rhea wrestle. And we've got to get more of a confrontation between Rhea and Charlotte. So there's a lot for them to do at this point, 5 weeks. So you've got 5 more SmackDowns.
Yeah. Anything else kind of stick out to you tonight that you wanted to talk about? We're kind of working our way toward what was remaining on the show, and I'm kind of sifting through my notes here, and
I thought it was a pretty good match to open the show.
Yeah.
It was a 6-man tag. Ricochet and Braun Strowman, who we know have been working well as a tag team, and then Madcap Moss. Do you know much about his character? Because I've heard from people that he was a different kind of character a few years ago, Madcap Moss. He kept the same name, but had a different look, different sort of gimmick. And they've kept his name, Madcap Moss, and they're trying to now push the guy as he's a regular wrestler instead of maybe a cartoon wrestler.
Yeah, I remember just seeing him in a pay-per-view once, maybe last year. Maybe I saw him at WrestleMania, and he's just kind of a bit of a goof.
Okay.
But I haven't watched enough, to be honest with you, to really give you any sort of reasonable insight outside of what I've seen of him recently, which is kind of him being a little bit more normal and more of just a, regular jockey babyface, which he was pretty good tonight. I mean, he's in the ring.
He's decent. He's not bad. Like, I could see why he's on TV.
I could see why he's in the middle. Like, I think it's could be a pretty good middle card, bottom card guy. That you'd be like, okay, there's Madcap Moss. Like, I think he's proven himself to that point where I'm like, okay, he could be like a jobber to good people and have good matches.
Well, he does that tonight. He winds up taking the pinfall from Gunther after a power bomb. But this was a pretty decent match. I like Imperium. I like how they work together. And the Ricochet Strowman dynamic just kind of got added a little Madcap Moss tonight. You had brought this up that Ricochet Braun Strowman, it's kind of working because Ricochet's doing a lot of the bumps and a lot of the selling, and he's getting beat up, and then it's like, oh, can he make the hot tag? And then Braun Strowman gets the hot tag, and he does that tonight, but he winds up battling the Gunther, and Gunther gets the upper hand on him. That's when Madcap Moss does the blind tag and comes in, but then Gunther gets the upper hand on Madcap for the pin.
That was a great spot. I do have a spot I wanted to say that I noticed and hit rewind and press play and confirmed it.
Okay.
Toward the end of the match, Madcap Moss got in.
It's alliteration, Madcap Moss.
Yeah, Madcap. Now there's a C throwing me off in there. Madcap Moss got in, and he tags in, and he is all over Gunther, and he does a couple shoulder charges that look pretty stiff, and he goes way back to the other corner and just smashes into Gunther. And Gunther, I don't know, you know what a receipt is in pro wrestling? Have you heard of this term? Boy,
I think so.
Gunther, so Moss goes off the ropes. He pops back off, and the spot is Gunther's supposed to hit him with the open hand chop.
Yep.
And he chops the hell out of him right in his throat. And I rewinded it, I played it, I'm like, he just, boom, receipt time. Because he was really stiff with them, and he just chopped Madcap right in the throat. I was like, ooh. I rewind, play. I was like, yep. He just gave him the old receipt. I was trying to figure out why he did it. I was like, oh, he's being real stiff when he went in there. And he's been their Intercontinental champion for 300 or 239 days, I think they said, something like that.
He's 59 as of tonight, yeah.
He's obviously higher on the pecking order. He's already an old school pro wrestler already, and that's an old school thing to hand out receipts when they need to be handed out. And man, he just chopped him right in the throat. So I like that.
Yeah, it was a little high, and it was a stiff shot. Like, you could hear it. It was a good one.
Whack. Right in the throat. If we had the rights that we wouldn't get copyright, I was going to just play it, but we will get copyright strike and take it. You will have to, if you're watching the show now, go ahead and check out that shot. I promise you it existed.
Oh, there you go. It was a good one. Yeah, I don't mind the guys working stiff. I mean, they're big guys, and every now and then, yeah, they're doing these high impact moves with each other, and sometimes, yeah, one's going to be a little stiff, and okay, but it looked good.
Yes, for sure. Anything else about this match?
Yes, Drew McIntyre was watching from the ramp.
Oh yeah.
And it's like they're between storylines with Drew McIntyre. They were trying to set up a stare down with Gunther. Like, this is going to be the Intercontinental title feud or something. And maybe that winds up going to WrestleMania. I mean, would you like to see Drew versus Gunther at WrestleMania one of those two nights? I think that would be a pretty cool match. And since we don't see the IC belt on pay-per-views a lot, I think that would be a great match. But then, of course, this turns into Drew's out there watching, and he's eyeballing Gunther after Imperium wins the match, and then the Viking Raiders come down and jump Drew. And then, of course, that brings out Sheamus. And now we've got all four of them brawling outside. And then somehow Imperium kind of sneaks out of the camera angle. They make their way to the back. We don't see it on the TV crowd. They did a good job. Madcap also makes his way out, but Ricochet and Braun Strowman are still there. And they join in the beatdown on the Viking Raiders. And then that segment ends with the four of them, the four baby faces in the ring, kind of hugging it out. Okay. But now I'm wondering, what was all this about? And don't tell me they had a stare down with Drew and Gunther just to have another ambush by the Viking Raiders.
Yeah.
This has got to be Drew versus Gunther, right? They've got to be building to this.
Yes. Yeah, it looks like it could be Drew McIntyre versus Gunther. Gunther could wrestle anybody on the roster in a pay-per-view and get a 4-star match in WrestleMania and steal the show. I mean, that's really where he's at. He's the best worker in the world right now. So I feel like anybody that he'd wrestle, but Drew McIntyre is over enough where he could be the babyface and could take the Intercontinental title. But then if he does take that, he'd be a believable guy to beat Gunther. Let's put it like that.
Yes.
I don't know who would win, honestly, if they went to WrestleMania. I wonder if Gunther drops it to Drew, then if Gunther is going to be elevated to in the title picture. And he could feud with Cody for 6 months, 3 to 6 months, you know, if they're going to pop it. This is way down the road. Yes. But if Cody gets the belt, he's going to need a good heel to face.
Yes.
And Gunther is the best wrestler, I'd have to say.
He's a good heel. It looks like Bobby Lashley might be a pretty good heel since they positioned him as a heel. He and Bray Wyatt apparently are going to fight. We saw somewhat of a rehashing of that challenge that Bray had issued the previous week.
What did you think of that? The
Firefly Funhouse?
Mm-hmm.
Here's what I wrote down. Firefly Funhouse, period. Who likes this? Question mark. That's it. That's all I wrote.
I think that's all there is.
I'm trying to be empathetic. I'm trying to put myself in the position of other WWE viewers. Who is this appealing to? I can't figure out who this appeals to.
I mean, you and I are completely out on it. And we gave it a shot. Even before it had some legs and they had the promo and he was reintroducing himself. And now it's just Firefly Funhouse. We're going to bring it back. I'm like, oh no. And now they're just weird clips that are supposed to be randomly funny. I don't know.
I can see who likes Bray Wyatt. He has a history with the company. Apparently, he's not only a big name, he's a big guy. He's pretty good on the mic. And, you know, with The Undertaker being retired, there is an opening for the guy who's a little more out there. You know, so there could be a space to fill there. So I understand why people would like Bray Wyatt. I do not understand who likes Firefly Funhouse and what they're doing by trying to make it just a joke. Like it's Elmo or it's Mr. Rogers or it's Pee Wee Herman, Pee Wee's Playhouse. Like I don't get what that is. It's not like other wrestlers go into the fun house and have to get interviewed by this crazy guy, you know, and they're doing like, well, I just want to get some airtime, so I'll go on Piper's Pit. Sure, I'll go on the Brother Love Show. Sure, I'll go on Slicks the Doctor Style. You know, sure, I'll go on this thing. I'm a wrestler. I want to get some mic time. I want to get some screen time. Like, I don't know what the purpose of Firefly Funhouse is, and I don't know what the purpose of that iteration of Bray Wyatt's character is. Who's he mocking? How does it draw heat with another wrestler?
I
don't know who likes that.
I don't, and it's even, like it gets cringy to the point now where I have to. I mean, tonight I just was like, let me go get something from the kitchen because I don't really have anything nice to say about it. And the more I watch it, the more I'm going to be like, let me turn the channel off. Let's watch something else. So yeah, it's brutal. It's really tough.
They gave us the promo tonight that it's going to be Brock Lesnar versus Omos, apparently. The huge guy, the 7-foot, 400-pound guy being managed by MVP for WrestleMania. So we're not getting our, Vince McMahon special of Bobby Lashley and Brock Lesnar headlining the next 3 WrestleManias. So is there enough there with Bobby Lashley and Bray Wyatt to build a WrestleMania program? And if so, does that mean Lashley comes over to SmackDown for the next 5 weeks? Or does, please, Bray Wyatt go over to Raw for the next 5 weeks?
That's probably a good idea. Kick him over to Raw and get him off of our TV.
Yeah.
We've seen him a lot. He is all over that program, and every time it's not good. So
for a guy who's had one match, it's a lot.
It's a ton. Yes. Very dumb. Wish Vince stuck with his gut when he fired him. How did this guy, and I'll say it every show, how does this guy go from released from the company, not picked up by anybody else either? It wasn't like AEW was clamoring to grab him, to rehired and pushed to the freaking moon with all these promos and going and squashing LA Knight. Like, he's a monster. He's suddenly a monster, and he should have the title the way that they were booking him. Like
he should have won the Royal Rumble.
Yeah, should be it
to face Roman. I'm in a wait and see with Bray Wyatt out of respect for the fact that he has a history in the company, and I understand why some fans might be hopeful. But for me, who's been watching since late September, I got nothing.
Yeah.
Firefly Funhouse. Who likes this?
It's yes. We try to keep it positive only because Cornette is the king of crushing things. So I'm not even going to try to compete with him because I'm sure I was watching this, and it's always not a good sign when I'm watching. I'm like, all right, the drive-through should be pretty good with this little segment they're going to have about this specific incident here. So yeah,
we keep it on the up and up in what we're viewing. Like, we don't give people derogatory nicknames. No one here is calling Asuka Oscar. We're not calling him Brown Strongman. We're not, we're not insisting that this should have been booked like Smoky Mountain in 1983. So we're not doing the Cornette thing. We're not cranky old. Cornette has the nostalgia cover, and the nostalgia turns into cranky old man just because if you like the old stuff, there's a lot to be cranky about with the new stuff. But I think you and I do a good job of taking the product now for what it is.
Right.
And we're trying to give it the benefit of the doubt. Does it make sense within its own domain? And if it does, okay, let's see where it goes next week. Let's see where it goes next segment. Let's see where it goes next pay-per-view.
Anything else to call out about this show, Dom, that sticks out to you?
They're doing a slow build with Santos Escobar as sort of the heir apparent to the luchador lineage. They've been doing that with Rey Mysterio for a couple of weeks now, where they exchanged masks, which is a big deal in the Mexican wrestling history.
Oh, I didn't know that.
They did a big respect thing tonight where they were each talking about it, and they were doing, they would speak in English, then they would speak in Spanish, and they would speak in English, then they would speak in Spanish, It's like okay, I'll say it. My church, I'm Catholic. We have a big Hispanic community at my church. We do a bilingual mass every Sunday where we jump back and forth between praying in English and praying in Spanish. And when I see them doing that, I'm like, okay, yeah, I've seen this before. You know, so they're doing English, they're doing Spanish, they're doing English, they're doing Spanish, they're doing English, they're doing Spanish. Then Dominic Mysterio comes in and ruins it. And then Dominic hides behind Rhea Ripley. And I don't know. So I'm sensing there's going to be, if Ray doesn't punch Dominic, maybe Santos Escobar will. But I want to see where this goes with Santos Escobar, because they gave him Legado del Fantasma. They made him the head of a faction. But they haven't been doing much with that faction.
Yeah.
So now I wonder, okay, he clearly has talent. In the ring, out of the ring, he's got some ability. So maybe they're hedging on, what do we do with this guy if the faction thing doesn't work out? So I'd like to see them come up with something for Santos Escobar. You know, I'm like that with a lot of their guys. I see that guys have potential. I know that not everybody can have a title belt on them. I know that not everybody can be in the title picture. But I'd like them to come up with something worthy of the television program for a lot of these guys. LA Knight, Madcap Moss, if he takes a step up and continues climbing the staircase there. And I'd like to see what they come up with for Santos Escobar. It looks like tonight's was just an excuse to get another confrontation between Dominic and Ray.
Dominic all over the show.
He's all over the show.
Two segments, which included a in-ring promo, and also interfered in the main event.
He's in 3 segments tonight.
Yes.
2 of which were in the ring.
Yes.
None of which were supposed to involve him. It's not like people were calling him out.
Yes.
It's not like people like, Dominic Mysterio, get your ass down to the ring. You and I got a score to settle. Like nobody's asking for him. He's just there. And he's a heat magnet when he does. Now, the problem is I don't want it to get boring. They've done a good job of making him a heat magnet where when he comes out, people start booing. But you saw in the Charlotte Flair promo that people seem to be getting tired.
Yeah.
Like, we don't want him. We want Rhea. We don't want him. The only reason he should be out here is because he's leading Rhea out like he's the manager now. Like, and that would be a neat flip if he's now her manager. I wouldn't mind that. That would be a good use of him because he plays like the chicken heel. So he'd be a good manager in the Bobby Heenan mold, in the Jim Cornette mold, in the Captain Lou Albano when he was a heel manager. He'd be a good heel manager. So, okay, flip them. So it's not Rhea who's the valet for Judgment Day. It's Dominic Mysterio who's sort of the valet heel manager for Rhea. Okay, I'm down for that. Give that a shot. But like I don't. They can't figure out what they want to do with him. Is he a wrestler or not? Because he doesn't seem to be a wrestler.
Yeah, he hasn't been doing too much he's been doing all character development stuff like crazy, and we haven't seen him in the ring.
So only remember Judgment Day who didn't have a match in Elimination Chamber.
Right.
Rhea and Finn had that mixed tag match, and Damian Priest was in Elimination Chamber and looked good. Dominic didn't have a match though.
He looked good in Royal Rumble. I have
he
to
looked
say,
pretty good.
And he's one of their young guys that they've been building. So maybe they're just saying, sink or swim, and see what he's got. Mm-hmm. He's been a guy they've been developing for a couple years, and it's kind of a shame, but these guys they had the lineage, they seem to get a lot more airtime, and maybe they can slip up a little bit more than other guys. So, his dad's there. His dad probably is like part of his contract is like, yeah, let me bring Ray along, or let me bring Dominic along, you know. So I don't know. Anything else besides that specific thing stick out to you? We had Ronda Rousey in somebody's corner tonight.
Yeah, in the Shayna Baszler match. I like Shayna Baszler in the ring more than I like Ronda Rousey in the ring. So, yeah, Shayna coming out with Ronda in her corner is better to me than Ronda having to wrestle with Shayna in her corner. And it was against Natalya with Tegan Nox, and they're building up the thing where, Shayna Baszler keeps injuring Natalya. And apparently, in one iteration, it was a shoot. Like, Natalya took a pretty good shot to the face and had somewhat of a bloody, broken nose. And so they're playing that up. Tegan Nox was out here tonight. Shayna Baszler does win with the arm bar. Post-match, Ronda and Shayna try to take on Natalya, but Tegan makes the save. And now apparently there's going to be a match between maybe Ronda or Shayna and Tegan next week, which, okay. I mean, we've spoken about this before. Ronda was a detriment for months when she had the belt, but Shayna was not. Like, Shayna was pretty good in the ring. She's also decent on the mic.
Yeah.
She apparently has the social media thing down because Natalya and Shayna, as a precursor to this match, apparently had a pretty good exchange on Twitter or something, or Instagram. So they get the new media. She's pretty good in the ring. I like Shayna. This was an okay match, but I'm now starting to wonder about Natalya, that they're running her out there almost too often without her having a real feud where she might at least be on equal footing with somebody, where, like, she wins sometimes, the other person wins sometimes. Like, Lashley and Lesnar, they each got to win over each other. They had a confrontation in the Royal Rumble, and then they had a not so much of a blow off at Elimination Chamber. But Natalya's got to, I want to see her, if they're going to keep her this often in a program with Ronda and or Shayna and or both, then give me something more than, poor Natalya goes out there and gets beat again.
That's a great point. And now that you're mentioning it, we've seen her a ton. We saw her in Elimination Chamber, and she's one of their oldest stars that they've had for, I mean, she's been around for a while, and she's pretty reliable in the ring. And I'd have to say, yeah, maybe give her a little bit of, have her go over somebody on that roster just to make her a little bit more legitimate. Because right now she's just kind of jobbing out. So, or at least give her some sort of functioning storyline where she's not just randomly wrestling people. Although,
have her go over Ronda or Shayna. I mean, she can do a roll up. I mean, the others are submission wrestlers, and Natalya has the sharpshooter. But I mean, Natalya has other ways to beat you. Have Natalya, roll up somebody and get a win. And then slide out of the ring as the heels, fume in the ring, and there's Natalya, like, taunting them with her hands getting raised on the outside as she backwards walks up the ramp after getting a win. Have Natalya win. Have Natalya wrestle a good match and get a win that still makes the heels look strong. But, like, do something that makes Natalya look like she's interesting.
Yeah, what are they doing with Ronda Rousey? Because it feels like she's in these weird low card, intermediate card things with Shayna Baszler, but she's not going after the title anymore, even though she was just the champ. And she's not even really wrestling too often. Like, she's not really having a lot of singles matches. So are they just hiding her because she's a name and they'll bring her out for WrestleMania? Or is she just under contract and they just have to try to use her somehow? I guess, yeah, I don't know.
One of the disappointing things for me with the shuffling of the rosters between the brands is that we don't see Damage Control anymore. They were really good in the ring. I liked them. And not just all three of them, but even just the two that had the belts. Io Sky especially, and Dakota Kai. I really liked watching them in the ring. With them now being on Raw in this Becky Lynch program, I've heard, We don't see the women's tag belts on the line anymore because it's a possibility and a good one, I think, that maybe Ronda and Shayna form this, MMA shoot fighting tag team and go after these belts. And in a tag team, you could hide some of Ronda's weaknesses better in a tag team. We've seen this with Braun Strowman and Ricochet. You can hide people a little bit and make it an entertaining tag team. I mean, I would not mind seeing Ronda and Shayna committed as a tag team to chasing the tag belts, but for that to happen, the tag belts have to exist in people's minds. They have to have some prestige behind them. They have to be defended. Pay-per-views, TV, something. But those are belts that have just kind of been shoved off to the side. I mean, they've buried the belts. And it's too bad because I think some people could use those belts.
I almost feel like Ronda probably would do herself a favor at this point if she went away and went to AEW and got a payday from Tony Khan and got a new start. I just feel like she's a little lost right now, and she's getting the "You Can't Wrestle" chant in Montreal. She got the "You Can't Wrestle" chant, and you're just like, she needs something a little different, and maybe you could switch brands, like you said before with Bray Wyatt. Maybe switch him off the brand, but that's just we don't want to see him. But maybe fondness, or maybe if she just goes away for a bit, it might be helpful. But I don't know. I don't know how to book her, but I
think the WWE is her best shot because the WWE seems to put more emphasis on just the character stuff and the promos, especially now if this is going to be the norm for a show where there's lots of promos, then this is probably the best place for Ronda to be.
Yeah.
Where she can work off of her promo stuff. She's got Shayna Baszler there who she can work off of. I mean, she comes out today and she's Shayna's manager almost in her corner. Okay, that works. I don't mind that every now and then. And then she wrestles as a tag team with Shayna where they can each kind of do they can each play to their strengths. So I like Shayna. If Ronda's getting buried, I don't want Shayna to get buried with her. I do like Shayna. And if Natalya's going to be run out there this often, I'd like to see them have something for Natalya creatively where we can see her in a good back and forth, in a good, one-on-one where each side of it gets their measure of success because Natalya's capable of that. So as being the last match that we talked about on this edition here of Don't Bury the Lead, I don't want Natalya to get buried. So I want her to fight. If she's going to be run out there on the show, then I want her to fight. It's the same thing I've been saying. If you're going to put these people on TV, I want them to have something for them creatively.
Don't bury
see
the
what
lead,
people can do.
And don't bury Natalya.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't bury Natalya. Don't bury your. If you're going to push somebody, push them. Like, give it a shot, see where it goes, gauge your audience, adjust where you have to, but don't just send people out there to fill TV time. There was too much of that on tonight's program, wasn't there? There was too much that felt like it was filling TV time. Like there was some of these segments were taking so long that I'm going, oh my goodness, they're gonna have to cut something from the show because this is taking way too much time. But no, that was the plan apparently.
Yeah.
Like this was how the show was supposed to be. And too much of it felt like filler.
And this is our Italian goodbye segment here, folks. But completely agree that it almost felt like all the promos were too long, and they felt like Mr. McMahon is back in the picture. Just because the stupid lines that Charlotte was saying that I'm not going to repeat because they're so stupid, but like all the dick jokes basically is what I'm alluding to, is what Charlotte was doing. Like, he just loves that stuff. It's so stupid. And then the promos were pretty long, and they felt like a little forced, like they were memorized lines rather than going from the gut, which is kind of what you kind of want them to kind of go from the gut and then feel each other out, and then this is the match, or this is our next segment. But anyways, kind of long promos, which makes me think Vince is back, and a lot of them. Also, as we're doing the Italian goodbye, one thing I noticed, they sure talked about how many people have been watching WWE. Like, why as a fan do I care that it was the most viewed Elimination Chamber? Like, okay, according to what metric? I don't know. The most views of an Elimination Chamber. And also, Michael Cole was pushing additional tickets that they have in Los Angeles. So a lot of stuff was like selling, like almost infomercial. Then you had like the Seth Rollins Joker thing, which I don't know,
Yes, he's the Joker, and Becky Lynch, his real life husband and wife, right?
Yeah.
Okay, she's apparently Batman because her gimmick is she's the man.
Yes. So like they're really, really pushing a lot of like infomercial-y kind of stuff there. Yeah.
Funny you should say that. I have an article that I bookmarked a couple of things. I brought up WWE stock, which is trending down with the broader market, but it's still above where early January it's hovering below 70. Then it like gets to about 70. Then Vince announces he's back, and it jumps from like 72 to 84 in a day, January 5th to January 6th. And then it bumps up to 90, drops back down to the 84-ish, up to 90 again. Now it's back down to about 85, 79 is where it closes today. So it's that's a good sign business-wise that if its floor is that 84 level where it jumped on the news that Vince was back, and then it just maybe flutters up and down but doesn't, break through that 84 and drop, that's good. And maybe part of that is because, like you said, the Elimination Chamber news. I've got it here. 54% increase versus the previous record for an Elimination Chamber set in 2022. Most viewed, largest gate ever for any WWE event held in Montreal. Largest gate in the history of Elimination Chamber. Highest grossing priority press fan experience packages for any non-Big Five pay-per-view premium live events. I'm guessing the Big Five are WrestleMania, Royal Rumble, SummerSlam, Survivor Series, and maybe Money in the Bank.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe those are what they call the Big Five.
Was Royal Rumble, SummerSlam?
The Big Four were the seasonal. It was WrestleMania, SummerSlam, Survivor Series, Royal Rumble, and I guess Big Five maybe is it Money in the Bank that they're calling.
Money in the Bank might be the next up, and Money in the Bank might be better than Survivor Series at this point, because Survivor Series is always during football season, I think, right? Yeah.
Yes.
And that's
Thanksgiving weekend.
Yeah,
there's a lot going on.
There's a lot, yeah.
But Elimination Chamber was big, and that follows though the build for it in the storyline. Like Roman Reigns, Sami Zayn is a hot program. And what a treat to get it on Elimination Chamber. And so that's why this show did so well. So yeah, they should be bragging about it. Apparently, was it Money in the Bank that's going to emanate from London? They said that already sold out in one day. So these foreign audiences really like when WWE comes to town. Montreal just blew the doors off for that back-to-back SmackDown and then premium live event, that pay-per-view, back-to-back nights last week.
They
Friday
really
and
did.
Saturday. Montreal was a hot crowd both nights. They did a lot of business.
Mm-hmm.
Not only the arena, the atmosphere in the arena was fantastic. It translated through the viewing audience we were watching on TV. And apparently the London crowd is hot too. I mean, they gobbled up those tickets. So I don't mind the WWE pumping up that stuff because, tell us that your product is good. Tell us that your product has momentum. But then show us that in your product.
It's funny you say that because the show was not a $9 billion. I'm like, $9 billion for this? You sure? When I'm watching tonight, I'm like, are we going to do a weird Bray Wyatt promos where it's strange editing and Charlotte talking about her son or her husband's junk, like all this weird stuff. I don't know it was a $9 billion product tonight.
Yeah, it's like we want $9 billion for the WWE, $10 billion if we get rid of Bray Wyatt.
Yes.
Like, how much is it worth for you? How much is it worth to you for us to get rid of Firefly Funhouse? Maybe not Bray altogether, but Firefly Funhouse. Is it worth an extra $1 billion to you? We'll get rid of Firefly Funhouse.
Oh my God. Yeah, we'll have to see. He definitely is pumping it, and I mean, probably the right time for them to sell, and maybe he, Vince. It's funny. It's weird to think that Vince would sell it, but he does love money, and it is like his scoreboard in life is how much money you have, I believe. So, like, if he can get that before he passes, then that's probably going to be like, yes, I did it. But
yeah, he's older, and if he's not, Vince loves the business.
Yeah.
He really loves the business. We can argue as to whether or not we like the kind of stuff that he creates as far as angles all the time and how he likes to develop characters. But, nobody's going to accuse Vince McMahon of being just like a fly-by-night guy. Like, sometimes major sports owners, especially of baseball teams, football teams, they don't really love the business. It's just a status symbol to them. They own the team. But Vince McMahon, Vince McMahon, he's into the pro wrestling business. So if he's really going to step away and not be involved anymore, then he almost has to sell, because it looks like it just ate away at him to have somebody else running his company. So if somebody else is going to run it, then he apparently wants to cash out and not have it be his company. I can't blame the guy, especially since he's done a good job of building the company to the point where, he could be a billionaire.
Right.
If he finds the right buyer for this.
Right. Well, Dom, great insight there from the financial aspect of WWE. Thanks so much for joining. We say this all the time, but go ahead and hit subscribe, hit the like. It's all helpful. It's free. We're here every Friday night recapping WWE Smackdown.
Comment if you like our haircuts. John and I have both recently been to the barber, as you can tell. How do we look?
Go ahead and tell us in the comments. And I control the comments, so I can delete them too. So if it's really bad,
don't tell people that. Come on, we want authenticity.
Authenticity that I can control, obviously.
Okay, Vince.
Right, exactly.
We want an authentic sounding promo that follows this script that I wrote for you. Say it. Damn it, say it.
Say
we
it.
Want authenticity just like I wrote it for you.
Talk about your husband's junk. Say it. Say it.
Bring up that he's Latino.
I know, right? Well, Dom, thanks so much for joining tonight, and thank you all for joining here live. Every Friday we'll be here. Don't bury the lead. Have a great evening, everyone. Hello and welcome to Don't Bury the Lead. We do a WWE Smackdown recap every Friday night, and we recap the show right after the bell. For a couple of minutes after the bell here due to some technical difficulties, but we're here. We made it. I'm joined by, my name is John Zendel, joined by Dom Scarcella. Dom, go ahead and tell the people a little bit about yourself.
It's worth the wait to be able to talk WWE Smackdown wrestling after the show, especially now that we are definitely on the road to WrestleMania. So without further ado, John, don't bury the lead. What's our top story from the March 10th, 2023 edition of SmackDown?
Boy, Dom, I'll tell you what, you don't ever want to bury the lead. Don't ever bury the lead. And the lead here is the Bloodline. We had a promo at the end with the Bloodline, and they seem to be aligned against Sami Zayn. Jay and Jimmy are together. All is good in the world, or in the Bloodline world. And we had Jimmy and Jay shoot a promo at the very end of the show, interrupted by Cody Rhodes and Sami Zayn. So Cody Rhodes is now involved with the Bloodline affairs. What did you think of this main event promo, which we've seen a couple of times now with the Bloodline?
This is a two-front war for the Bloodline. They've got Sami on one front, they've got Cody on one side, and on the other side. It's becoming a one front. But not because they've gotten rid of Sami or gotten rid of Cody, but because Cody and Sami are now, at least for a week or so, have joined forces. And this final segment, I mean, it was set up for this, wasn't it? It was Jimmy and Jay out there, no Solo, no Roman, not even Paul Heyman, just two guys in the ring. And they start talking about Sami, and the crowd's chanting Sami. And then eventually, after doing their best to bury Sami, and for Jay to shoot sort of a heel promo, but a you understand promo, they pivot to Cody. And there's Cody Rhodes saying, you guys are talking about me. Why don't you talk to me? And this winds up in, and as this happens, you're thinking, okay, there's two guys in the ring and there's one Cody Rhodes. There's got to be Sami coming from the crowd. Mm-hmm. There has to be. They set this up perfectly for this. It was almost formulaic. Yeah. Two guys in the ring, they call out one guy, but there's another guy who you know has been coming through the crowd recently, and sure enough, he comes through the crowd. It ends in a four-man brawl, and then goes into the crowd, comes back into the ring. Eventually, Sami and Cody standing tall in the ring, Jimmy and Jay on the outside, and then Cody, real smart. Cody's done a lot of smart stuff. Takes Sami's hand and raises it in the ring like he's the winner of a match. Real smart, real important. Cody's the guy who they've built for a long time to go to WrestleMania and main event, but Sami has been so organically hot with the crowd. So it makes sense. It makes sense that Cody is, supportive of Sami. Sami is supportive of Cody.
I'll tell you what, too. You said it's formulaic. That's not a bad thing either.
Not always.
Because the way it was set up, you have people chanting for Sami during the promo, and they're interested in Sami coming in during the promo, and he does. Mm-hmm. So we at least don't have an awkward, silent promo, which we saw a little bit of tonight.
Yes.
We'll touch on other specific promos we saw, but yeah, a pretty good one. And I feel like they got to a point where we were back and forth with who's on the Bloodline, who's not on the Bloodline, who's going to align with Sami, what's going to happen. And we're 4 weeks from WrestleMania, and it cut the crap. There's no more, although it's been very entertaining, there's no more back and forth with this storyline. We're going to have Sami Zayn versus Jay and Jimmy Uso, presumably with Kevin Owens as Sami Zayn's partner, but we'll have to see.
Kevin Owens has been the reluctant one to patch things up. Mm-hmm. Kevin Owens has been, going it alone. And really, Sami was going it alone too, and Cody was going it alone. They showed us a recap from Raw. to start the show, and again a little bit later. But it was really on Raw this week where things went down. And at the end of Raw, as we saw at the beginning of SmackDown, you've got the Usos and you've got Solo Sikoa in the ring, and they're beating up on Sami after Jay turns on Sami after teasing that he was turning on Jimmy. And Cody comes rushing out to kind of make the rest of the bloodline back off. And so this is the continuation here on SmackDown. Is that now it's Sami's turn to kind of return the favor. Because now Jimmy and Jay call out Cody. Cody comes down, and Jimmy says at some point while Cody's out there and walking towards the ring and stopping and addressing them, you take one more step and you won't make it to WrestleMania. And so Cody removes the overcoat, undoes his tie, loosens a few buttons on the shirt, and marches towards the ring. And now the Usos are ready to just go after Cody. And perfect camera work. We can see Sami as the camera in the ring is on Jimmy and Jay. You can see Sami jumping the rail and sliding into the ring, and he goes right after Jay. And then Jimmy turns around to go after Sami, and Cody's in the ring. And now it's a brawl, and now they're going all over the arena. So this is Sami returning the favor on Cody, and Cody appreciating it, and Sami appreciating it. And so now this is what I mean. This is the two-front war that becomes a one-front war. If there's some teamwork, some sort of alliance with Sami and Cody, then now the Bloodline's not fighting a two-front war, but the one front they're fighting becomes more formidable.
Yeah. Did you notice Cody Rhodes having trouble ripping his shirt off at all in the crowd?
I noticed, a little bit. These finely tailored suits. I don't know. I'm not in Cody's tax bracket, shall we say? I don't have form-fitting pants on my suit. My suits are more is more traditional. Kind of hangs off the bone structure there, which is the classic style. So I'm not sure what these newfangled form-fitting attire does to you, and whether it can be removed that easily when you're trying to beat up a guy in an arena.
Yeah, I'm not in a lot of physical confrontations in a suit either. So
right.
That's part of the problem. Don't have suits that are as expensive as Cody's, and I usually don't fight in a suit. So
no, that's been an interesting wrinkle to the whole Cody thing, right? He keeps coming out in the suit.
Right? Yeah. As a babyface.
Babyface coming out in the suit. Almost like he doesn't want to fight, but then like they just force him to, and he just fights even though he's not ready to fight.
Pretty good pop for him too when he came out. It's a good sign that people aren't going to rebel against the storyline, and because I think that was a concern for sure that people would push against him because he's getting the shot and Sami isn't. No, I think people are falling in line with the storyline. So a good sign for WWE there. And I did not have much more to mention about this main event promo. I say it every week. I sound like a broken record. I'm not as big of a fan of the promos as the wrestling. I like to just watch the wrestling matches typically. So another night where the promo takes the cake in the main event here, but it's the Bloodline. They're the hottest storyline. They got to get as much out of it as possible.
They're hot, but we got back-to-back WrestleMania promos here, and they were each somewhat awkward, maybe for different reasons. In the Bloodline promo to finish, you could tell that they were pausing on purpose to try and get the audible Sami chant from the crowd on TV. and it was slow developing as far as Jimmy and Jay talking in the ring. It's like it's almost as if they were waiting for the Sami chance. Maybe there was somebody, out in the ring, out in the crowd who was planted to start the Sami chant. I don't know. Maybe it was organic, but they were kind of looking for a Sami chant. It took a while for them to get through what they had to say. And, Jay's going, I had to do it. I didn't want to do it.
Yeah.
I never had a choice because he is my brother, my blood. And he's going through, the things you do for family when they're having problems. You don't just abandon them. So it's in a sense, if they hadn't turned on the biggest babyface in the company, this could have been a babyface promo. But because they turned on Sami Zayn, this is just heelish.
Yeah, right.
And I almost thought they waited too long to get to Cody. I'm looking at the clock here, and I'm like, oh, it's 9:56. They usually go off the air a minute and a half before 10.
Yeah.
So there's not much time here. But they managed to get everything in. A big old minute and a half to 2 minute brawl that went all over the place at the end. But yeah, another promo to finish, but a promo that at least had some guys, beating each other up in the ring. That's something.
There was some physical confrontation in a wrestling show, which is nice to see from time to time.
Right.
Cool.
Now, there was another promo we got right before that, which I don't know if that's the next big story you want to go to, but we got Charlotte Flair and Rhea Ripley.
Yeah. So
in a similar confrontation, which I don't know. It was post match because Charlotte wanted a match, and if you want to go here next, it maybe seems kind of natural to talk about how they're giving us promos. It's the road. It's the promo to WrestleMania. It's promo season.
It is promo season. Yeah, is it WrestleMania season or promo season? Yeah, let's talk about it a little bit because let's touch on the match and the promo. So just before this, we had Charlotte Flair open challenge and says, I'll wrestle anybody. I want to just get ready for WrestleMania. And Shotzi comes out, who we've seen a lot of in the beginning when we first started doing these Smackdown recaps. But I feel like I haven't seen too much out of her. So she gets her shot after the 9 o'clock hour against Charlotte Flair. And, a little botchy, I'd have to say. There were some spots there where I said, well, that wasn't supposed to happen. She went to go. I mean, she flat fell out of the ring, Shotzi, and then got back up on the rope in one spot, and Charlotte knocked her off. It was like she was supposed to catch herself and stay on the rope, but she slipped out, and I know that definitely wasn't supposed to happen. Another spot was there was a back body drop, or like a side body drop, and Charlotte takes Shotzi over and dropped her flat on her head. I don't know if I've seen Ronda do this to Shotzi too, so I don't know if Shotzi's jumping too much and she kind of loses her, and I mean, she just took a head bump, which is not what you want to bump on. You want to bump on the back. But
this seemed like a very long squash match.
Yeah, good way to put it. Long squash match. Yeah.
I mean, Charlotte was about to just squash her before Rhea Ripley's music hits and kind of distracts Charlotte going to the first commercial because they let this match take 2 segments on TV. Shotzi gets a little offense finally, a little more offense after the commercial. But then, Charlotte with Rhea Ripley now standing at ringside at the announce table, several woo chops into a fallaway slam, into a spear, and then while staring at Rhea, finally gets the figure 8, and the figure 8 was almost it wasn't botchy, but there were a lot of things in this match where the more complex moves were slower to develop. Like their timing just wasn't there for Shotzi or for Charlotte. But yeah, Charlotte wins with the figure eight. Shotzi taps out.
The only note I had, in addition to being a little botchy, is people love chops. I feel like it was sort of dead the whole match. The crowd was a little tired at that point.
Yep.
And they weren't into the match. And then the second Charlotte starts chopping and they get to woo, they were back up. So people love chops.
It's their cue. That's Ric Flair's legacy, is that no matter who does a chop, and it doesn't help that it's his daughter, someone named Flair is doing the chops, but it doesn't matter who's doing it. Somebody chops, woo!
That's true. Anybody can do it. The heels can chop and you're going to woo, Yeah, so...
And then Rhea gets into the ring. I mean, if there wasn't much to speak about in this match, Rhea enters the ring, and Charlotte starts off sounding more natural. She goes, she got the microphone, and she says, all right, what do you got to say, kid? Trying to, which is not much of a babyface thing to do. I mean, it seems like they're still trying to keep Charlotte the babyface and Rhea the heel. But that's not a babyface thing to do. But what do you got to say, kid? And then Rhea gets on the mic, and Rhea seems scripted.
Yeah.
Like there's this question backstage whether the writers are giving the talent bullet points or if they're trying to script out exactly what you say. And there's been, maybe some of the younger people get scripted and have to practice it and rehearse it, and some of the other people just get bullet points. But it seemed like Rhea was not very natural doing this. Charlotte seemed more natural for a while, but then she started pausing awkwardly a couple times.
Yeah.
And I'm like, is she trying to remember her lines?
It's one of my notes. I literally have down. So we're both on the same page. I said, did Charlotte forget her lines? ?
This was a far cry from Cody Roman. The Cody Roman confrontation looked more natural. This was a far cry from that from a talking standpoint.
One point, Charlotte said something along the lines of, I work really hard and I always improve myself. And some people love me for it. And some people... The obvious thing is, some people love me for it, some people hate me. But she said something along the lines of, don't care for me to do things like that.
Have a negative reaction.
Have a negative reaction. And I was like, why wouldn't you say the opposite? Some people love me, some people hate me.
Yeah.
Pretty simple. Or, if you're going to say they're going to have a negative reaction, you can say some people have a positive reaction, some people have a negative reaction. Just make it equal.
Which doesn't sound very wrestling.
I didn't know, it was so weird. And she also turned away at one point and then randomly said something that didn't connect from statement to statement. I was like, wait, what are you talking about? What is your point? So
these were a couple of promos to finish the show that maybe had some botches. We can talk about botches in matches. There were some botches. I mean, if you're going to put the promos as your main event for each of the title matches at WrestleMania, maybe there were some botches in these promos.
Yeah. With Rhea, I don't want to grade her too poorly because she just memorized the lines and said them. And then they weren't, this is old school Vince. But, memorize the lines, go out and say them, and that's kind of it. Whereas Charlotte, flat, I didn't know what her point was. So I was like, wait, what are you even trying to say here? And I think that she just forgot her lines. But I did notice too with Rhea, because she's using the WWE script, you're starting to get the what chants, which I don't like that chant to begin with. I don't really think you should be trashing the performers that bad where you start getting the what? But she was getting the what chants.
But she was plowing through it.
Yeah.
She wasn't reacting to it and letting that throw her off.
Yeah.
So for whatever Rhea was trying to do, memorize some lines, it's like she delivered her lines. It just didn't seem natural. It didn't seem like it was really her character.
Yeah, you almost want, when you hear the what chants, for at least someone to address it, which they typically shuts them right up. And it typically should be, at least the heel, because he could just trash the crowd, or she could trash the crowd as the heel. But with this rivalry, I'm not really sure who the face or the heel is. Seems like two tweener things.
If Rhea was going to be the heel, this would have been the perfect time for her to break the script and just be like, nobody asked you.
Yeah, right.
And then get back into her directing herself at Charlotte.
Bang. That would have been it. That's all it would have really taken. And it would have improved the promo. It would have doubled. It would have made it so much better.
Sure.
Like that.
Sure. She looks great, but and I mean, Rhea has the look down. She looks formidable, but it just didn't sound like this. Didn't sound like her.
Yeah.
Or if this is her, then what she sounds like is very different from what she wrestles like. Because you see how Rhea moves in the ring, how she wrestles. She's an all-around performer. She's fluid. She's quick, but she can do power things. She does sequences. I mean, she has it down.
Right.
She knows how to transition in and out. She knows how to work with the other wrestler. Like last week's Rhea Ripley tune-up versus Liv Morgan was a lot better than Charlotte Flair's tune-up against Shotzi tonight. So Rhea has all this stuff down, and then she gets in a promo, and now I don't know. It's a notch below where she is as a wrestler.
Yeah. We'll see. Hopefully, this is a lesson that either she needs a mouthpiece, or we don't need to see a second face-to-face confrontation. Maybe some sort of vignette or some sort of backstage or something that's different than just a straight promo.
Or they trust her.
Yeah.
She's not a rookie. She's been around for a while. They keep referencing that she and Charlotte Flair wrestled 4 years ago.
Right. That's
like 3 or 4 years ago. She's not. If you're that long in the business, you should be able to know your character. What you and I have done indie pro wrestling, and when I was the commentator who sometimes did interviews. You were a wrestler, and I never got a script for any of the interviews we did. It was always like, okay, if you know your character well enough, it's going to be pretty obvious what we're going to say and what I'm going to ask. And you don't have to know my question ahead of time if you know your character and you just answer. I'm not going to do a gotcha with you. But, there's going to be a pretty obvious question. If you know your character, you can answer it. And after you guys had done this for a few events in a row, you guys were able to do it. Why not just trust Rhea Ripley at this point?
No, that's a great point. I mean, it comes off more organically, which is even if you struggle with your words, it's organic if it's not scripted, because then it's just you out there.
At least be real.
And just be real. And in addition to that, if you can go out there and be yourself, it trains you. It trains you to then understand how to speak in front of an audience without the script, and to have these organic conversations back and forth with each other. So, you really want to get to that point where you're good on the mic because you're good on the mic, not because some writer wrote this zinger for you. That totally super flat when you go to say it and you're trying to think of your fifth or sixth line,
Imagine if your entire match were scripted for you versus two people who just know how to wrestle, getting in the ring, and they know where they're supposed to get to, and how they get there is up to them, playing off of each other, paying attention to the crowd, understanding how the match is going, what story are they telling. But and it's like having bullet points. There are some spots in your match where you got, okay, at some point we're going to hit this, at some point we're going to hit this, at some point we're going to hit this, and this is our finish. Matches, the best matches are bullet points. The best promos are probably the same way too. Just bullet points and trust the talent of the performers.
It's funny you said that, how you do the bullet points and the spots. And just in my experience when we would have the matches in the indies, we would have a spot and we work it out and we would be like, yeah, this is going to be the one. So then you hit the spot, nobody cares. And then you'd be in there and you'd be holistically kind of working through some moves and you hit some stuff on the fly and that's what get the pop, and you'd be like, wow, okay. So we sat there and tried to figure out how we can align the ladder and like the piece of table and then like how I'll hit it and all this stuff. And then, one little quick note where I got thrown under a ladder and I just laid there for like 60 seconds in the middle of the ring. And it was like the crowd was going crazy because I'm under the ladder. And it's just like, I'm laying there not doing anything, but I'm in the ring, I'm under the ladder. I don't know. For some reason, they love that. So all the stuff that you kind of plan out, it's funny, all the stuff you plan out, it's not really necessarily going to be that effective depending on how the crowd is.
Not always. That's part of being a live performer.
Right. Yeah. Sometimes
they've got 3 weeks, right? It's 22 days to WrestleMania, so this shouldn't be the last we see of either of these confrontations. This shouldn't be the last time that Cody and or Sami faces off with some members of the bloodline. This shouldn't be the last time that Rhea Ripley and Charlotte Flair are either face-to-face or, even if not that close in the ring, maybe from a distance. So they should have more time to interact over the next 3 weeks. But so the final promo with Bloodline was, I think, better executed than this one with Rhea and Charlotte.
Yeah. One more thing I want to add, and this is sort of cheap heat for the shorts, but
Sure.
I did notice tonight Charlotte Flair did the suck it while she's on the ground, which is Triple H thing, from DX. And I've just seen so many wrestlers doing the suck it. It's like, this is just Triple H putting himself over. He's telling everybody, just do it. And it's not even a thing people really do. It's not like it's like this cool trend of TikTok or something. No, it's like this old thing from the 90s. They're all doing it. So I think Triple H is still pretty heavily and creative there, putting himself over as usual.
It's the road to WrestleMania, and you can't have WrestleMania without Triple H putting himself over, can you?
Right? Even if he's not in the show, he's still putting himself over.
Should we talk about some wrestling?
Finally, let's get down to it.
What do you like? What's the best of the matches here? We had 3 other matches. What do you like? Where do you want to go?
We could talk a little bit about the opener if you want, which is the Fatal 5-Way.
Yes.
I think that's probably the match with the most implications because it was a Fatal 5-Way for, which I've never even heard of. It's always a Fatal 4-Way, Fatal 5-Way for the number 1 contender of the Intercontinental title. Real wonky finish to a wonky match where Drew McIntyre and Sheamus both pin at the same time. So now they'll face each other next week for the number 1 contender title. That should be a good match. I'll look forward to that, honestly.
And they've probably met before. I don't have the history WWE wise, but they've both been around a long time. They've probably met, so it should be a good match. Will be interesting because it's 2 baby faces, supposedly, to fight against the heel Gunther at WrestleMania. It's they teased this early on. There's face-offs between Drew and Sheamus very early in the match. They do it again later, and then sure enough, the finish is Sheamus pinning Xavier Woods while Drew pins LA Knight, and they have 2 referees there at ringside just in case one is needed to call something else or keep things going on the outside. With 5 guys, there could be 2 separate altercations that lead to a finish. So, have an extra ref there. And sure enough, 2 refs come in, and it's 1, 2, 3 at exactly the same time. which is a finish I haven't seen before.
Yeah, it was.
So that's something. This was a long segment. I mean, yes, there was Bloodline recap for a few minutes at the beginning, but this match finally ends at about 8:30. We start at 8 p.m. here in New Jersey. So this was a pretty long match here. There were 2 commercial breaks.
Yeah.
There was some decent action. You have said it many times before, the crowd likes to count.
They were all
Sheamus does the 10 beats of the Bowery on Xavier Woods, then on Karrion Kross, then on LA Knight. And by the way, those are the 5 in this match. Drew McIntyre, Sheamus. Yes, people love counting. And then it's Xavier Woods taking the place of Kofi Kingston, who got legitimately injured in the scrum that was last week's everybody in the ring melee that set up this fatal 5-way. Apparently suffered I think it's a leg injury that's going to keep him out through WrestleMania. So maybe no Kofi Kingston at WrestleMania.
Yeah, I mean, I think they mentioned it during the match, and they just plugged Xavier Woods in there. Mm-hmm. And honestly, Xavier Woods looked kind of good in some of his spots when he had some of the time to shine. And all I could think was, man, it's a shame he's just in this ridiculous gimmick with the trumpet, and he's doing all the video. He's doing everything but wrestling. He's got like a really successful YouTube video game channel.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a really on paper successful person. He's got like a PhD. He's done a lot of stuff. But I see him in the ring tonight, and I was like, this would be nice if he just wrestled like a normal guy instead of in the New Day, like throwing pancakes around, still like beating the hell out of this childish gimmick. So
I got the same thing. I haven't seen Xavier Woods, I don't think, wrestle one-on-one. And so this was refreshing because, like you're saying, he can wrestle in there. He's clearly the smallest guy in this match. Drew's a big guy. Sheamus and Karrion Kross are fairly large as well. LA Knight is maybe mid-sized wrestler. Sort of in like the classic maybe Bret Hart mold. But Xavier is down around, I think, Ricochet size. I think they announced him about 215 pounds. But he had some good spots. There was maybe the sequence of the match. Xavier Woods sprawls LA Knight across the middle rope. If this were Rey Mysterio, you'd say he's going for a 619. And instead, Woods goes for just the sit-down splash on the back of the guy's neck. And as he does that, he notices that Drew is outside on the floor because he's been thrown there. And so Xavier winds up not only hitting the spot on LA Knight back of the neck, but he drop kicks Drew out on the floor doing the same thing. The feet go through the ropes while he lands butt on the upper back of LA Knight. Really neat move. Gets back into the ring, and he's now got a pin attempt on LA Knight, and all 3 of the others come in to break it up. That was a really neat spot involving all 5 wrestlers. You think of what a mess a fatal 5-way is going to be. That sequence was cool. Yeah. To have all 5 guys, in on it all together. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, because you never really see a 5-way. It's always 4 or just or it's like a battle royale
I was just gonna say, at what point is it just a battle royal?
Yeah, because after
what's the number?
Yeah, what is the actual number where they could have just had people coming in and had a timer at this point?
Oh, sure. People love to count.
People do love to count too. That could have helped.
So do you like that they basically used this entire thing last week and then the 5-way match this week just to set up Drew versus Sheamus?
To have another match for the Intercontinental title. This match was okay. I mean, it was at least a wrestling match. It was probably as good as a fatal 5-way between these guys is going to get.
Yeah.
I am okay with the results. I'm okay with either Drew McIntyre or Sheamus. Probably going to be Drew. because I think Sheamus and Gunther already wrestled, but just still a little disappointed. LA Knight takes the pin. So he's not only the guy that's not getting the shot at the Intercontinental title, but he's getting buried even further, where it's not even Karrion Kross that gets pinned, it's him. So it's like,
it's like they're protecting Karrion Kross for some reason. Like Xavier Woods gets pinned, which, okay, you can see that. He's the replacement. He's not expected to do anything.
Yeah.
But he still looked good. And then, LA Knight, he made people look good while he was in there.
Yeah, every time he was doing anything, it was good. And then Karrion Kross, who's been pretty much a complete dud, is in the gut. He felt like, he should probably take the pin. He's lucky to even have a job at this point. But no, LA Knight takes it, and I don't, there's lots of theories going on right now, or I don't know what they're doing, but I don't know if he must have said something to the wrong guy, or I don't know, he said something to Stephanie or Vince, or I don't know what happened, but he is just jobbing out right now,
There's maybe two ways to look at it. I mean, one way is, all right, they're not giving the guy a push where he gets to really look his best. Because he could not look his best. He did his best, but did not look his best in the Bray Wyatt, whatever that was, for months.
Yeah.
He still hasn't. He's still doing well, but he's not looking good. For his character, as far as ascending the rankings, ascending the ladder. So you can look at it that way, or you can look at it that, they're still putting him on TV in these matches where, okay, they want to get Drew and Sheamus to a match and put them over. So, I mean, who do you throw out there? It's like, well, we'll throw LA Knight out there and give him some mic time. So maybe he's at least in people's minds, and the crowd seems to be reacting to him.
Well, that's the biggest thing. That's the biggest mystery. If the crowd wasn't reacting to him, then I could just say, well, we both probably missed the mark here. The crowd's not reacting to him. I mean, they're not going to react to him if he just becomes the job guy here.
Yeah, right.
It's really not going to match up with his personality and the direction he's headed. But, that's all I really had for this match. Do you have anything else to talk about here with this Fatal 5-Way?
Some of the ways they were able to utilize the fact that there's 5 guys, every man for themselves in a match. Drew had a pretty neat spot where he's tied up on the top turnbuckle upside down. I don't know who used to call that the Tree of Woe. And then Karrion Kross is trying to hit something on him on the turnbuckles. LA Knight climbs up like he's going to do something to Karrion Kross. And then Drew does the sit-up, grabs LA Knight, and it's basically like a double belly-to-back suplex.
Yeah.
But upside down, because it was upside down.
That's probably one, if not one of the best spots in that match was that. Because I've never seen that before, where somebody is wrapped down there and then sits up and then does, the superplex kind of. But that was a cool spot.
It was a cool spot. Shows Drew's strength and agility being able to do that. LA Knight took the bump well. We've mentioned before that sometimes Karrion Kross looks a little unsure of himself when he's going to be doing these bumps off of the ropes.
Yeah, scared.
So I don't know. Maybe he's gotten over it. I'd have to go back and see that again to see if there was some hesitancy on his part or if he landed awkwardly. But it seemed like the spot went off fine. So, it's a good spot there for Drew. And I guess we're doing it again next week, but with only 2 of the 5.
Right.
Drew McIntyre versus Sheamus to see who is good opponent at WrestleMania. Unless they're thinking of making that a triple threat match, which I don't know. I don't think I want to see a triple threat match for the IC title. I think I want to see somebody wrestle Gunther.
Hey, Dom,
we both like Gunther.
Breaking up a little bit, my friend.
Okay. I'm sorry about that.
Let's see here. So as you kind of get your internet right, can you try giving me a testing 1 2 3?
Testing 1 2 3.
Okay.
Do you see me? Do you hear me?
All right. Now I can hear you and see you. There you go.
All right.
All right. Moving on.
Hey, it's live internet, folks.
It is still live.
We're not scripted. We just have bullet points, and we make them up ourselves.
Yeah, we don't. We did not write this entire thing out. There's just bullet points.
We are natural. This is us. We're getting our personalities coming through here in this very long live promo.
Sometimes if the SmackDown's really bad, I don't even have any bullet points. But this is one where we had matches and stuff, so I do have bullet points. Do you want to talk a little bit about Braun Strowman and Ricochet versus the Viking Raiders? I missed some of this match, but if you can
the Viking Raiders go over. It winds up being Ibar winds up pinning Ricochet. This is a neat match. Right away, obviously Ricochet starts the match. Ricochet and Braun Strowman. Ricochet's the guy that's in there the longest. He usually starts the matches. And Ricochet looks, one of these things is not like the other. One of these things does not belong. There's these three huge guys. And then there's Ricochet, who, like, as a normal human being would go, he's a big guy. But in there with Braun Strowman and Eric and Ibar, Ricochet's the little guy. And yet Ricochet can wrestle. Ricochet's doing side headlocks. He's doing takedowns off of it. He's doing go-behinds. He's doing escapes. He's doing waist locks. He's doing takedowns. Like, Ricochet can wrestle. Yes, he's the high flyer and the striker and can do all that, but yeah, Ricochet can wrestle. It was a kind of refreshing to see, like, oh, okay, this guy can wrestle. And nobody else can.
Yeah.
Nobody else can do that. So Ricochet's the guy who can, he's the luchador flyer. He's, using the ropes and jumping all over the place. He's, maybe a little too much gymnastics at times, but he could also wrestle. He could do the holds and try to control his opponent and wear him down.
Yeah, there was a pretty
match.
Cool there was a pretty cool spot with Braun Strowman when he tugged in. He tossed both the guys to the Viking Raiders to the outside. So one of the spots, one of the Viking Raiders got held up, and he just launched them. I mean, I don't want to say he dipped them, but he couldn't get over. You could see he's like a little hung up. So he just tossed him, which is great. Like, hey, you're supposed to be in a fight anyway. You're trying to get the guy over. You don't have to, like, help him or guide him. Just, okay, he screwed up, but get him out. Yeah. And then really cool was Braun picked up Ricochet and then used him, and Ricochet like catapults off Braun into a dive. And I usually don't like dives. You know this.
Yes.
But when you do a creative dive, I'm all for it. So this was a really creative dive. So they've done some pretty cool double teams.
Yes.
Just wanted to add that for the match. And then internet went out, so maybe you could take us home here.
It's one of those matches where you don't know who's going to win ahead of time. It's obvious. It's not obvious that somebody has a WrestleMania shot and they've got to look strong or whatever. Two formidable tag teams that could be in contention for a title shot eventually. Once the Usos get over this bloodline thing and we sort out and have a tag team title competitive something vying for it again. But we get some neat near falls. There's one spot where they take out Braun Strowman on the floor, sort of a double team, and then Eric does the splash into the while Braun Strowman is sprawled against the guardie that barrier. Eric does the splash into the barrier, so it's like splashing the guy who's just prone there. And that apparently knocks out Braun Strowman for several minutes because now they keep playing up that Ricochet's in there battling and he's got no one to tag to. And it leads to a couple of good near falls. Ricochet gets a near fall on Eric after fighting off Ibar's interference. Then Eric gets a near fall on Ricochet after a power bomb. Ricochet kicks out, and then finally Braun Strowman recovers, and there's a hot tag to him. So that was good for the crowd. Good build there. Braun clears the ring, and then the Strowman Express.
Oh no!
Once he sends people to the outside, it's Strowman Express time, and I'd say it's getting old, but it's getting old times two, because not only is the Strowman Express old, but it's also getting old that he does the Strowman Express and then someone misses and he winds up just careening over the announce table and has now taken himself out of the match. So that happens. And then Ricochet does the dive onto, I think it was, he does the dive onto Eric, who had stepped out of the way of the Strowman Express. So that wound up, getting both of the Viking Raiders hit and taken out on the outside. And by that time, Ibar's rolling back in to the ring. Now, Ricochet's trying to climb up to the top turnbuckle for a finishing move, and Valhalla distracts him. So now Ricochet's taking too long. Ricochet comes off the top. Ibar, I'm getting them confused. Ibar rolls out of the way. Ricochet tries to land on his feet, but he's a little stunned, tumbling around. Ibar clocks him, and then Ibar goes up and hits a top turnbuckle splash. And that's it. Impressive move for a guy that size. And, that's an expected finisher, and they get the 3 count. They get the pinfall. So, basically a clean win here. Yes, some distraction on the outside, but you can't really say that Valhalla interfered. So a fairly clean win for the Viking Raiders against a team that's been pretty formidable. Good for them. Not a bad match. Looked pretty good. I would say this was probably the best match of the night. Not only for the work, but because it was the closest thing to a standard match. It's a tag team match. The others were a 5-way and a 6-man tag that was, kind of all over. And then there was the very long squash match between Charlotte and Shotzi that was really just there to get Rhea and Charlotte squaring off. So this was probably the match of the night because the people in the match matter.
For sure.
And it was about them in the match, not about next week when Drew and Sheamus are going to face off, not about just getting Rhea and Charlotte into the ring, not about, extending the Mysterio father-son feud. This was actually about the 4 people in the ring for the purpose that they were in the ring.
Yeah, it was probably the one match tonight that really mattered. Everything else was just building to WrestleMania, and this one was just like, okay, this is what's going to happen tonight, and we'll see who gets advanced and who.
Yeah, and I liked it. I liked it. I know we're on the road to WrestleMania, but I don't have to have everything just, being a preview for it. Good match. I like it.
Cool. Speaking of which, you mentioned
one more match on the card, and it's the one that's playing into this whole Rey Mysterio, Dominic Mysterio thing. Unless you had a promo or backstage something that you wanted that you thought was maybe a little more worthy than this.
No, I think it's at the tail end. This is not the Italian goodbye, but we are not too far off from it because I think this is the last match of the night that's notable, or only match really.
Yeah.
Rey Mysterio is officially going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Duh. Not really like a shocking thing that he would ever be in the WWE Hall of Fame. But also, he
is
goes
it shocking that they're doing it now? Because this caught me a little by surprise. Like, the guy's involved in a program. He looks like he can still go.
It was interesting that they want to induct him now, and then they had the wrestlers reflecting. They're like, oh, he did all this, he did all that. I'm like, he wrestled last week.
Yeah.
It's not like he's retired or dead.
Yeah.
Which is like how some of the people were talking about him. Like AJ Styles is like, oh yeah, he was the best when he was wrestling, or somebody said that.
Yeah.
And I was like,
past tense. They're all talking in the past tense.
He's going to be probably wrestling his son in WrestleMania. So
he might have a match. Yeah, right.
So yeah, interesting direction to do his Hall of Fame now, but maybe they're like, let's get some worth out of the Hall of Fame announcement. Great Muta too is going to be in the WWE Hall of Fame.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Okay, so, maybe that's for a future Raw or SmackDown that they're going to announce that. Okay.
Yeah, so it's going to be so far Rey Mysterio and Great Muta, which is cool because I don't think he had anything substantial in the WWE per se, but but I just think probably his body of work might be like Antonio Inoki. Like, yeah, he would have to go in the WWE Hall of Fame because
that'll be interesting.
A massive guy outside of their company.
Okay, well, it probably helps that at this point with WWE having bought up WCW and a lot of Crockett and all of that history, they've got more to reflect on and to acknowledge. I mean, they are using the U.S. title belt,
right,
which is mostly defended on Raw, but like it's a big deal. It's going to be Austin Theory versus John Cena at WrestleMania. Like this is the big star comes out of retirement match at WrestleMania. It's going to involve the U.S. title, which was an old NWA belt, Crockett, NWA, WCW. So yeah, it is good to see them acknowledge that. That's where Ray really got his start and did a lot of great work as well. So
yeah,
I think it's part of that. That's part of WWE lore now as well.
That's a good point. I didn't even think about that, but Great Muta did some stuff in WCW, and they own the rights to WCW. They have all the pay-per-views and everything, so they're probably like, yeah, let's put some people from WCW in. Notably, they put the NWO Black and White.
Yes.
They put them in the Hall of Fame, and obviously their big thing was WCW. Yep. I mean, they had a short run in WWE that eventually they just jobbed all the WCW guys out. But that's different. That's a different live stream. We'll chat about that. But yeah, so we get to the point where Dom comes out, interrupts his father, and then is it Delgado?
Legado del Fantasma.
Yeah.
There's been a Legado del Fantasma sighting. All of them. Last week we were wondering what happened to them. We hadn't seen or heard from them. It was just Santos Escobar. But yeah, they come out now, and it's now Legado del Fantasma versus Judgment Day, because Dom doesn't come out by himself. Dominic Mysterio interrupts Ray almost immediately on the microphone. And he's there with all of Judgment Day. So it becomes, a 6-man tag match with Zelina on the outside for Legado and Rhea on the outside for Judgment Day. And I mean, there's one small spot where they wind up getting into it, the women on the outside. But for the most part, it's the men involved in the match having a 6-man tag match. And, Judgment Day controls really the whole first segment going to commercial. I mean, I don't know if it's kind of same old, but it does. I guess it matters that we're still seeing the Mysterios having their fight because Dominic gets the pinfall over. I think it was he pins Cruz after Ray distracts the ref because Dominic was going to get pinned. I mean, Cruz had a good roll up in there, but Dominic had baseball slid and knocked Ray, who was on the outside. And then, when Dominic turns around, he walks into a pinning combo by Cruz. And Ray's ticked off. He tries to hop in the ring. The referee stopping him. Can't count the 3 count on Dominic. So then Damian Priest comes in. Super kick under the chin. And now Dominic Mysterio's got the pinfall. And that leads to more post-match. So it was pre-match, these two getting into it. Post-match, these two getting into it. In the middle, we got a decent 6-man tag match in which Dominic gets the win for his team. Anything stand out here? Was this necessary? Do you think this moves the story along, or is it just, kind of a hitting the repeat button on last week or the week before?
It seems like it's not stale because the crowd's still reacting to it, but we kind of get it at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with it, honestly, because I'm kind of getting over here. And he's been over in a bunch of different cities. It wasn't a one-time thing.
Mm-hmm.
Curious to see what they do at WrestleMania. Because WrestleMania is a big babyface pay-per-view. But you think for the future and the direction they're headed, Dom's probably going to go over Ray. There's no point in putting Ray over at this juncture of his career.
The day after his career technically ends.
Yeah, right. And it's like, it might be his retirement match. Who knows? But then you would think, though, he would do the Hall of Fame after retirement. Anyway, so they're going to he's going to be an unretired guy going in the Hall of Fame and they're having a match next day. Very interesting.
It's a little bit of a convoluted story that they're setting up with that. But I get the other stuff. And it's like you said, like that's probably the best point you could make is if the crowd is still into this angle, then, it's got some legs. Now, you want to guess when that's going to end, and maybe it does. Maybe they take it to WrestleMania, and that's what they need.
Maybe,
but if the crowd is into it.
Maybe Rey Mysterio says, hey, I'm supposed to go in the Hall of Fame this year, and I'm just going to retire, but I'm not going to do it. I'm going to give Dominic a lesson, and then people freak the hell out, and they'll punch him, and they'll have a huge brawl, and then they'll wrestle at WrestleMania.
Do they brawl at his induction?
Yeah, that could be a good way to garner up some late heat. Yeah, they brawl at when he's getting. Oh my God, when he's getting inducted into the Hall of Fame, and this is when WWE typically kind of follows. Hey, this is all kind of a work. This is them if the person comes out and says who they are, and they accept their Hall of Fame status. But to have it all work with the storyline, that would be kind of cool. Yeah.
It keeps us guessing.
All right, Dom. So I think that's pretty much it for the show. Still have some cheap heat here where I wanted to talk about. We always try to kind of keep up on the current events in WWE. And what's trending right now is WWE trying to get involved in the sports betting game where you could potentially bet on scripted matches.
Yes.
Now, the one reason it's really tempting is because a lot of these matches, like Cody Rhodes is beating Roman Reigns. And that's going to happen, right? So what would the odds be even to go, you have to bet you'd have to bet $1,000 to win 25, like something ridiculous, some horrible odds. Whereas other matches are a little bit less predictable, but for the most part, I feel like a lot of pay-per-views, you can go down the list and pick 5 of the 6 correctly.
If we take the betting thing as if it's supposed to be sports betting, it seems unusual.
Yeah,
it would be definitely unusual. But if we look at the betting on WWE more like, say, predictive markets for all sorts of other things, then maybe it could make sense. Because really, you're not betting against the house as much in predictive markets that you're just betting against everybody else.
Right.
It's almost like the stock market.
Yes.
You're just so what odds would it be for Cody Rhodes, Roman Reigns? Depends on what the people who want to get into the predictive market think.
Sure. So then they'll have to have people handicapping pro wrestling, which is wild. I mean, they do it for all kinds of stuff. They bet reality TV shows. They bet the Grammys. Yeah. You could put bets on that. Really, I guess because you can bet so many things in the world, they probably would do something where they put a cap on it. Because I know with the reality TV show, the Grammys, they'll say like a maximum of $100 can be placed, and they really just want money on the website. So when you put money on the website, then you're in. But yeah. So the other big trending topic is the WWE sale. Supposedly, according to comicbook.com, which already sounds like a kind of a shady, suspect source, but I'll just go ahead and reference it, comicbook.com.
I like alternative media. If it's got good information and good citations in there. I mean, you sent me the link to the article. I mean, they're citing CNBC, they're citing Bloomberg. They're citing a direct quote from Nick Khan.
Yeah. I mean, you can't get better than a direct quote from Nick Khan in an interview. That's proof, right? Or at least a very great indicator that, this is supposedly the opening bid. They mentioned huge players that are involved are Disney, Netflix, Comcast, Amazon, Endeavor, who I didn't know who that was, but they own the UFC, so another big player. And of course, our wild card, our favorite wild card, the Saudis. So whatever Saudi private company that's got $1 jillion in oil money or whatever it is, they're involved. So they're looking to sell it within, as of last month, within 3 months. So I don't know if this thing's going to be like the WrestleMania is huge, super successful, and hey, we're sold like the next day. I don't know.
That's a great question, and it's first of all, it's not cheap heat. This is several billions of dollars heat here. So
yes,
this one is. I'm interested in whether or not there really is this much interest in buying the WWE. That's what I'm interested in, because we've heard rumors. I mean, anybody can start a rumor about any of these companies, and some people have. There have been rumors that have picked up a lot of steam about a Saudi Arabia public investment fund. There's been rumors about the Khans who own All Elite and Ring of Honor. There have been rumors about anybody else. So we've had rumors. So this report here looks like maybe the most legitimate thing we've seen so far. So I would be interested to know how many of these big companies that are listed here are really in this.
Yeah.
It's almost like Shark Tank, where, somebody goes up and they've got their new invention, and you've got all the sharks there, and they're all sitting there, but that like 3 of the 5 are already out. Like, They have no interest in this at all, especially not at what the guy's asking for. And maybe the guy's lucky if 1 or 2 of them negotiate. But that's really all you need. You're looking for just interest from more than one, because now you can have a bidding competition. If nobody wants it, you can't get a bidding competition. Now you as a WWE are going, how far can we come down here before our shareholders start calling class action suit lawyers on us?
Yeah. Hey, and their biggest shareholder is Vince McMahon. So he's the shareholder, and so he's going to want to get paid. So they're going for the top dollar when they sell. Good point, though. Not all these people will be all that serious necessarily. Disney might have someone that goes there and it's like, we'll give you $500 million, or something like some wild low ball, or they bring someone there to kind of get an idea of what's going on, but they're not serious. I feel like the Saudis they feel like the ones that would make the splash, because they've already made these types of splashes, specifically like with their golf tour. They have a relationship already with the WWE, and they're really pushing. That country itself is really pushing for this U.S. entertainment for some reason. I'm not really even sure what the strategy is. I don't know if it's to make it more of a tourist attraction to come to Saudi Arabia. I don't know. But then women can't drive. It's like,
yeah, it's good publicity. I mean, it's trying to do a little marketing.
Yeah. So interesting stuff there. We'll see if WWE's for sale, and hopefully we still have SmackDown to talk about. Kind of
Right.
meandering.
It's a good show. I mean, yeah, you start wondering if somebody buys this, how much would they want to change, and how much would they want to keep the same? And is there going to be more interest in somebody buying the WWE to make wholesale changes to it? Like, is there somebody out there who says, at $9 billion, I'm getting a steal? So I'm not going to show my hand, but I think with different management, this product could be more. Or is there somebody just coming in and saying, yeah, I think for $9 billion, I can keep it the way it is and just let it do what it's doing and keep churning. So I wonder what the personalities and the real creative intentions are behind some of the bids that happen and some of the interest that's shown.
One of the things I'll even add to here is two of the names that stick out to me. Amazon and Netflix both have had bad 2022s financially.
Yeah.
Netflix specifically looks like they're starting to falter to the competition because there's a lot of competition in that streaming market and a lot of competition in all the different apps catching up to them, and all these like HBO, CBS made Paramount, Disney. There's all these different competitors against Netflix now. And then Amazon didn't have as good. I mean, they're still a massive powerhouse, but they didn't have a great 2022 because of a reduction in the amount of shipments that people have been ordering. Basically, people were buying crap like insane in 2020 and 2021 during the lockdown. So it's normalized the people spending now because there isn't tons of free money pumped into the government or pumped into the economy by the government. And then in addition to that, people are paying money on experiences now rather than just junk from Amazon. So,
and that may be your answer right there. I mean, Amazon and Netflix already have the streaming infrastructure set up.
Mm-hmm.
So it would, if Amazon buys WWE, now your WWE archive is on Amazon. It's part of your Prime membership, almost the way that it's now part of your Peacock membership. You get your, you can do your premium live events on Amazon Prime, or you can pay extra for it as you would if you were just, a cable TV or satellite TV subscriber. But Amazon and Netflix are the ones that, so if we go through this list here, Amazon, Netflix, and Disney already have very good streaming services. Comcast NBC also does with Peacock. So Endeavor does not have its own streaming infrastructure. The Khan family and Saudi Arabia would be the ones that would still need some sort of infrastructure to take care of the things that, we take for granted as far as WWE content goes. So that's something to keep in mind as the bid comes in and as the interest is there.
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect, even Amazon to, if Amazon bought it, I wouldn't expect Amazon to put everything on Amazon. I mean, it may benefit you to still have SmackDown on Fox is doing well.
Right.
Raw and USA still doing pretty well. So I don't know that you'd want to cut off things that are working well just to try and, pat yourself on the back for your streaming service. But, pay-per-views, archives, specials, things like that. Comcast, Amazon, Netflix, and Disney, it's a turnkey business for them. They've already got it set up.
Right. Yeah. So we shall see, Dom. We shall see who wins the bid. And the one thing is, with the dollar amount, you've mentioned it in other, conversations we've had. Probably at $9 billion, really limits the people that could purchase, WWE at this point. The names they listed probably are just the 6 people that have the $9 billion to spare.
Especially if it's another corporation. One of the things we thought was, okay, what's going to happen? Is someone going to try and take this private? But if it's another publicly traded company that's going to do a merger and acquisition, that kind of changes it, because now you don't necessarily have to have $9 billion in cash. You can, if Amazon buys it, maybe if you're a WWE shareholder, now you wind up with an equivalent dollar amount of Amazon stock. So you don't need the cash to make this work.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
I think Comcast is NBC probably is publicly traded. Netflix and Disney are publicly traded. So that's a new wrinkle if it's not somebody trying to take it private, if it's somebody just going to do an acquisition into another publicly traded company.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well,
but still, it's going to be value. Like, how much are you going to sell for? Where, if you hold WWE stock, and what's the amount of Amazon stock that's going to make you satisfied as a WWE stockholder? What's the amount of Netflix stock? Especially as you're mentioning, if those things are going down, and on the other hand, WWE is maybe holding up pretty well. I'll do a quick check now. Let's see.
Yeah, let's go.
WWE's taking a little bit of a tumble. They're down to 81.15 as of the end of today. End of trading today. So that's a market cap of closer to $6 billion now than $7 billion. So now maybe it takes 8 to buy them. But if it's 8 billion of another company's stock that's also taken a little bit of a tumble, then it's hashing out the details when the details are in the billions.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, if you look at a company like Amazon, their market cap's $930 billion.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you're talking about the WWE at $9 billion. Is that 1% roughly? Yeah. So 1% of their worth. But
would they do it?
1/3. So Netflix is at $130 billion. So then that's more close to probably about 8% of their net worth. So you're looking at a different situation than those two companies.
Yes.
Yeah, if you think of it like this too, Netflix was in December of 2021. So going into 2022, their stock price was $600, and it dropped down. It's around $300 right now. So they're half of the value in a year they've lost. So I'm not sure if they want to be like, let's throw it into WWE, unless there's a case. I don't know. You and I, we watched the program. I'm not quite sure. I'm sold on how much money it could really make in the long term, but maybe it's something where they're like, live TV is very valuable. It's cheaper than a football team, or it would be around the amount of an NFL team. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so anyways, it should be interesting to see how this plays out.
If it doesn't interrupt the product that you and I have gotten into in the last 6 months, that I will say I'm enjoying it. You seem to be enjoying it too. If it's not going to crap all over a product that we've enjoyed and sometimes surprisingly enjoyed,
right.
Like we've been pleasantly surprised by some of what we've seen in WWE. You've talked about how a few years ago you just got fed up with how stupid it was.
Yeah. It was embarrassing to watch, and they're putting on a pretty good product now. Bloodline, Gunther, that's all solid. are solid to good, and then even some of the mid card guys like our boy Ricochet and Braun, and some of the women. You know, we've liked some of the stuff we're seeing from them. So
especially the women wrestlers. What I remember WWE for was, Vince Russo wanting Sable to be out there all the time.
oh yeah, so you haven't even this is the first time you've seen like women really taken seriously, and
in WWE.
Not in like these.
They were taken seriously in Impact.
Okay.
Impact Wrestling took them seriously, and they wrestled really well there. But yeah, WWE really takes them seriously. They did since we're into the Italian Goodbye, they did some promos for themselves because it's Women's History Month, and so they were promo. They had a nice promo put together. I don't know if it was 30 seconds, 45, 60 seconds, but showcasing a lot of their women performers, their women wrestlers. And it wasn't the beauty pageant stuff. It was showcasing that their women are athletes, real athletes, and they perform well in the ring.
Sure.
And they have a variety of different looks to them. They're not just all cookie cutters.
Yeah, I mean, it's changed so much. Definitely for the better, because I can remember the '90s was kind of goofy, weird, softcore porn. I didn't want to see it anyway. And now it's just like, oh, okay, they're just competitors, and they have, they can draw a bigger fan base as a result of that too. And it makes it look like a better product overall. So, anyways, Dom, we're almost at midnight here. So,
there we go. I've got nothing else. This was a decent show. It's clearly the road to WrestleMania. Okay. They're all of these SmackDowns, I think, from here until WrestleMania are going to be like hors d'oeuvres.
Yeah.
They're going to be trying to prime us for the main course. We're not going to get a lot of main course on a Friday night.
Right.
But, I like hors d'oeuvres. And little stuffed mushrooms, clams casino, pigs in a blanket, the mini quiches. I go for it. Little finger food here and there. Hors d'oeuvres can be good.
Yeah. Hey, man. Yeah. At a wedding, it's probably usually the best part of the meal.
Shrimp cocktail. Hey.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. I don't mind the hors d'oeuvres, and we're getting them now.
Yeah.
All right, Dom. Well, we've done quite the Italian Goodbye here. So
absolutely. We've been talking about food. This is perfect.
Yeah. So yeah, it's almost midnight.
Each of these SmackDowns is like an antipasto.
All right, Dom. So thanks so much for joining everyone that's watching. As we always say, like, subscribe. We're going to be coming out with some other shorts. We're going to keep them going. And then we're also going to be coming out with a series of small videos talking about WrestleMania. So keep your eyes peeled for that. As always, like, subscribe, yada, yada, yada. Dom, thanks so much for joining. I appreciate you jumping on board here Friday night. Thank you very much. Everyone, have a great evening. Welcome to Don't Bury the Lead. Tonight we are recapping the WWE pay-per-view Elimination Chamber. Pretty good show. Dom, I'm joined by Dom Scarcella. Dom, go ahead and tell the people about yourself.
I am freshly barbered this morning. And let me tell you something. I'm in the barber shop this morning, Saturday, and when I'm in that chair, me and my barber, we're talking WWE wrestling. We're talking Vince McMahon. We're talking sales, and we're talking Don't Bury the Lead and the great shorts you're putting out there. And let me tell you something more. I wish I had more hair to cut so the conversation would have lasted longer because I wasn't finished. And now, after Elimination Chamber, I got even more to say. So without further ado, John, don't bury the lead. What's our top story from the 2023 Elimination Chamber Premium Live event?
That's a high energy intro for a high energy show we had tonight in Montreal. That was the crowd was hot. And I think it's beaming off into us now in the show because the crowd was boiling hot.
Yes.
But let's get to the lead. I don't want to bury it. Roman Reigns defeats Sami Zayn for the WWE Championship. Really solid match. Crowd was completely nuts for it.
Yes.
I think most people, though, realize that something's going to happen at WrestleMania, and Roman Reigns goes over in about 16, 17 minutes. Dom, what did you think of the match?
The match was it was good for a pay-per-view. It had a lot of the pay-per-view match stuff that we've seen before, like guys kicking out of finishers. Lots of high spots, lots of near falls. It was psychologically what Roman was doing in the ring was great. Like this was not a match where the moves and the sequences and the high spots were necessarily as important as they usually are. Like this match had such great story behind it, such great build up, and Roman, you could see it all match, right from before the bell when they just had the intros and they're standing in the ring, to how long it took them to lock up after the bell rings, to a lot of the jawing that Roman's doing all match with Sami, with people at ringside, with Sami's family, and then later again with Sami again. I mean, Roman was in this match to teach Sami a lesson and to make sure that Sami knew he was getting taught. And there were enough times where it looked like the student might get one over on the teacher, but like you're saying, ultimately Roman goes over. We did have 2 ref bumps. Chairs being used at the end after both refs were out. Run-ins by both Jimmy Uso and Jey Uso, who surprisingly were in Canada. We'll get to that more later.
Yeah.
And then, eventually it winds up, Roman spears Sami after multiple chair shots. And the original ref finally comes around to count 3, and Roman wins, and then we get the big post-match again, and it looked, so much of this match post-match looked like Royal Rumble main event post-match, and it was supposed to, like that was not an accident. And we eventually get Kevin Owens, and the show goes off the air. Sami Zayn having been defeated in the match, but he's the only guy left standing in the ring. So a lot to unpack, especially from a storyline standpoint. And it was supposed to be inevitable that Roman Reigns wins. Did the WWE do enough to make it not so inevitable, especially once this match got started?
Yeah.
Did we think the way this match went in the storytelling that there was a chance?
I was pretty captivated at certain spots, but ultimately I figured there was going to have to something crazy was going to have to happen for him to win. Okay. And I thought they'd at least give some sort of ending where they'd give the opportunity to have a triple threat in the main event for WrestleMania. But they pretty much just squashed any of that. I think it's like Roman Reigns went over. He didn't go over clean for the most part. There was a running. There's all this
go over
stuff.
Clean.
But I'd have to say, really impressive showing from Sami Zayn and Roman Reigns here. And something specifically that I have in my notes, if you don't mind if I jump into it here.
Go right ahead.
you know, we just did a Smackdown that was so horrific. I had no notes, and this has a page note for this match, which is a good sign.
Sure.
So it's good that they go slow when the crowd's hot. So, one of the things that was notable is the crowd in WWE is never that nuts as it was tonight, and that's a big kudos to Montreal. Like, they were going crazy for everybody, everything. They were just eating up, and when the main event hit, they didn't do anything, and they were just chanting and going nuts for a few minutes as they did like a stare down back and forth. So they took that energy and they wrestled super duper slow because you don't need to do anything else. The crowd's already there. You don't have to do anything. So you don't have to turn it up. Let's just say, like, sometimes you have to turn the intensity up in the main event when the crowd's dead and they're tired and it's Wrestlemania and it's 12:30 and people are like, "Is this show over yet?" This was just perfect. It's 11 o'clock. They're still fired up, so they went really slow, and that's what you can do in a main event when the crowd's really energized and you've built the story in a way that they have. So they did a great job just working super slow. Is really what I'm alluding to, and it's just pretty textbook how to control the heat throughout the match. Everything was the back and forth, and the crowd reacted to the back and forth. I think Sami Zayn had momentum, and Roman did one move, and then the crowd just died. I was like, dude, this is perfect. They're controlling the heat so well. They're not trying to jack it up too fast. They're not doing a zillion high spots in the beginning, and the crowd tires out or kind of gets bored with it, or it's going too long. So those are just some technicals. I would say when you're in a match and you have to sort of understand what the crowd's like and how to get the most out of them, they got the most out of the crowd.
Yes. You mentioned the pace. Do you want to go a little more on the pace? Because I think that was part of the psychology of the match. I mean, a big part of this storyline was that Roman wasn't taking Sami seriously as a threat to his title.
No.
So yeah, Roman's, hits a move, doesn't follow up. He's more interested in taunting the crowd early in the match than he is locking up with Sami. He's following up on nothing. And maybe that's also a good way to not have Roman get spent, because he just had a really physically taxing pay-per-view match with Kevin Owens 3 weeks ago at Royal Rumble. And it's always in the back of my mind, how much can Roman endure physically as just a human being who's fighting leukemia? Can he put on another 20-plus minute, fast-paced, big-hitting pay-per-view match 3 weeks from his last one? With a few minor bumps on SmackDowns in between. And so everything, I think, worked together. Maybe it was just serendipitously everything fell together, but between the crowd being hot and so the performers didn't have to rush, with maybe Roman needing to pace himself, and also the psychology of the match being that Roman doesn't have to go all out early. Of course he's going to beat Sami Zayn, of course, right? Except I think the match was good enough where there were a couple of moments. And let me tell you where my mind went as I'm watching this entire pay-per-view. Natalya is Canadian. She loses. Brock Lesnar has Canadian citizenship. Technically, he loses. Edge is Canadian. He wins.
Yeah.
And I went, okay, so they didn't have all the Canadians win. Because if all the Canadians win, then Sami is getting squashed.
Yeah.
So the fact that they had, like Natalya lose, and she was out midway. I mean, she wasn't the first one eliminated from the Elimination Chamber, and we'll get to that in more detail later. But Natalya loses. She wasn't really a threat in that match late. Brock wound up standing tall at the end, but he gets DQ'd because he's basically getting beat. The mixed tag match, yeah, Edge is on the winning side, and he's Canada loves him. He's Canadian. So at that point, I thought, okay, they haven't overdone the hometown heroes win. So that at least left the possibility open that, yeah, maybe there's a surprise and they put the belt on Sami. Now, how did Sami look in this match? Because part of it being believable that Sami has a chance is that he has to look good. We can't just say, well, the story up to this point is that Sami should have an underdog chance. He has to look it in the ring. How did Sami look to you when the bell rang and now he's face to face in a wrestling match with Roman Reigns?
I'll tell you what. I think because he's been a comedy gimmick for so long, there were some doubts going into tonight.
Yes.
And even there was like a so-so promo he had on SmackDown. I was like, maybe it is Cody, all along. Like, just give it to Cody and we'll call it a day at WrestleMania. But tonight, he felt like a champ. I mean, he felt like a guy that if he won the belt, they're going to go nuts. And he looked good in there and had the whole thing going for him and had that huge baby face thing going for him that WWE always struggles to find, and they have it with him. So I felt like tonight, he's a champ. He's a potential champ, and he should be. And they've elevated his game, and he can go. He's always been able to go in the ring, and I've talked about this before, but he's got a pretty extensive indie background. He's always been technically sound and good in the ring, and there's never been complaints about that. Oddly enough, it's always been his personality that's been kind of flat or and he dances and has that goofy song and everything like that. That was his theme song tonight. So oddly enough, that's progressed so much that he's got the technical stuff. That I would feel like, yeah, he could be a champ. That's my feedback. What do you think?
Sami wrestles without the T-shirt on tonight, which I think was good.
Yes.
He had been looking for months and months, anytime he was in a match or even at ringside, that this was a guy who was taking a nap on the couch backstage, and like somebody yelled at him, "Sami, you're up!" And he just rolls off the couch in his T-shirt and sweatpants and goes running out to the ring. The hair's disheveled. Unlike mine, thanks to Scott's barbershop this morning.
Look at that.
Yeah,
Our
right.
Sponsor.
And so Sami takes off the shirt tonight, and he's a lanky guy. He's tall enough where he doesn't look like Roman towers over him. And he had enough of a physique tonight where he did not look out of place in the ring next to Roman Reigns.
No, honestly. He didn't look too small or shrimpy. Roman was bigger than him, and he big manned him, and that made sense. But Roman is huge, so.
But Sami got some throws in. He does that exploder suplex, and he had no problem getting Roman up. He knocks Roman over the top rope a couple times. Had no trouble doing that. So it's not as if Sami struggles to execute moves against a wrestler who's slightly larger than. I don't know if it's slightly. I mean, they build Roman at 265, which I think is down from what he weighed at his peak. But Roman is still looks bigger, but Sami doesn't look like he's out of place in a wrestling ring. He looked like a guy who could wrestle. And they did enough with him tonight where there were a couple of spots where the crowd was into it, and if the title had changed hands, would it have been just appallingly shocking to you if Sami had won on some of these 3 counts?
No. I almost was like, you're kind of pulling for him a little bit. You were like, yeah, do it now. Pull the trigger. Because I've seen that trigger pulled many a times at a WrestleMania, and it's like, who cares? When the time goes over because the match sucked and the storyline sucked the whole time. So if you have it, it's there. But, somebody will beat Roman and it'll be good. But I'll tell you what, it's going to be huge shoes for Cody to fill in a main event at WrestleMania after that.
7. There are 7 weeks to WrestleMania. In those 7 weeks, did they have enough time to develop enough heat between Cody and Roman to match or exceed? And the question should be exceed because it's WrestleMania. Exceed the chemistry, the storyline, and the fact that the crowd was into the performance that we saw tonight at Elimination Chamber. Do they have enough time to do this? It's a long haul, isn't it? It's a high bar and it's a long haul, and they only have 7 weeks.
Yes, it's not. I would say it's going to be tough, and that's what I just was thinking tonight. I was hoping to somehow slither Sami Zayn into the main event, but I mean, if they win the tag titles, he's just going to be another middle of the road champ again, which he's been in the past. He's been an Intercontinental champ before. So
Roman Reigns won this match tonight because of Jimmy Uso's interference.
Yeah.
Roman was down on the mat, 1, 2, 3, with no ref because of the ref bump, and then Jimmy Uso comes in with the super kicks, and that's really what turns things for Roman. And then Jimmy's distraction allows Roman to hit a big spear very late. There might be enough kayfabe to say that Sami got screwed here.
Yeah, I think so.
They left that door open for themselves, and isn't that good storytelling and booking? Not only to get here, but they left themselves an opening.
Is it good storytelling or is it lazy storytelling? And lazy, by lazy I mean some wonky false finish, and you're like, well, he could have won, and then that's a trope all the time. It's just super. They've used that a ton. Like, oh, he could have.
Have they used it recently with Roman though?
Kevin Owens, they did the fake 3 count. Remember? Kevin Owens versus Roman Reigns.
Was it the Royal Rumble? Did they have a false one in there?
Yeah, the ref took a bump, and they were like,
ref took a bump. Okay.
2, 3, 4, 5, and they repeated that tonight too.
Okay.
So for some reason, they didn't want Kevin Owens to look weak. Although, what difference does it make? He should be looking weaker. He should make the champ look strong, for God's sake.
Yeah.
But
So
Sami,
okay, good memory there. I had forgotten whether or not they repeated too much of this stuff at Royal Rumble.
Yeah, I think someone was supposed to parallel though the matches. I guess.
Sure.
Yeah.
Roman handing the chair to Jay and saying, while both refs are out, Jay, you finish off Sami. I'm your family, finish off Sami. And Jay will not swing the chair at Roman, nor will he swing it at Sami. And in fact, they do the accidental, after all the times that someone is ducked and Jay has clobbered Sami, they flip that tonight. As Roman is berating Jay almost out of the ring, Roman sidesteps a recovering Sami Zayn who winds up spearing Jay, and then he's checking on Jay, and that really turns it.
Right. Well, I'll tell you what. Really good match. And I feel like, from what I typically like in a wrestling match, this wouldn't be it, because it's so much storyline. Like it wasn't like a Gunther match where it's all technically sound. It's action. It's just wrestling, and then there's maybe one distraction. But this was so many distractions, so much slow storyline stuff, and then the interaction between Roman and Sami. But it really worked, and I really loved it. So I really liked this match. So this is like a rare situation where I would be like, I like this style, even though it's it doesn't have a sense of realism because it is kind of ridiculous with the ref bump, the people running in randomly, and then like the slow moving. Like, why doesn't Roman just pounce him and pin him at certain points?
Sure.
But
So isn't this a win for long-term storytelling then? Because a match that in isolation maybe wouldn't have been that entertaining and we would have been scratching our heads. Instead, it makes sense because of what has happened the last, 7-8 months?
yeah, I mean,
good psychology. We could have seen more out of them. Just physicality in the ring. There's that word, physicality, sequences, maybe counters and things like that, rather than just be, spot, especially for the last half of it. But this was a triumph for the fact that they've told a good story for more than half a year. And that's what they were presenting in the ring. The final chapter of a really good story that went from guys who didn't care about each other to guys who slowly cared about each other to suddenly guys who were, at each other's throat.
Yeah, and overall, really good main event. And, I'll say just we've been talking for a while here about this match, but I just have one more thing. Montreal should just stay there. They should just set up shop and have WWE matches there. Based off of whatever random middle of nowhere Connecticut city they were in 2 weeks ago, and the crowd was like playing on their phones and not into it and just like, what is this? Versus the Montreal crowd was something I haven't seen in WWE in a very long time, where the crowd was that crazy. So
crowd was crazy for a pay-per-view. This was more like a Raw or Smackdown size arena. It wasn't the Alamo Dome.
Yeah.
So the crowd was close. Even the upper deck was close.
Yeah.
You could hear. I imagine if you were there, you'd really feel the presence of being in a crowd like that. But on the other side of it, Montreal crowd was hot 2 days in a row, but they got 2 good shows in a row. Yeah. Smackdown last night, and then this pay-per-view here. They got good product from the WWE, so they had reason to like what was going on. So, and they did. They were. This was not a lazy crowd. We can argue maybe lazy booking, and that's and now I'm thinking about it too, whether too much of this stuff was lazy booking at the end, but it was not a lazy crowd, and they got good action top of card to bottom of card 2 nights in a row.
Yeah, it wasn't a lazy crowd, and there weren't lazy workers.
No,
all the wrestling was good. So anything else from this main event?
It's a high bar. WrestleMania has to top this. Storytelling wise, WrestleMania has to top this. I think it's a pretty high bar.
Perfect. That's a short. Yeah, so that's perfect. All right, Dom. So, I started off with what I thought was the lead, and which has been the lead, and any other matches you wanted to talk about? What do you think the next match we could really dig into here?
We can talk about all of them. Do you want to stay with the WrestleMania angle?
Sure.
Since this is the road to WrestleMania?
Sure.
All right, so Rhea Ripley is supposed to be co-headlining WrestleMania in a match against Charlotte Flair for the SmackDown Women's Championship. She's in a team tonight where they lose 2-on-3 to 2 retired wrestlers.
You got it. Right.
Is this really the road to? This match ends with Rhea Ripley out of the match on the floor because a retired wrestler planted her out there, and in 7 weeks she's supposed to main event WrestleMania.
Some old lady beat her up.
Beth Phoenix can still go, so can Edge, but 2-on-3, the retired wrestlers, who are the two, get the win over the three active wrestlers, one of whom's supposed to be headlining WrestleMania.
So this kind of made sense because I think Finn Balor in that faction, which I don't know, I'm starting to like that faction actually. This faction,
Judgment Day, yeah.
I actually don't. They just seem like, I think Cole said it on the call today. They're like the Frankenstein group because they are just people that they put together that all aren't alike, but then they just kind of gave them all the same clothing. Like they pieced together 4 random people that they had on the roster, and and they just all wear the same color. So okay, it kind of works. So I just have to say, basically, I think Finn Balor is the jobber now for that group. So when they have for this match here, like Finn Balor is not going to do anything else for a while in WWE or even his career in WWE. So he's going to be the ball man whenever they have these matches like this. So it made sense. Like, okay, Rhea's not going to get pinned, but Finn Balor's going to. Yeah. And then they probably want to have Edge in WrestleMania because he's going to be the old man attraction, you know. So
okay, maybe this sets up an Edge appearance at WrestleMania. Okay, if that's the call, then maybe this is good to do. Storyline wise, apparently Edge had started Judgment Day, and then either he left them or they kind of moved away from him, and then they were supposed to. This has been an ongoing feud. You know, it's Edge and the people who used to be his followers who are now against him. So they needed a blow off eventually, and they got it tonight in Montreal. But yeah, if Edge and or Beth Phoenix has something to do with WrestleMania, then this is more palatable than 2 retired wrestlers just beat 3 wrestlers, one of whom is supposed to be headlining WrestleMania.
And man, what a weird transition from when we first saw Dominic.
He's a heat magnet.
We were like, man, he doesn't really get it. He's, he was in like these weird things, these weird segments, but they really made lemons and lemonade with whatever they were doing with Dom and how he went to jail. And the parody of him, the parody of him going to jail for one night and then coming out with the teardrop and acting like a hardened cholo, like it's money. And the crowd is really responding to it. Like they're really giving it to him,
He had the heat. The crowd was hot against Dominic Mysterio tonight. He wasn't even technically a competitor in the match.
I've never seen a manager get so much heat. It's like the old Jim Cornette days.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. My goodness.
Yeah.
And he's involved in the finish. Someone, or at least in a false finish where he's throwing brass knuckles after distracting the referee.
Right.
So he did involve himself in the match. There was at one point where he gets run off by Edge. He runs to the back, but then he comes back like a minute later and like taunting the crowd the whole time. Like this chicken heel just running out of the ringside area. And now he's back to taunt the crowd. And yeah, he gets it as a personality. I still wonder what he can do in the ring besides just be a jobber. But you are right. He gets it as a personality, and he's the guy the crowd loves to hate.
A complete 180 for him. From where we saw him when we first started watching to now. I don't really know much about the other people because it's all on Raw, so it's tough for me to kind of delve into that. And this was actually a pretty good mixed tag match, and a lot of times these are not good because they're of the bizarre rules where basically only the men can hit the men and only the women can hit the women. But then the women can sometimes hit the men, and that's fine. But I never see the men hit the women because we don't need to see that anyway. But
these women were tough enough where maybe they could get a shot in on the men, and they did a few times.
Yeah. Oh, right. They power bombed both the guys, right?
Yeah, there was a spot in the corner where Finn Balor and Edge are fighting on the top rope trying to get the advantage, and both of the women sneak in Beth Phoenix winds up power bombing Finn Balor. Rhea Ripley winds up power bombing Edge. Yeah.
Yeah. So, good from that angle where they made a lot out of this match, and the crowd was into it, and pretty good stuff as far as a mixed match.
Yep.
Anything else from here you want to talk about this mixed tag match?
Rhea looked pretty good in there against Beth Phoenix. Beth has enough. She has enough cachet from her career where, and she's not like over the hill. So
No.
for her to stand in there with Rhea Ripley and for Rhea Ripley to look pretty good working with Beth, that's somewhat good news. But again, we're on the road to WrestleMania, and we need to see Rhea Ripley on SmackDown if she's going after the SmackDown champion, and I need to see more Rhea Ripley one-on-one. I need to see her win formidably against someone who she should win formidably against, or win in a squeaker against someone else who is elite level and her class. I need to see that, and I need to see it quickly. There's 7 weeks to WrestleMania. I'm going to keep saying it. I need to see that.
Well, Ronda Rousey's on the SmackDown roster. If she really wants to prove herself, she can try to put a match together with her. We can see how really good she is. But
maybe
we've also got you've got Natalya, which probably will have to take care of her throughout. Go wrestle a good match with her on SmackDown,
which everybody does, it seems.
Yeah, right.
Natalya is the Gunther of the women's division. She and Sonya Deville are the Gunthers of the women's division, just without belts. Like, if you need somebody to like get their ring rust shaken off and to look pretty good in there with somebody, they throw them in there with Natalya, they throw them in there with Sonya Deville, and they go over and they wind up looking all right. So,
admittedly, I missed the women's elimination chamber, but
okay.
I really
Do you want to go? Do you want to stay with the Canadians, or do you want to go to the men's elimination chamber next? What do you want to do?
With the Canadians.
Okay, Brock or the women's EC. You said you missed part of the women's EC.
No, but I saw the Brock match, and it's Brock versus Bobby Lashley.
Yes. Brock has dual citizenship. He's Canadian citizenship.
He's in Minnesota. So he's borderline Canadian, right?
It's South Canada, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Canada's North Minnesota, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sorry, Canadian fans, I'm joking. It's an old joke. Come on.
Sorry to our Canadian fans. We love you. No.
Sorry to our fans and friends in East Alaska.
I'll have to check the demographics of who watches this to see if we're pushing anybody's buttons.
So we've already mentioned Lashley got the win technically on a disqualification. This to me looked like almost an old-time Vince McMahon booking, where it's just two larger-than-life guys slugging it out. But with the added twist that these guys are pretty good grapplers. Like, Brock is legitimately a shoot fighter and has an amateur wrestling pedigree. Bobby Lashley, I think, has some of that same mixed martial arts behind him. So they were doing more than just lumbering guys exchanging punches.
And they're not only guys that are, have the actual technical prowess of the actual combat skills. Like Brock's a UFC champ. Bobby Lashley has some bit of a background in MMA, but they're both monsters. They're huge,
big guys.
And I totally agree with what you're saying. Like, this was, if Vince was 100% in the picture, this would have been the main event of WrestleMania for the next 3 years. He would love it, Oh yeah, these two huge guys, that are always hanging out with him in the gym, because he's always in the gym too. So, big bodybuilders, but giant guys.
Yeah. this was supposed to be a blow-off of a long-standing feud, which we saw a glimpse of in the Royal Rumble main event, the Royal Rumble 30-man match, where they locked up and Lashley winds up eliminating Brock. Do you like how this match finishes here for a blow-off of what was supposed to be a rubber match in their one-on-one battles? Because Lashley wins because while he's got Brock Lesnar in that full Nelson, he calls it the Hurt Locker. Lesnar drops to a knee and it looks like he's going out. And then he Brocks up and he gets back to a vertical base, but he just can't break the hold. So, that tricked knee, and there goes the foot into Bobby Lashley's nether regions. And the ref sees it, and it's a DQ because Brock Lesnar went low.
For me, it feels weird to do it in a pay-per-view, because usually the pay-per-view, they'll have something like that on Raw or Smackdown where they do the DQ, but you don't see DQs a lot, or you don't want to see DQs on pay-per-views because you want to see the conclusion here. We want to see this. We want to see one of the people win or lose, but then you have the DQ, and then they're like, well, he technically won, and then Bobby Lashley technically won, but then Brock wrecks everybody.
Yes.
All right, so it's a throwaway. Yeah, and then I don't know. I haven't seen anything with either of them or their rivalry, and I haven't seen anything from them, even though Brock Lesnar is on our little screen for SmackDown.
Yes,
I've never seen him at SmackDown.
No.
So being SmackDown guys, I don't know anything about them, but I like the match. Just it was okay. Two huge dudes, old school event stuff. Good to have in the middle of and Brock's a huge name. Good to have in the middle as a middle card match here, and would like to see an actual finish, but okay.
The night before on SmackDown, we got a Bray Wyatt and Uncle Howdy appearance, where Bray Wyatt says to whoever wins the Bobby Lashley Brock Lesnar match, Bray Wyatt is probably eyeing one of them. Now the question is, Bobby Lashley technically won this, but he was left lying at the end of this. And Brock Lesnar did not win, but he was the guy who was standing tall after the match and walked out. It looks like they may want Bray Wyatt to stay babyface and solidify himself as a babyface. So maybe he's going after Bobby Lashley now because Lashley seems to be set up more as a heel. So I don't know if they'd want to do Lesnar, Wyatt, babyface, or is Lesnar going to be the babyface that allows Wyatt to turn? Is Wyatt the babyface that allows Lesnar to turn? So at least they're putting the big guys, the physically big guys against each other. So I wonder where this goes, because we got a tease that something about this match was going to go into a program with Bray Wyatt.
This would have been a cool match for WrestleMania on the mid card and had a real finish.
Okay.
If this was a mid card match on WrestleMania and actually had the finish, I'd much rather see that than Bray Wyatt versus one of these two. I don't want to see that, but I have made my Bray Wyatt opinion felt maybe a little too strongly, too salty on this program. So I'll just let it ride, and I'll just bite my tongue here and be a little bit more positive and say, okay, I would rather see Bobby Lashley versus Bray Wyatt, but maybe Bobby Lashley versus Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania, but maybe Bray Wyatt will do something cool at WrestleMania.
Or maybe because this was a DQ, they've either doing some open-ended booking or lazy booking, and this Lesnar-Lashley feud is not over. I don't know. It's something. I have questions.
So I was talking to my wife was watching this match with me, and she said, It looks like these two should be together, like a tag team, like Brock Lesnar and Bobby Lashley. So maybe they could do like Bobby Lashley and Brock Lesnar versus Bray Wyatt and Uncle Howdy. That might be cool.
Wow. Yeah. See, now we're really getting into some fantasy booking here.
Yeah, That's the fantasy booking. That's probably the best thing. I'd rather see those two, and they both play face, and then Wyatt and Uncle Howdy play. Probably, I mean, they gotta go somewhat heel, or at least like they're the mysterious people.
They are the mysterious dark side people. It's
And Lesnar and Lashley are both so big and lovable. You know, I mean, even though Lashley is the heel, they're just like, yeah, I'd root for a big badass team. What are you, crazy?
Lashley's been a babyface in the past.
Yeah.
Been a big babyface in WWE in past runs with the company.
Was he a champ in TNA too, Bobby Lashley?
He was a champ in TNA, yes. And I don't know, I can't remember if he was babyface the whole time or only part of the time. But I mean, Lashley's been successful at or near the top of the card or in championship conversations as both a babyface and as a heel. So has Brock Lesnar. So these are not guys who are pigeonholed. So there are possibilities. It's good to have storylines, maybe closed chapters at pay-per-views, but you don't want to finish guys off. You want there to be possibilities for everybody moving forward, and I think there was in this match.
Well, we could
old school big guy match that was different from everything else on the card, and so maybe that was a nice palate cleanser. You look back over the pay-per-view, and it was good just to see two physically powerful, good athletes in the ring slugging it out.
Yeah, for sure. Next match here, and we're going to stay on the Canadian route here.
Okay.
The women's extreme.
All we've got left are Elimination Chamber matches. Those are the two remaining. So we'll go women's first.
If we're going to stay on the Canadian train, I think it's Natalya, right? You want to talk about
Natalya gets a big pop in the women's Elimination Chamber match.
And Dom, I missed this match, so I missed this match. So go ahead.
I'll fill you in on what it was, and there's enough here for you to talk about. I think Asuka, Carmella, Raquel Rodriguez, and Nikki Cross are the first four out and go into those pods in the Elimination Chamber. Natalya and Liv Morgan start the match. So Liv Morgan was starting the Royal Rumble 30-woman match, and she's now starting Elimination Chamber. So they have some confidence in her ability to be in there a long time.
It's a huge honor to open the Royal Rumble and then go that long, and then even in this.
To open Elimination Chamber. Her gimmick is getting a little vanilla. They've taken her away from the kind of crazy, edgy wrestler, and they've tried to make her a little more mainstream lately. Like she's dressing in jean shorts. I mean, they're not quite John Cena's jorts, but they're like they're like they're denim. She's not. Crazy people don't wear denim shorts. Maybe awkward people do, but not like truly insane people. So maybe they're trying to vanilla her a little, but she works well with Natalya. And they do a neat thing. The Elimination Chamber matches were both good for different reasons. The first thing you notice about the women's match is that the women are small enough that their heads can go through the cage.
Oh.
So both Natalya and Liv Morgan do spots where their heads get shoved through the Elimination Chamber cage because the openings, those square openings, are big enough, just big enough for an average-sized female noggin to fit through. So they do that spot early. The women's match moves a lot more quickly than the men's match does. Raquel enters first of the people who are in the pods. Lots of power moves. Then Nikki Cross enters, and Nikki Cross is also one of those wrestlers. Her character is supposed to be someone who's very unorthodox, and Nikki Cross uses the top of the elimination pods. She climbs up there and winds up cross-bodying the other three wrestlers from the top of the pod. So that's a good spot. Then Carmella enters, and we get our first elimination with only 5 wrestlers in there. So Asuka is the last one to enter. She's not in the ring yet when they do another great spot using the pod. Raquel basically spears Nikki and drives her through a side of one of the emptied elimination pods. So it's like Raquel Rodriguez, the power wrestler on the women's side, just basically breaks the elimination pod with Nick, uses Nikki to break the elimination pod. So that's a good power spot for Raquel, who has had lots of good power moves up to this point. And then she gets the first pinfall of the night on Nikki Cross. Liv then does the second big spot off the top of a pod. While Raquel is fighting up the turnbuckle with, I think it was Natalya at that point. Raquel winds up dropping Natalya off, but then Raquel is just, in that dazed moment when she's just up on the second turnbuckle by herself, facing out of the ring. Liv Morgan comes off the pod nearest that corner, sunset flip power bombs Raquel off that second rope, off the pod. Great high-flying aerial maneuver. And again, another great use of the pod. It was a big high spot. And then Carmella runs in to try and get a sneak pinfall, but Raquel kicks out at 2. Then finally, Asuka enters, and things really start picking up. We get a double submission by Natalie and Asuka on Liv Morgan. Natalie gets the sharpshooter. We're going to call her a sharpshooter because she's a member of the Hart family. Yeah. So she can call it the sharpshooter. Natalie gets the sharpshooter on Liv. Liv will not give up. She tries to crawl the ropes. Natalie pulls her to the middle. She will not give up until Asuka comes over and gets that double arm lock stretch onto Liv. So now Liv's got 2 opponents submitting her, and Liv basically passes out and the ref calls it. So we get a double submission on Liv Morgan. Natalie's got the sharpshooter on Asuka. Carmella comes in and super kicks Natalya, and that's when Natalya gets pinned. So Natalya goes out. So she's not winning, and I'm going, oh, a Canadian didn't win. Maybe Sami Zayn has a chance. But Natalya performed well here. She gave the crowd something genuinely to get behind, and she performed well. But she's out, and now it's Carmella and Asuka double teaming Raquel Rodriguez, double super kicks, and eventually they double cover Raquel Rodriguez, which was a really cool spot because Raquel is a bigger wrestler, and sometimes I think it looks too easy for other wrestlers to beat her. So in a match like this, why not let Raquel Rodriguez leave looking strong? That it took both Carmella and Asuka double teaming and then double covering her, like each hooked a leg and they leaned back on it in order to pin Raquel. So Raquel looks strong, gets pinned, and now it's Carmella versus Asuka, which on paper is a really bad mismatch. Asuka wins, submitting Carmella eventually with her arm hold after some good pin reversals by each. So it's not like, Carmella was the one who maybe looked out of place in this match. She was more old school diva, like beauty contestant, whereas the other ones all look more like wrestlers. They look more like wrestlers. But Carmella gives a decent showing here. Asuka winds up winning, so Asuka's going to WrestleMania to face Bianca Belair. Good match, good use of the Elimination Chamber, good use of the physical structure. The women doing things that the men were not doing and holding their own in the match. I thought it was a good opener. I enjoyed the performances. Nobody looked weak. And Asuka, who I've been really impressed with, even though I've only seen her 3 times, she looks like the real deal. She's someone, to me, if we were giving out grades, she would get at least a solid B. I don't know if they let her do mic work and if she can really spur storylines, but everything else she does well. She has a great character. She's committed to it. She looks different. The face paint, the antics, the get up. She's fantastic in the ring, and not just as a high flyer, like great grappler, great at sequences, does submissions, and can do the high spots off the ropes and off the turnbuckles if she needs to. She's the real deal. She was great in the Royal Rumble 30-woman match. She had one match where she went over Liv Morgan on SmackDown. With the other 4 members of this match watching eventually, and then tonight she's the real deal. I wonder if they'll let her take the mic at some point. But even without that, she's an asset to whichever brand she winds up on, Raw or SmackDown. I'd like to see her more on SmackDown since we watch SmackDown.
So Asuka is, in my opinion, the best woman they have on their roster.
From what I've seen, I will not disagree.
Yeah, and she was always a favorite of mine, and I hadn't seen her in a while, and then she was gone, and then came back, and I was like, oh, I forgot about her. So okay. I'm glad you're giving her high scores because she is that good. At one point, Dave Meltzer said she might be the best man or woman wrestler on that roster. He put her at that level. So this was a few years ago. She was really hot a few years ago.
She's not that far off now. She can. There's nothing she can't do in a ring physically. I mean, she's not going to be the biggest power wrestler in there, but she can strike. She can grapple. She can do aerial maneuvers. She sells. She bumps. She does sequences. She works a quick pace. She has the psychology down. There's nothing she can't do in the ring.
Yeah. You know what? She's got all that technical stuff down, but she can beat ass too. Like if she when push comes to shove, and like she has to either like some of her stuff just looks flat out stiff. Yeah, and it looks great, and that's Japanese stuff. Like when in doubt, they'll go strong style, stiff the hell out of each other. So I like stiff wrestling, so I'm a fan of it. All those Sheamus Gunther matches, they were plenty stiff, and we like those. Yeah. So I'm glad you like Asuka. And okay, one other thing that's a little on topic, but not necessarily. It could be about the men's or the women's.
Go for it.
What did you think about this wonky gimmick? This really wild gimmick here with the cage and the pods and the countdown, and then they get released from the pod. Like, you had never seen an Elimination Chamber, right?
No.
Okay. What did you think of it?
I like it. They're all variations on staggered entry battle royals. Mm-hmm. Royal Rumble is that way. Elimination Chamber is that way. War Games is almost that way, but there's 2 teams. But it's, staggered entry things. There's the surprise. You've brought up that fans like counting. Well, in these staggered entry things, we find out that not only can fans count to 10 going from 1, they can count backwards from 10 as well. They may have had some practice on New Year's Eve, but it's a counting thing. It's anticipation. And the Elimination Chamber, like I brought up, the men wind up using it eventually too. But if you have a structure like this, there should be something about the structure that gets used. The women used the cage in more than one way that was interesting. The women used the pods in more than one way that was interesting. So if you're going to incorporate these decorations into the match, yeah, I have no problem with it. In fact, I think it enhances the match if you do it right. And I think the women did it right tonight. And when we get to the men's match, I think the men did it right as well.
Perfect.
So I like it. I think it's a good match.
Yeah, I like it too. You can't go wrong with a cage usually, and it allows them to do a lot more unique things. And maybe we'll talk more about that in the men's match. So maybe we could jump into that. The men's Elimination Chamber match.
For the U.S. Championship belt, a belt was on the line here. Austin Theory, and this has got to be tough on the champ because he's fighting 5 guys in this match. There's so many ways to lose. You've got like a 1 in 6 chance of retaining your belt instead of a 1 on 2 in a regular match. But Austin Theory winds up winning to retain the U.S. Championship. He pins Seth Rollins with the A-Town down after interference from Logan Paul.
Yeah, weird. And you know what I thought was weird is not weird, but unique that the heel champion is defending his title in Elimination Chamber, giving 5 other people opportunities. Usually, heels would somehow, weasel their way out of this, right?
Right.
It wouldn't be like, oh yeah, they find some reason to not have to do that. But anyway,
Bianca Belair didn't have to defend the Raw Women's title in the Women's Elimination Chamber. It was to see who earns the right to face her. But Austin Theory, he's got to be one of the 6 in there.
Yeah. So, anyways, yeah, Logan Paul gets in, and really interesting way, and I think it was really well done how they opened the cage. Boy, there was an injury, and it looked bad, and it looked real because they stopped the match. Did you get that indication that it looked real?
I'm going to give you my notes for this one because the last 3 alive are Montez Ford, Austin Theory, and Seth Rollins. Austin Theory pins Montez after a Rollins stomp after Theory got the knees up to block a Montez Ford splash. So Montez goes for the splash, lands on Austin Theory's knees, bounces with his head and shoulders just dangling over the bottom rope towards the outside. And here's where yet another aspect of the Elimination Chamber comes into play that I like. Because of how this Elimination Chamber is constructed, when you spill out of the ring, you don't drop to the floor. It's the outside is the same level. It's just an extended platform. That's great. That's cool. And so Rollins delivers the stomp on the outside to Montez Ford, who gets then bounced back into the ring. Austin Theory pins him. And then I write, Montez needs assistance to leave ring. Crowd cheers for him. Rollins and Theory have to lay low for a while. ... Shoot or work? ?
Yeah.
So in the moment, I'm thinking this is either a shoot and he really needs assistance, or they're doing a good job of playing that angle.
Yes.
And then Logan Paul crashes the party as they have to leave the Elimination Chamber gate open for an extended period of time to get Montez out of the ring slowly. And then I'm like, oh, okay, it was a work, but well done. You had me asking the question.
It was, right. No, it was a work, but it seemed like he was legit injured because the 2 combatants stopped.
Yes.
And they were like, they had stopped and they were trying to help him out, and that's not typically something they would do. And he was really playing off that he wasn't there. And maybe he got knocked out. And we've seen stuff in the NFL this year with Damar Hamlin, and some horrible things happen in these.
We see it in wrestling. Things happen.
Big E broke his neck. Yeah. So that's an example of where something seriously happened, and instead it was a work.
Yeah,
so,
Austin Theory stays in the middle of the ring. Seth Rollins kind of squirms his way over to a corner, and they both kind of make eye contact. You could see Seth mouthing something on the camera, and so they were playing it as, hey, we're giving this guy time. There's extra officials in the ring, so they would have been prevented from locking up anyway. But everybody played it pretty well.
So Logan Paul ran in. He attacked Seth. He really missed an opportunity to really heal it up by taking a shot at Montez Ford. He's there. He's very injured. People think he might be really injured. Why don't you give him a boot or 2, while he's down and injured?
He's out of the ring by the time Logan Paul gets in, because they give us the camera of the 2 of being helped by 3 or 4 officials now.
That's why the cage could even be opened, right? So the only reason that they would be able to open the cage is because this dude's injured, right?
Well, they open the cage every time a wrestler gets eliminated. But the fact they open it that wide and for that long is because Montez needs assistance. There's going to be 4 guys or 5 guys coming through the cage. They need to make sure he's safely out of the ring. He can't just hop out of the ring. So it's extra slow. And then as your attention gets turned back to Austin Theory and Seth Rollins in the ring, they're slow closing the cage door, and Logan Paul is suddenly in the ring. And then as Austin Theory wins, Logan Paul has climbed the outside of the cage, and it's just like, Spider-Man leering at Seth Rollins as Austin
That was
Theory.
a good idea.
Yeah, that was a good idea.
I don't know what to think of him sometimes, but I didn't see his match with Roman Reigns, and I just seen some of his interactions in the ring and stuff like that. But it might be because I'm just like, he's a social media guy, or he's like a YouTube. So I'm a YouTube. We're YouTube people as well, but there's just something about the fact that he's getting pushed so quickly, and he's wrestled like 2-3 matches. Now he's going to be against Seth Rollins at WrestleMania, which is like crazy.
Vince McMahon loves celebrities, especially at WrestleMania.
I know.
Especially at the big pay-per-views. And Logan Paul's a good athlete. He understands the psychology and the personality of pro wrestling. He's formidable enough where he's believable if he gets in the ring and has to go. Like you're saying, I don't know if he would commit to a full-time WWE schedule, but as a pay-per-view attraction, he seems to work. He fits the WWE mold, and at least he seems to be physically in his prime. I'd rather see a Logan Paul who's at least serious as an athlete in his prime and is willing to do a great pay-per-view match than maybe having to bring back an older wrestler who's way past his prime.
Yeah, true. Yeah, another thing, Montez Ford had himself a night, and I felt myself kind of rooting for him, even though it seemed a little ridiculous because he's already part of a tag team. Mm-hmm. But I was kind of pulling for him there. I don't know much about the guys in there because it was all Raw guys, but I was like, all right, look at this dude. I know he's part of this tag team, but he's doing his thing. He did the thing where, and it's our thumbnail tonight.
Okay.
Is when he climbed the top of the ring or the top of the cage and dropped down, and it was like, whoa. So he did that. It was really cool.
It was a Spider-Man drop. He climbs up the side of the cage to escape Damian Priest. And then he just keeps climbing. And then he gets to the part of the cage where it angles. He starts climbing on the angled part, and then he inverts himself. It's a Spider-Man pose. He's upside down with his feet on the cage and his arms holding himself in place between his legs. And then he drops onto all 5 wrestlers who are underneath him, kind of slugging it out on the outside of the ring there. Yeah. Great spot. Montez Ford gets 2 of the pins tonight. And Montez Ford gets 2 pins. He pins Bronson Reed, who's the first man out here. This was a slower moving match, both with some of the movement in the ring and also with finally getting people eliminated. I mean, all 6 competitors are in this match for a while before they finally get Bronson Reed out of here. Bronson Reed looks strong, even though he's the first man out. Seems to be a young guy, but a very big guy. Power wrestler, but can move. And I know I make Bam Bam Bigelow comparisons to any big guy who can move because it fits. He can move. He's a power guy. He finally gets pinned after 3 guys team up to super kick him simultaneously. And then Gargano DDTs him. Rollins stomps him. And then Montez Ford hits the top turnbuckle splash. And they finally pin somebody. It's Bronson Reed. He's out. Damian Priest winds up pinning Johnny Gargano with a razor's edge. Johnny Gargano was obviously the smallest wrestler in here, but he looked pretty good. Again, like the women's match, nobody in this match looked like they didn't belong here. Then Montez pins Damian after a double team move with Rollins, which was unusual. Apparently Montez is part of a tag team that I've never seen before in a tag team match, but apparently he and Rollins did something that was kind of what a polished tag team would do. It worked. Now Damian Priest is out. Damian Priest, a member of Judgment Day, who he looked good in this match. He was not involved in the mixed tag earlier, so he was the member of Judgment Day who was not part of that gang up. He looked good in this match, but does get pinned. And then the finish we were talking about with the last three. Austin Theory winds up pinning his other two competitors who remain. And he needs help for both of them. This champion here, heel champion, lazy booking for your heel champion to always need help to retain the belt. I mean, eventually your heel's got to win clean, right? Or it just makes the belt look dopey and it makes the reign look like a farce. He's gotten help every time I've seen him in a big. Granted, I don't watch Raw, but every time I've seen him, pay-per-view, something else, a big highlight clip that they've told us about on SmackDown, he's getting help to either win this belt or retain it.
I feel like it's okay to do from time to time, especially if it's supposed to be the chicken shit heel.
He's the heel.
The chicken shit heel. That's the style, and that's what Austin Theory does. But Roman, who's had the title for 2.5 years, he's not chicken shit. He's the real deal. So when he wrestles somebody like Kevin Owens, he should go over Owens. But when he wrestles somebody like Sami Zayn tonight, I get you want to have Sami in play. So I don't want to say it's lazy booking with tonight, because I just thought it was maybe they shouldn't have done it so much with Kevin Owens. But anyways,
if you want to circle back to Roman Reigns, I've seen 3 Roman Reigns title defenses on pay-per-view. He's had help from the bloodline in each one of them.
What about the
Logan Paul at Crown Jewel? He had some help from the bloodline.
Really?
Yes.
Which is insane, because there'd be no reason Logan Paul should beat Roman Reigns. The fact that he's competitive with him is a win.
Yes.
Whereas, and same with Kevin Owens. Sami Zayn, on the other hand, I think you want to position him to be a champ. So this makes a little bit more sense. Kevin Owens shouldn't be positioned to be a champ, so he could just lose.
He's been a champ before, though, so I think maybe he carries some of that pedigree with him, and that's why he's formidable.
Yeah. But he ain't the guy that's going to take the title from Roman Reigns. Yeah, so anything else from this match? Any other feedback here?
From this match, no other than it's the U.S. title seems to get defended on pay-per-views. The Intercontinental title seems not to get defended on pay-per-view.
Yeah.
Which is fun for SmackDown viewers like us, because we get to see Gunther put the belt on the line on, weekly television. Makes SmackDown great. He's got another one coming up, I believe. He just had one with Madcap Moss. And he'll have others in the future. We've seen plenty of Gunther on SmackDown, but no Gunther on a pay-per-view. When we saw him in the Royal Rumble 30-man match, and he was important in that match to give Cody Rhodes somebody to go one-on-one with for a long time, because Cody needs to show he can go one-on-one. Apparently, he had a one-on-one confrontation with Baron Corbin this past Raw. Kind of an impromptu match. So Baron Corbin is at this point a very peculiar wrestler. He's the answer to a very important trivia question, but he's now becoming a jobber. Nobody likes him. JBL dropped him as a manager. I don't want to manage you anymore. He's getting beat by Cody Rhodes in a suit. He is also the last WWE wrestler to pin Roman Reigns.
Think about that. He pinned Roman Reigns at some point. It's dope.
December of 2019 at the Tables, Ladders, and Chairs pay-per-view. Now, he needed help, but technically Baron Corbin, last wrestler to pin Roman Reigns.
Baron Corbin and Roman Reigns during that feud is when I stopped watching WWE, because I went to a SmackDown and Roman Reigns was the face, Baron Corbin was the heel, and Baron Corbin was on the mic, and he shot a promo, and he's like, "Oh, come on down, Roman Reigns," and then somebody came down dressed like a dog, like they played his music, but then it's Roman Reigns, he's dressed like a dog, and they changed his theme song to be dogs barking, like to his music. It was so bad. And then eventually Baron Corbin toward the end of the night poured dog food on Roman Reigns. So I was just like, and we were there at the show, and there was so many commercials, and there was so much, and there's like no wrestling, and this is what we saw. And I went to the bathroom, and there was like, I was just chatting with people, and we were like, this show is horrible. Yeah, it's bad. And everybody around me, little kids playing on their phone, adults just sitting there like horrified, no noise at all. And I was like, dude, I'm done with SmackDown. Like, this is it. So they've really improved it, and I'm glad they're jobbing out Baron Corbin, because he made me stop liking WWE. Yeah.
Well, there you go. Things come full circle every now and then.
Full circle. I would love to see him just always lose and be a bum. Anyways, I did, as we're kind of doing the Italian goodbye right now.
Sure.
There's still some things we wanted to talk about. You mentioned that you didn't think the Usos would be in Canada for a certain reason. Do you want to delve into that?
There were news reports going around that there was a question as to whether or not Jay and Jimmy Uso would be allowed into Canada because of drunk driving convictions. They were told by Paul Heyman to stay home and watch SmackDown from Montreal on TV rather than go to Montreal. And they were not there last night. So no sign of them. So when Jimmy comes out during tonight's match, surprise, Jimmy is there. He's involved in the match, and then Jay comes out, and they were there. They were part of it. That's cool. So this really was a bloodline thing. No Solo Sikoa. But we even got Paul Heyman getting into the ring a little bit there at the end. But yeah, interesting to have the Usos there, but not Solo. So it was not a one-on-one Roman Reigns title defense, which you can say, do you want that or not? But yeah, I was genuinely surprised. But I don't read dirt sheets and stuff, and I don't read like prediction and fantasy booking. But something like that, it's just like a more of a business thing. Like, we keep up on headlines involving WWE ownership and the sale of the company. Bloomberg had a headline out this week that WWE is looking for $9 billion from a potential buyer.
Oh,
their market cap is they've been announcing it for a while. As their market capitalization is 6. It's actually closer to 7. So when we were talking about this weeks ago on our own Don't Bury the Lead there, we said if the market cap is 6, somebody's got to come in with maybe 7, closer to 8. If it turns out the market cap is closer to 7, yeah, somebody better come in with 9.
Wow.
Simply because market cap, and maybe people don't understand the verbiage there. It's cap is short for capitalization. It's not cap like a cap that goes on a jar or a cap that you wear on your head. It doesn't mean a top limit. Market capitalization is just an abstraction. For publicly traded companies, you take the share price, latest share price, what was the latest trade that went down, you multiply it by the number of outstanding shares, and you get what is generally the public value of the company, the market capitalization. It's simple math, but it gives you an indication of if somebody wanted to just buy the company and take it private, that if the open market values the company at close to $7 billion, then if you want to basically while the investors. Yeah, and we just saw this with Twitter and Elon Musk. People going, "Oh, Elon overpaid for Twitter." It's like, well, yes and no. Yes, he overpaid if he's just a guy buying 1,000 shares of stock. But if he's trying to buy the company outright, he has to come in way above market capitalization because company executives have what they call a fiduciary responsibility. Fiduciary is a big word, just means there's trust involved. They have a trust-based contract with the shareholders to maximize shareholder value. If somebody says, "I want to buy the WWE and I've got $6 billion cash," okay, well, at $6 billion, each shareholder is getting less than $90 a share. On the open market right now, WWE is trading for about $90 a share. So if WWE executives pulled the trigger on that deal, they open themselves up to a huge class action lawsuit. Nobody wants that. So when a buyer comes in, they don't want this going to court. If they really want the company, they don't want to give anybody a reason to say the executives screwed me as a public shareholder. Yeah. So they come in with a number that's well above the current market capitalization. Now, so if somebody wants WWE, that's market cap is maybe 6.7, closer to 7 than to 6, then they better come in above 8 to be safe, 9. Yeah. Because you don't want somebody going to court and saying, I reasonably expected to get higher than that for my shares. You know, if they came in, right at the market capitalization number, you could have a lawsuit and say, "Look, I bought in at this number because I think the company's growing. They've got TV deals coming up. I think they're going to be better than this. I think the company's worth more than what I paid for it, obviously." And you'd have a case. The SEC would get all over you if you went to court. The judge would have to hear you. So you've got to come in as a buyer well above what the publicly traded market is valuing the company of. If you want to just take over everyone's shares, you've got to come in with a number that is a reasonable gain for every shareholder.
The interesting thing too is I saw that Vince wouldn't necessarily have to be involved once they sold it. So they could sell it and then it just won't be his. So I guess what I'm alluding to is he could really be out of the picture if he sold it.
Vince is both a big, probably the largest shareholder. He's by far the majority voting shareholder, the way they've structured the voting shares. And he's also an employee of the company. So yes, we're talking about 3 different things, really 2 different things, shareholder and employee. So yes, somebody could buy the company, buy his shares, but keep him as an employee, or they could buy his shares and say, "We don't need you anymore."
Yeah. I mean, they probably wouldn't want, if they wanted to buy the company for real, they probably would be like, "Well, we don't have this huge shareholder who has pull now, They probably would buy him out, basically.
They would buy Vince out as part of it. And I saw rumors beforehand that people were saying, well, maybe the WWE doesn't have to find a buyer with that much money if Vince decides not to sell his shares. So you're going to buy out everybody except the McMahon family? So what do you own now?
Right. Yeah.
You own Vince McMahon's ego.
Yeah.
And not even his ego. You own the fallout of Vince McMahon's ego at this point. It's like, no, if you're buying out the WWE, you've got to pay for all the shares, including the McMahon shares. If you want to strike a deal with McMahon or Paul Levesque or Stephanie or Linda or Shane coming back, whoever, someone from the family, because it's been a family business before it was a publicly traded company. If you want someone like that sticking around, that's a separate conversation, I think, from the way it looks, from do you want to buy out a publicly traded company, take it private, and be the owner?
Yeah.
2 questions. Two different questions.
Have you read anything about who the potential buyers could be?
Maybe the same parent company of, is it UFC? I heard that Peacock would make sense. There were Saudi rumors that there would be a Saudi buyer, but that makes less sense for the product. Like if Vince wants to kill the product in its current form, yeah, he could do that.
Yeah.
But if you're interested in keeping the product viable, but just with different owners, then Peacock is rumored just because Peacock already has the arrangement with them. Yeah, I watched tonight's premium live event. They don't call them pay-per-views anymore because if you're a Peacock premium subscriber, you get WWE content. So I didn't have to pay extra specifically for this event tonight. It's part of my deal with Peacock Premium. So Peacock already has a huge arrangement for WWE's content, both live first-run content and for a lot of their archival content. And then, of course, the parent company of USC understands how to televise combat sports, even though, we're not breaking kayfabe here. We're not going to be the ones to spoil here. Yes, WWE, it's more scripted. The matches are choreographed and contrived. It doesn't mean everything that happens is not physical. It doesn't mean that there are some surprises that can happen because it is physical and it happens in any physical endeavor. But UFC parent company understands the presentation of this kind of television product. So maybe they'd be a viable buyer as someone who has the worth to do it and would know what to do with the product.
This would be is ESPN? Is that who owns UFC?
I don't know if it's ESPN. I don't know the name of the company, but ESPN has the licensing with their premium events. I think it's much like the Peacock to WWE arrangement now, where if you want a UFC pay-per-view, I think you need ESPN Plus. I mean, don't hold me to that. I've seen a couple of UFC pay-per-view cards, and they were both through a friend who had ESPN Plus. I don't know if there's an alternative way to purchase it, but that is one strong business-to-business relationship that exists.
Sorry, I was wrong. I spoke out of turn. It's called Endeavor Group Holding. They own the UFC. So they're the people that would also be interested in WWE.
Maybe, if that rumor's true.
Which kind of makes sense because it's something they're already kind of doing. They've kind of stolen some stuff from WWE, UFC. If I'm going to be honest with you, they had these stare-offs and they had the trash talk that I don't believe is necessarily all real. And I feel like Dana's like, oh yeah, stir it up, stir the pot. And they had big entrances with theme songs, just like pro wrestling. So Dana White has come out and said he's taken some stuff from WWE straight up.
Okay.
To make it more entertaining. So
in the presentation of the television product, WWE and especially Vince McMahon have been pioneers. Vince did a lot of, maybe not so much with the in-ring product that we like, but as far as, he's been an innovator. Going national with the promotion. Premium pay-per-view events. It's huge. I mean, WWE really took a leap forward with pay-per-view and made pay-per-view a leap forward format. Licensing, cartoons, toys, getting people's names into movies. So Hollywood connections, celebrity connections, starting his own streaming network, realizing that archival content has value. Live weekly network TV shows or major cable shows. I mean, there's a lot of innovation that Vince McMahon is responsible for as far as presenting the product and diversifying what it is you can sell to people and what potential buyers are interested in as customers. And so there's a lot for anybody who's involved in television to learn from Vince McMahon in that regard. Yeah, for whatever we think of some of his cringier in-ring storylines and things that he wanted to do, and perhaps some of the scandals he's been involved in, there's no denying that the guy's a risk taker from a business standpoint, and his successes have been huge successes that have influenced not only the rest of major pro wrestling, but people outside of pro wrestling who just want to know how to who just want to know how to televise live events.
Sure. No, totally.
How to license them.
He's not
streaming services, everything we talk about.
He's not just some guy that makes really weird bookings that pays his employees to have sex with him. He doesn't.
No.
He does more than that.
And there are plenty of other people who do that. There are plenty of other, like skeevy business people out there who, they inherit it from their parents or somebody, and they just kind of run the thing, and the power goes to their head. They take advantage of people, and they make some questionable decisions with the product from time to time. But Vince has had some of the business pitfalls, but he's been such an innovative business person. And things like Elimination Chamber. You asked me earlier, you've never seen an Elimination Chamber match before. What do you think of this? This is an example of doing something with pro wrestling that's different from just putting two guys into a boxing ring and saying, pretend you're wrestling.
Yeah.
Pretend you're grappling for real. Put on a show. Give me a show in a boxing ring. This is way different from put on a show in a boxing ring. This is beyond that. And it's interesting because of the beyond. Because over the years, they've figured out some things that positively complement the squared circle.
Oh, yeah, for sure. He's all about other things that aren't wrestling per se, and different things that they can do with it.
And they've been doing it long enough at this point where they have the greatest hits. Yeah. They know Royal Rumble works. They know Elimination Chamber works.
Money in the Bank. Have you ever seen
Money
that?
in the Bank works. Maybe Extreme Rules doesn't work as much. Maybe we won't be seeing that anymore. WrestleMania, of course, works. Celebrities at your big pay-per-views works. Gimmick matches where you actually use the gimmick works. Maybe War Games works. Now that they've tried it on NXT, and now they've brought it into the major. It worked in NXT, now it works. It gets called up to the majors.
It sure as hell worked this year. I like War Games.
It worked this year. So at this point, they have enough of a history where they've got their greatest hits album. They know the things that really work, and if they can just keep putting good action in the ring and tell good stories, they have enough formats and frameworks to present this to people in an interesting way.
All right, Dom. Well, as you can tell, I'm yawning. Do you have any final thoughts here?
It is 12:45 in New Jersey. This was another long pay-per-view, twice as long as a SmackDown, and a long Don't Bury the Lead. We did not bury the lead. We did not bury anything on this show. I think we gave it a good effort. We tackled stuff in order. We hit the points we needed to, and we're looking forward because we want to do this again in a week for SmackDown, and we want to stay on the road to WrestleMania.
We will, as this is Don't Bury the Lead.
The bar has been set for WrestleMania with the Elimination Chamber tag. If you want to take away from tonight, it's that they set a high bar for what WrestleMania has to deliver with the main event in the main storyline.
My takeaway, I'd say, before I leave, my takeaway here, because we're doing a Italian goodbye, my takeaway would be that I wonder if they can somehow weasel Sami into the main event or find a way to put him into the main event. If not, I would say if they put him in as a tag team with Kevin Owens and they do that, the crowd, for me, that's not enough. I want to see him wrestle Roman Reigns again and get his comeuppance,
Sami looked viable tonight.
Mm-hmm. When the baby face is that over, you gotta find a way to make him win. He doesn't just lose and go away, and that's it. And they built a storyline for too long that I just feel like it's built up and it's not over.
And it was. Speaking of over, the Montreal crowd was hot, but you're right. Sami Zayn has been a hot baby face even when he's not in his hometown.
No, yeah.
Tonight it was just extra, and it was great to see.
It's amazing.
But Sami is not a product simply of the hometown crowd tonight.
No.
So will he be part of WrestleMania? And the question before that is, will he be needed?
Oh.
I think that's combining both of our takeaways. The bar has been set high. Will they get so that means, will they need Sami Zayn for WrestleMania?
Dun, 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 dun. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Don't Bury the Lead. We do recaps of SmackDown every Friday night. Tonight's special because it's a pay-per-view, so we kicked it over to the pay-per-view, and we did a recap here. But come out and see us every Friday night. We recap SmackDown right after the bell. We've been having a lot of fun. Been doing it for about 6 months now. You can check out all of our shorts, all of our past videos as well. The shorts are doing great. So
like, subscribe, comment, and really leave us your thoughts, even if you don't like us. We're readers. We're literate.
If you don't like us, leave us a comment. That's okay. If it's too nasty, I have the power. I can delete it. So whatever, I'll just delete it. But
tell us why you don't like us. Like, help us improve if you think we need to improve.
Yeah.
But the occasional pat on the back, we'll take that too.
Yeah, we want the pats on the back. I encourage those. And if you leave some nasty thing in the comment section, I'll delete it. So yeah, there's that. All right. Well, this has been fun, Dom. Thanks so much for joining.
Yes, sir.
Pleasure as always. Thank you so much, man. And thank you all for joining. Have a nice rest of your evening. Hello, and welcome to Don't Bury the Lead. My name is John Zindel. This is Dom Scarcella. We watch WWE Smackdown every Friday night and recap the show live. Dom, go ahead and tell the people about yourself.
Hello, everyone. It's another Friday night of watching SmackDown and getting back into wrestling and turning on the analyst brain as well as the fan brain. So, hey, without further ado, John, we get right to the point here. Don't bury the lead. What's our top story coming out of this episode of SmackDown?
Thanks, Dom. Top story here. The Bloodline is back, and so is Jey Uso, returning with Jimmy Uso tonight to defend the titles against Braun Strowman and Ricochet. And that is the big story because he's back, but there's a lot to it. We got a lot going on. Dom, what's your thoughts on Jey Uso's return and the different vignettes and angle they're kind of portraying tonight?
They go off the air tonight, almost kind of breaking the fourth wall. It's Paul Heyman and Jimmy Uso closing the show, and Paul saying that, next week they don't have to be there. They can stay home and watch it on television because sometimes you see things on television that you don't see live. And this is something that, in pro wrestling, when there are cameras backstage, do the wrestlers know the cameras are backstage, or do they not know the cameras are backstage? Because a lot of times they act as if they don't know the cameras are backstage. Yes. But apparently they know the cameras are backstage. But then they act in the ring as if they don't know the cameras are backstage because they don't know things that people who are watching TV know. So now I'm kind of confused. Do the wrestlers know that the cameras are there, or are the cameras supposed to be kind of spying on the wrestlers? Or are the wrestlers supposed to know the cameras are there? Because the way they act, it should be influenced by whether or not they know cameras are there. And they're trying to show that there's something not all there in the bloodline. Like the bloodline is not back together, at least not from what we see on TV. Jay showed up to to be there for his brother Jimmy. There's no indication that he's there to support anybody else in the bloodline.
Yeah.
Solo's not there tonight. Roman's not there tonight. Heyman goes out to the ring by himself at the beginning of the show. This is like older school Paul Heyman. Back when he was, when they had very limited dates for Brock Lesnar to appear on TV. And so they would use Paul Heyman as a way to make Brock Lesnar appear on TV without actually wasting one of his appearance dates.
Right.
So Paul would go out there and talk, and you knew he was representing Brock Lesnar.
Mm-hmm.
So Paul he's going older school tonight. Paul Heyman's out there to open the show, and he's talking, and it's like on behalf of Roman Reigns. And it's weird because for months we've been seeing the bloodline together and how they're all together. And now since Royal Rumble and the end of that Royal Rumble pay-per-view, bloodline, we don't know. So this is clearly some shifting and pivoting in the main storyline of SmackDown.
Yeah. I agree with you where the end was confusing, where they were saying, like you said, the fourth wall was being broke down, and he's like, sometimes the cameras catch some things, and I just was like, they have to move the stories along somehow, so they do stuff in the backstage. But when they had those little vignettes, I thought they didn't necessarily know that the camera was there.
Yeah.
It's just kind of giving you an idea of what's happening, and the camera's moving it. Not that, I saw on the camera you're doing this, so maybe kind of a weird thing, but I guess also it just signifies that they're aware that Jay is sort of flirting, if you will, with Sami Zayn, or the idea of being, kind of in cahoots with Sami Zayn, and they're aware of it. But
even more than that, and this is why I don't think they needed to do the camera thing, because mid-show, after they beat Braun Strowman and Ricochet to retain their tag team titles, and we'll get more into the match in a little bit, but Jimmy and Jay are walking backstage, and Jimmy and Jay are having a little bit of a heart-to-heart there, and Paul Heyman is hiding behind one of the big pillars in the arena.
That was hilarious.
Yes, and then he comes out and he's talking to Jimmy, and he's like he's hiding behind the pillar, but they don't want you to. They want you to know that he's there, but they don't want Jimmy and Jay to know he's there. So we can see this, Paul Heyman in his bright blue suit, but for some reason Jimmy and Jay can't. Well, okay, we'll go with it. So Paul comes out and asks Jimmy.
He's always an eye on everything, and he's such a little weasel, Paul Heyman. But he comes in, and he's always lying.
But he does that to test Jimmy, and he asks Jimmy, "Did Jay say anything to you?" And Jimmy's doing, "No." So already Paul knows that Jimmy's not being straight with him. So right there, that Paul's going to get on the phone with Roman Reigns, and Paul's going to be telling him that something is not quite right with the Uso brothers.
Mm-hmm.
So it was planted there, and then yes, we got the Sami Zayn and Jay kind of running into each other near some trailers. Okay, and some good line there from Sami, telling to Jay, not only thanking him and saying it meant the world with him when Jay wouldn't participate in the beatdown after Royal Rumble, but Sami looks at Jay and says, "I acknowledge you." So they're taking this back a couple of years to the fight for supremacy in the family.
Yeah,
and Sammy's throwing that scene out, and then the fist bump. Sami goes for the fist bump, and Jay, after looking around, goes for the fist bump. So now I'm thinking they don't know the cameras are there. Because he looks around to make sure no one can see him do the fist bump. You think he'd be able to see a camera operator 4 feet in front of his face.
You know, it's interesting, and this is a little off topic, but I'll just go with it. I saw there was an angle with NXT, and Shawn Michaels is like their head of creative there.
Okay.
And one of the wrestlers is yelling at Shawn Michaels, and he's just at a laptop like this, and the wrestler's right here. So it has like a realism, like, oh, this camera is hot, and it's just catching all this.
Okay.
And it looked like a million times better than the way they portray it now, which is like there's a giant cameraman in front of them catching all this dialogue, you know. But anyways, let's not overthink it. You know,
dissension in the bloodline.
Yeah, dissension in the bloodline. I like the segments tonight, but I'll go on record and just say, anytime Heyman has the mic and he shoots a promo, it's good. It's at least always good. So I'm always a big fan of whenever he comes out on the mic, it's going to be good enough that I think it'll be acceptable, especially for a SmackDown. You're kind of building to the pay-per-view. And also, I would say, I don't want to plug it too much or push it too much, but with the Vince McMahon thing, the super long promo in the beginning of the show. I mean, yes. I was looking at one point, it was like, Sami Zayn would just go on and on and on and on and on. And I was just like, we're about 12 minutes in here. Like, this is quite the talking segment.
We could get to some timestamps, but let's get back to the opening segment, because Paul Heyman does at least a couple of really cool things I saw. Number one, he gets in the ring and he mentions Sami first to see if the crowd will react. And they do, and they start cheering and they start chanting for Sami Zayn. That's good. He mentions Cody next, just to keep that in people's minds. But he made a point to mention Sami first to see if the crowd would go along and be into that, because, let's go off topic a little bit here, or at least expand the topic, because you and I have been watching SmackDown now since late September. I counted. We've seen about 20 SmackDowns.
Mm-hmm.
Tonight is the worst episode of SmackDown I've seen in those 20.
Whoa!
This was bad. So let's just talk about. Let's expand the scope a little bit here. Years ago, Batista won the Royal Rumble and was going to WrestleMania. And that was the long plan. That was the long game. That Batista would come back, win the Royal Rumble, go to WrestleMania, and everybody would love it. The problem was that there was this comedy wrestler getting way over. And the crowd wanted to see this comedy wrestler get his shot and see if he could be more of a serious wrestler. And they wound up having to do something to get Daniel Bryan into that main event, because the crowd just was more behind what was happening spontaneously in the episodic weekly television show than in this long game that was, centrally planned by the boys in the back.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if they're having the same problem now.
Good problem.
Cody Rhodes is the long game, but the crowd is behind Sami Zayn.
Yeah. They're in a little bit of a pickle because there's some serious concern, I'd say, if Roman goes over Sami, and then what do they do with Sami for WrestleMania? And then if Cody Rhodes wins, then is the crowd going to crap all over it, Because they could be like, we wanted Sami. Mm-hmm. So it's a good problem to have, because they have two baby faces that are hot, which is better than their typical zero baby faces that are hot.
And having to bring someone out of retirement.
They're like, we'll give Stone Cold $5 million to wrestle, to make an appearance, or whatever kind of absurd dollar amount they have to pay him. But yeah, I know. It is. That's a great comparison. The Batista Daniel Bryan thing, and Daniel Bryan's a stud, so it was almost like, yeah, you got to. I mean, Daniel Bryan has had a better career than Batista has, so.
Yeah, at this point, yeah, but a few years ago, you didn't know because like Batista had been a main event guy, Daniel Bryan hadn't. But it's WrestleMania is the pay per view that they plan months and months and months in advance. They need a main event months and months in advance, and they really try and just get there. Like they put that on the bulletin board, and that's their goal, and then they figure out how to get there.
Mm-hmm.
But every now and then something just happens. It's it's control. It's command and control versus spontaneous order. Okay, the Cody Rhodes angle is command and control. Sami Zayn is spontaneous order. And maybe building up this elimination chamber pay-per-view is the way to get out of that. But like you're saying, what if Sami's still hot and the Cody thing feels a little forced after elimination chamber still? Like I think Sami did a good job tonight. Right from the opening segment, he shows up out of the crowd in the hoodie again. He does not attack Paul Heyman, but he cuts a really good promo. He says, a month ago, everybody would have been out here. There's no way Paul Heyman would have been out there by himself. A month ago, there would have been some unity.
Sure.
This is 2 shows in a row because apparently Paul Heyman was stuck in the same position on Raw with a promo with a well coiffed and wearing a suit Cody Rhodes. So same thing, Raw and SmackDown. Paul Heyman out there by himself, no bloodline. And Sami says, the bloodline is on its way out. Like that's his quote. The bloodline is on its way out. And then they keep going back to that. The rest of the show, there's little backstage cuts to Jimmy trying to get Jay on the phone and it not working for a while. Until finally they have their match. Ricochet and Braun Strowman versus the Usos. They announce Ricochet and Braun Strowman. They announce Jimmy. And then Jay appears up in the crowd. And marches through the crowd into the ring and joins the match. And so it was kind of like he's with Jimmy, but he's not with everybody else. And so I don't know if you want to go into that match now, but I mean, Bloodline is the top story here.
No, for sure. I think Bloodline's the top story. I think they did a pretty good job kind of keeping that simmering. And, I mean, Sami Zayn kind of was like, yeah, the ship's sinking. Jump off now. And it does seem like it's sinking, and it could be something that Jay could be interested in doing. Like, why would why would Jay even be motivated to jump on board with Sami? It's like, oh, this ship is sinking. Get off. It's almost like when a company's about to do layoffs, and the revenue's down, and it's going to happen at some point. Maybe you start updating your LinkedIn. That's what this is what this is really what Sami is saying. Like, maybe it's time to update the LinkedIn. We know this shit's going down. So I think that those segments were pretty cool. And I do want to. I know we're kind of hopping around here, but I do want to talk a little bit about how you think this is the worst SmackDown that you've seen in our since we've been doing it.
Sure.
Crowd was dead.
Yes.
I mean, no matter what was going on, I don't know what was going on with the crowd. And I looked it up. This is some little stadium in Connecticut, and they weren't into any of it. And I don't know, you wouldn't typically get a SmackDown or a live TV show with WWE where there'd be no pop for pretty much the entire show. They were just sitting there. So I don't know if they had given out a lot of free tickets to a lot of people that aren't wrestling fans, and they're there just sort of bored and confused, but crowd was just dead.
I'll defend the crowd for a little bit. They looked to be into the opening segment, but then some problems happened. For instance, the opening segment finishes at 8:16. So we're starting here on the East Coast. We're in New Jersey. SmackDown starts at 8. It's 8:16 by the time that segment finishes. They go to commercial. Come back, there's a squash match. We come back, there's a squash match. I'm not repeating myself. There were 2 squash matches.
I know.
We then get the announcement for Ricochet and Braun Strowman versus the Usos. The announcement happens. The match finally starts. It's 8:51. We've seen nothing but promos and squash, and the squash matches helped no one. Like the Banger Brothers, Sheamus and Drew McIntyre beat Hit Row. That helped no one. Squash matches usually help the team that wins. That match didn't help Sheamus and Drew. It didn't help Hit Row. And then we have Lacey Evans versus Carmen Harris. Carmen Harris, probably a local woman wrestler that they just pulled off the street, gave her a good outfit, and let her wrestle. This match doesn't help Lacey Evans. It's a squash. It doesn't make Lacey look strong. Makes Carmen look like she can bump and work.
I know.
She's the only one who looked good in the first hour. She's the only one who looked good. We're never going to see her again. She's the only one who looked even halfway decent. So now that they're into Ricochet, Braun Strowman versus the Usos, the match finally starts at 8:51. We get 4 minutes of wrestling. They go to commercial at 8:55. They're back at 8:58.
Yeah.
Finally, there's a double hot tag at 9 o'clock. We're halfway into the show. It's an hour into the show. And the first time the crowd has something that's to cheer about that's happening in the ring. It's 9 o'clock on a Friday. The regular crowd shuffles in. No. It's not Piano Man here. It's 9 o'clock. It's an hour into the show. We get some decent things out of that. But then the rest of the night, Natalia's in the ring, trashing Shayna Baszler. Shayna Baszler comes out to answer it, and they say, I'm not a cheap knockoff of Ronda Rousey. So, of course, Ronda Rousey's music hits, and she comes out. And then it's a double beatdown. It's Ronda and Shayna versus Natalia. Shotzi comes out for the save, but she gets laid out. And then Natalia gets laid out. And, okay, so it was a match, but it wasn't a match. It wasn't a match, really. I mean, people were in street clothes, except for Shotzi. Like, Shotzi showed up to wrestle. Everybody else was in street clothes. Perhaps I'm assuming, perhaps that's how Shotzi dresses in her everyday life. I don't know. Then we've got Sami and Jay backstage, which is good, but it's backstage. Then the best part of the night happens. A 30-second LA Knight interview where he says, I'm not talking about Bray Wyatt. I'm not talking about the past. I'm looking forward. And I went, thank goodness. Maybe they have something for him. But then we're back to a squash match. It's Sonya Deville and Chelsea Green versus Raquel Rodriguez and Liv Morgan.
Oh, yeah, it's another squash.
It's a squash on Chelsea. Like, Chelsea Green is, I think, new to SmackDown. She's a Karen. She's always asking for the manager. So, and they do this thing where Sonya and Chelsea get thrown together because Adam Pearce is annoyed with both of them, constantly bugging him. So he throws them in a match with Raquel Rodriguez and Liv Morgan. So they have a couple of spots in this match where Liv ducks and Sonya hits Chelsea. Later, Chelsea accidentally hits Sonya back. And then finally, Liv pins Chelsea after great sequence if they're a well-oiled tag team. Raquel does that one-arm powerbomb on Chelsea. Tags in Liv Morgan and then powerbombs Liv onto Chelsea. Liv gets the pin. So this is a squash match, and I'm scratching my head here. Liv and Raquel are friendly, and they're working as a well-oiled tag team. They have an elimination chamber match in 8 days. And the last time we saw them on SmackDown, they were getting into a fight over who was going to do what to who in the Royal Rumble, and they had like a grudge match. So, maybe do they have a history as a tag team where they've been a well-oiled machine?
I don't know what that match was. I do want to say, because we're kind of doing a high-level overview, I was just writing my notes for the match and for the entire SmackDown, and I just didn't even really have much to discuss because they weren't really giving you anything.
I wrote down finishes.
I just wrote who won and
who won,
and also when you talk about the first hour when they went squash then squash and how it didn't help anybody. the only person I think that it could have helped is the person that is the jobber that is working the indie shows with 25 people, like
Carmen Harris.
Carmen Harris.
Good showing, Carmen Harris, if they got your name right. I don't think they what they put on the screen may not have been what Wade Barrett kept saying during the match. I think it was Carmen Harris.
And then in addition to that, the other person in Hit Row that's not Top Dollar, Ashante,
he is the Adonis.
Could at least take some of the bumps.
He bumps well, yes.
And you could see Top Dollar is hidden in the corner and never got tagged in because they're just like, oh no, he never got tagged in. They're just like, we have him on contract, he can't wrestle, just throw him in the corner. He went out, he tagged in, he did one back bump, and you're just like, this guy is so late. Vince is, I cannot believe he's still out there, but it doesn't really help anybody there because you're like, oh yeah, like Hit Row is the jobber team.
And we already knew Adonis could bump. It's not like he showed us anything in this match that made us go, wow, like nobody got helped by the first hour.
Nobody, right? It was kind of rough, and I guess that it's that old thinking, like it's the workers and the show's responsibility to get the crowd into it. So they weren't giving them a lot, and then you have to also think that in between, when they go to commercial on TV, they go to commercial in the stadium too. So they'll actually show commercials in the stadium while they're showing our commercials.
Really? I haven't been to a live. Okay. Huh.
So they were getting the promo, 2 squashes, and commercials for an hour.
For an hour.
It's not like in between they're firing the crowd up. No, they're just like, subscribe to Peacock, subscribe to this, buy the T-shirts here. All that crap that you're seeing on TV, they do it in real life.
Okay, so if there's not a match going on and they're in just TV break, yeah, they've got to do something for the crowd.
Yeah, they just fill it with crap, and it's not, and that's probably, it shows on TV because the crowd is just sitting there like, oh man,
Yeah, there was nothing, and then by the time they get to this fatal 4-way, the crowd is dead.
Yeah,
it's not a very good fatal 4-way because they do this gimmick every now and then, fatal 4-way for the number 1 contender to the IC belt. We saw this when Rey Mysterio went over months ago to get his shot at Gunther. And he wound up pinning Ricochet. And that was one of the matches where we saw, like, man, Ricochet looks good even if he loses. I don't think anybody looked good in this match, and the crowd was not into it. It was one of those weird fatal 4-ways where, guys take bumps and they're just out for a minute or two.
A lot of the spots with Karrion Kross, they were just too slow. Like they were developing so slowly, and that crowd was dead. Like they needed action and violence, and I mean, it's time to pick it up. It's the main event. They're dead, but they kind of just stayed the course of whatever they kind of scripted beforehand or discussed beforehand, and it felt like it just was a little too slow and needed a little bit more gas. But they also don't help themselves by putting a fatal 4-way on. I don't think
they also don't help themselves with a couple of luchadors who are trying to do luchador stuff with a couple of just big lumbering guys who would be good if they could do bigger lumbering guy things. And some of the spots, like you were saying, it was too slow developing when they were trying to set up either Santos Escobar or Rey Mysterio doing something on either Karrion Kross or Madcap Moss. This match, by the way, since we're mentioning it now, Madcap Moss wins. He's going to face Gunther next Friday for the IC title. He hits a top turnbuckle elbow onto Rey Mysterio and gets the pin. 1, 2, 3. The most action-packed parts of this match may have been the cutaways to either Scarlett on the outside or Emma on the outside, cheering on their, boyfriends. I don't know. I mean, Scarlett is like, I think, Karrion Kross's real life wife. I don't know what Emma and Madcap is, but it's the valets on the outside, I think, were the most interesting part of the match. Like some of their facial expressions and them getting excited. But
yeah, which that isn't good. But also, when you have when you have a fatal four-way, there's already so much going on. To include a double manager in there, so you have like 6 people, it just makes it a bit more hectic.
Yeah.
Do you really need? You already have a fatal four-way. Do you need the 2 ballets to even add anything to it? It just seems like it's going to add more confusion.
Sure. And they keep like the director keeps cutting to them in the crowd chest. Now sometimes they were involved, like Scarlett got involved a couple of times, outside interference. Okay, that makes sense, but I don't need to see Emma go when Madcap gets hit. Like, show me Madcap getting hit. Like, and Madcap's reaction to getting hit. Like, how's he selling it? What's he doing? Like, I don't need to see Emma selling Madcap. Like, that's Madcap's job, right?
Right.
And I don't know. So we had one match tonight that wasn't either a squash or just awkwardly slow and anticlimactic. Do you have things in the tag team title match that you want to go into?
Yeah. I'd be interested to hear kind of your perspective of the tag team title. I think, at least from a spot perspective, the finish was hot, which is good. They built up to it. The crowd was sort of dead from promo squash, and endless commercials in between all of that as well. So they're like 50 minutes of crap. Well, and then toward the end of that tag match, I think it really got over. And I love the finish with.
It turned into a great match.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Did you want to describe the finish there? I've got some notes on it, but like you're saying, I mean, it took Jey Uso appearing in the crowd, and then 9 minutes of wrestling for the crowd to finally go, oh yeah, we're at a show and this is fun, and there's something going on that we're interested in. But Braun Strowman kind of gets a bad rap as a guy who's just a big guy. There was Jey hit a top turn crossbody onto Braun for a 2.5 count, and it was a great late kick out by Braun. He did a good job of selling for the smaller wrestler. Not only taking the bump, but not like powering over right away like the big man. Like he sold that well for Jey. It was a really good mini sequence there for Braun, because even though he's bigger than these guys, I mean, the Usos are they can fly around. They're very athletic. They use the top ropes, but they're not luchadors. Like, they are power wrestlers. These guys can go. So Braun selling, a top rope crossbody from Jey for a 2 3/4. Okay, that's believable. They've been wrestling for about 10 minutes at that point. That's believable. I like that. I like seeing that from Braun. A little later, Braun's going for the Strowman Express, which is goofy, and I was glad to see Jey duck it and Braun to just go flying over the announce table. Like, all right, there we go. I like that. That's good. Other great things in this match was this match was showing that Jey still cares for Jimmy. He still cares for their team. Couple of great saves by Jey as Jimmy's getting pinned.
There was
he saves him once by pulling Ricochet off, and then another one by pulling Jimmy out. And then the finishing sequence, Jimmy's getting knocked around by Ricochet. So we've got a blind tag by Jey on the outside. Ricochet winds up hitting a shooting star off the top turnbuckle onto Jimmy. But as he hits it with such force, every now and then when they hit something that involves them not only jumping but spinning, they bounce. And this was so well done by Ricochet, by Jay, by everybody with the timing, but really by Ricochet. Ricochet nails the shooting star off the top turnbuckle and bounces off into perfect position because after the blind tag, Jay runs to an adjacent corner, goes up to the top turnbuckle himself. As soon as Ricochet bounces and lands on his back, Jay is off of that top turnbuckle for a splash and gets the 1, 2, 3 on Ricochet. Great finishing sequence, something I haven't seen before.
No, I haven't seen
and
it either.
something that required all three guys involved in it to really be on point, not only with the timing, but with their ring positioning.
Sure.
What a great finish that was. That was the thing you cheer for. And then the show goes off the air with a great main event. Oh, no, it's only like 9-10.
It felt like...
We've still got weird vignettes, a brawl, and 2 squash matches to go.
I know. I mean, yeah, kind of a weird timing for that match, too. You think it would put that at the main, but I guess they were just like, oh, no, we're going to do squash, the real match, and then number 1 4-way contender for the number 1 contender against Gunther. The guy that's
I like that match where it went, the tag team match, because they had to do stuff after it. They had to have Jimmy and Jay backstage after the win. They had to have Heyman finding them backstage, sneaking around, spying, doing his surveillance. They had to have, after those two split up, they had to have Sami waiting in the wings there for Jay. So they had a lot to do after that. The problem really wasn't where this match was placed, as much as it was this match was the only good thing in 2 hours of TV.
Yeah. That was, it was definitely easily match of the night. But it was a good match. And I do have to say, I'm liking the Ricochet Braun Strowman tag team. I think that those two guys were a little lost in the shuffle. I know they gave Ricochet the push with the tournament win, and then he had the really good match against Gunther. But when we first started watching, Ricochet was lost. He was just kind of jobbing, and he was putting on good matches, and he was, taking a back seat, but just losing to everybody. And now they kind of positioned him with Braun, and they have some good chemistry, and they have a good concept.
They do.
Ricochet goes in, he does all of the dirty work, all the complex stuff, setting up the match, all the high fly flippy stuff, and then you can tag Braun in, and he just is the freight train, huge guy, and he gets the hot tag, and he looks like a guy that should get the hot tag, right?
Yeah, right.
Tag him, and he's going to destroy whoever's in front of him. So I think that tag team is good, and then Jay and Jimmy just keep the straps on them for as long as necessary. I love it.
Something about straps. Good. The belts being on a guy that you just brought up. We are in a weird era in WWE of unusually long title reigns on the men's side. I don't know much about the U.S. title because it's basically defended on Raw.
Yeah, we don't see that one.
But let's do some numbers here. 894 days for Roman Reigns.
It's crazy.
Longest since Hogan in the 80s. Usos 572 with tonight's win. Longest ever. Gunther 245 days as the IC champion. Longest reign since last millennium. We are in an era of, and I don't know if this is creative, just found 3 teams or performers, that they just said, yeah, these guys are generational talents. Let's give them all these things. Or if there's been a concerted effort to get away from the, I don't know, maybe it was the ruthless aggression era and the attitude era and the era leading up to here where the belts just switched too often.
Oh, hot potato.
Whatever. I don't know if this is a Triple H thing, being in charge of creative since the summer. Maybe it is. I don't know. I don't know. I don't read the dirt sheets or have sources inside WWE to know how much they've talked about this. But it is interesting to me, like really curious how the WWE is changing from what they have been for a couple of decades, really, into these long, drawn-out title reigns where it's a big deal that these guys have. And, of course, they found the right guys to have.
Yeah.
You know, the belt is on Roman Reigns. Okay, if you're going to have somebody hold the belt for longer than anybody since Hulk Hogan in the 80s, Roman Reigns. If you're going to have a tag team hold the belt for longer than anybody, Jimmy and Jay, yeah, they can go. If you're going to have somebody hold the IC title for longer than you've had in a while, yeah, Gunther. Gunther can go.
And maybe tonight you can just sort of see a gap when Gunther isn't wrestling on SmackDown.
Yeah.
This shift down for all the other performers and all the in-ring work is pretty significant. Because you have to just, he's just put on, pretty much always puts on good matches on SmackDown. And we are now, when he's out of the picture or he's just waiting around for somebody to win and he's not going to be wrestling that night, you see kind of a dip in, all right, who are the other men's singles competitors in this company? I think the next one up that I even saw tonight might have been Rey Mysterio. I think he really might be the next best guy on their roster for SmackDown for the men's singles stuff.
Maybe Madcap Moss. I mean, they're going to finally give this guy a little bit of a push, it seems like. And Gunther is interesting. You mentioned that. We see Gunther a lot on SmackDown. He's like the TV title, that IC belt. He wrestles a lot on TV. And, he wasn't involved in Survivor Series. But his belt he was wrestling in title matches, defending it before and after Survivor Series on SmackDown. He was in Royal Rumble. In the Royal Rumble match, his belt was not defended there, but he defends it on SmackDowns. He's apparently not defending it on Elimination Chamber. But the night before Elimination Chamber, we're getting Gunther versus Madcap Moss. So Gunther is the guy who keeps a belt front and center on SmackDown. And it's a worthy belt because it's him who's carrying it. The Usos have been working a lot, Raw and SmackDown, since they have both belts. So we got that championship match tonight. Charlotte Flair, we didn't get tonight. We got an interview with Michael Cole with her, but that belt wasn't on the line. She was getting interviewed. SmackDown Tag Champions, we haven't seen Damage Control in a while. They've been on Raw in this Damage Control versus Becky Lynch feud. And I'm disappointed because, Io Sky can work. She's awesome. And even Dakota Kai, she holds up her end of the bargain there, but Io Sky especially. Like, they're fantastic matches when they're in the ring. And we just haven't seen them in a while. Like, we're not seeing any of the people with the belts, any of the people who could be challenging for belts. We're seeing Hit Row get squashed. We're seeing someone we've never seen before get beat by Lacey Evans for no reason in a match that doesn't make Lacey Evans look good. We're seeing a Karen character and Sonya Deville, who's she's got the bratty, annoying thing down, but there's no reason for them to get squashed. It wasn't for anything. It was just like Adam Pearce doesn't like them, so he threw them in there with Raquel Rodriguez and Liv Morgan, who inexplicably are an awesome tag team. I don't get any of this. I don't get anything that happened tonight except the tag team title match.
Yeah, Lacey
and
Evans.
It wasn't like it was so great in the ring that it made me forget that there was no build to it, really.
Lacey Evans has been in the WWE since 2016. It's 2023. Okay. She doesn't need a squash. We know who she is. So right. She's kind of had all kinds of weird gimmicks. They're trying to get her over. They've done a ton for her. It's like insane. I just can't. And you see her tonight in the squash, and you're like, is she? It's so weird the way they positioned her, because she's in the military, which you cheer for. She looks physically, she looks good.
She's formidable. Yes.
She looked. She's physically attractive, is what I'm kind of alluding to. So she kind of is tough to
that
boo
too.
her.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? It's tough for her to boo her, but you're supposed to boo her for some reason. I know that they're trying to go with the Sergeant Slaughter angle, but what was the Slaughter angle when he turned heel? Wasn't he do you remember that at all? When he was the heel, or what?
He was an Iraqi sympathizer. The last great run with that was he was an Iraqi sympathizer,
which is
during
why
the first Gulf War. We're talking 90s, and this led to kind of a blow-off against Hulk Hogan. I don't know if he continued it against Ultimate Warrior or somebody else. There may have been runs early, like way early, maybe late 70s, early 80s, when Sergeant Slaughter was heel for a while. But there have been other guys who've been kind of heelish as military people, because there's that tough drill sergeant guy attitude where, this guy he's too much. Like, there've been other guys like that, but yes,
the big boss man too. He's the
warden, the prison warden. Yeah,
prison warden or police officer that was too rough with people.
Yeah.
But it was weird. So Sergeant Slaughter, when he turned heel, he was a face and then turned heel, and there was a huge storyline behind it. Where Lacey Evans comes out, haven't seen her at all, and now she's just a heel, and now she is squashing somebody who I don't know if that really makes you a heel. She wins. She's dominant. She gives a dominating performance to win. Yeah, cheer for it. I don't know. So, anyways,
she's committed to it. She's drawn with the crowd. She's like telling them, "Salute me, salute me." And then when she's got Carmen Harris down on the mat, pretty much, got her bell rung or whatever, she's doing the salute with Carmen's hand, going, "Salute me, salute me." So she's committed to being a heel. She's doing heel things. You brought this up at the Royal Rumble when Bayley came out for that long entrance and was like mocking the crowd, not going to slap hands, but not slapping hands, taking someone's sign and tearing it up. So there are people who know, like, okay, you told me to be a heel, I'm going to be a heel. I'm going to do the little things that a heel would do. And Lacey seems to do that, but I don't mind Lacey being a heel. I just don't know what this match does for her.
Yeah, for sure. There are some, speaking of little things that people were doing tonight, I guess as we're kind of going through, SmackDown, they didn't
We're trying to salvage this show, man.
I try my best. I'm trying to give a positive spin to what was a bad show. So the one match I saw, or the one spot I saw, is people love to count.
Yes.
So Drew McIntyre they go 1, 2, 3, and then he does some sort of running Larry thing, or at least attempts it, and they bailed out. But so Drew McIntyre's got a counting thing, and then of course Sheamus has the one, the
10 beats of the Bowery,
where he punches the guy in the chest, and they go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then they go like 18, 19, 20. Like it goes on and on to like 18, 19, 20. So it
goes until the crowd can't count anymore, because now Sheamus is out of rhythm, hitting him too fast. And at some point, you can't say 21, 22 as fast as Sheamus is hitting him.
Yeah, but that is the stuff, those little things can cheap ways to get the crowd into it. And especially because the crowd was bored tonight. And quite frankly, it felt a little bit like maybe they had just given a lot of tickets away to non-wrestling fans that were just a bit confused. So I don't know.
Maybe, but even if you're a wrestling fan, like you're a wrestling fan, I'm a wrestling fan.
That was pretty boring. I almost like I had to really focus sometimes, because I was started to like watch videos on my phone that wasn't that. I'm like, oh no, I have to talk about this later, or whatever. So, yeah.
I don't snack a lot when I'm watching this, because I'm writing stuff, I'm paying attention. I was doing a lot of snacking. Like I was just bored eating.
I think the person that got the most heat tonight was probably Roseanne Barr, because I saw about 3 or 4 adverts with her and her comeback. So
Okay.
that's like one of my biggest. That's probably like my biggest takeaway, second biggest takeaway from the show. The first was, okay, Bloodline, cool. Jey Uso's back. There's still a lot of heat there. Okay, that's the one takeaway. Second takeaway, Roseanne Barr is back, and she is doing a comedy show. That's all, because they advertised it like crazy. So that's what I gathered.
Is it a Roseanne Barr show, or is it like a Roseanne Barr documentary that Fox is producing? I don't pay too much attention to the commercials, because the commercials are my time to like catch my breath, make sure that I've got everything where I want them in the notes, and God, yeah, it is bad when the second most memorable thing to you about a show is a commercial that they play 3 or 4 times.
Hey, maybe that's what the WWE wants sometimes. It's like, get the advertiser over so they continue to pay us, right?
Put over the sponsors.
Put them over. Yeah. Well, maybe we can talk a little bit about this one, but it was encouraging to see them just say, we're not doing anything else with Bray Wyatt and LA Knight. I'm going to move on to other things.
Right.
And he went out. He did maybe just like a 15-minute segment or 15-second, 30-second spot where he said, let me talk to you. We ain't talking about Bray Wyatt anymore. We're moving on from that. Okay.
Yep. We're not talking about the past. We're looking forward. Looking forward, he said. And there was no Bray on tonight's show, so apparently they've got something for LA Knight before they've got another chapter for Bray. And Bray was the one getting pushed. So we'll see. I mean, he hasn't been announced for Elimination Chamber. They haven't announced him for next SmackDown. I don't know. And again, I don't know if Bray stays on SmackDown or if they bounce him over to Raw. So we don't know. So LA Knight doing the interview tonight gives me some hope that not only do they have something for him, but that maybe it will continue on SmackDown.
And, for typically, I like when they're patient and they let the storylines develop and they're going a certain direction. But for this one, pull the plug. He's too good. Have him wrestle somebody else. Have him be the mouthpiece in the segments when they are having them against somebody that's a singles competitor, and go from there. And
the other thing about that feud is I think they got to where they needed to go. They got to a pay-per-view. They did the gimmick with their advertiser. So, Mountain Dew paid a bunch of money for the pitch black gimmick. They got Bray over. They got Uncle Howdy over. They went through the stage at the end. LA Knight was basically beat up by 2 guys. And whatever that was supposed to accomplish, I hope they accomplished it. Turn the page.
Yeah. All right, Dom. Well, anything else from this SmackDown that comes to mind here?
Only I've heard some people questioning how big of a deal this Sami Zayn versus Roman Reigns match can be when there's been so little time to build it. And I wonder if they're having to move too quickly on this, and if it seems like it's too fast, because the whole Sami in the Bloodline angle was such a slow burn, and it was wonderful. And now, like, the collapse of it is like the snap of a finger. Like, it's all falling apart that quickly. I don't know if that's just because of the timing of the pay-per-views and what they think they have to get done, but this is one of those things where, again, I don't know how long in advance they've been making their storyboards, but if there's any way to go with the audience on this one, because the audience is taken to Sami, if there's any way to get this with Sami and Roman, that it doesn't just fizzle out in the 3 weeks from Royal Rumble to Elimination Chamber. That's it. They're 3 weeks apart. If there's any way to continue this after them, if there's any way to get it into WrestleMania in another 7 weeks, if there's any way to do something with the other members of the Bloodline. Because another question might be like, is this Roman's last hurrah? Like, if he drops the belts, is he going to be sticking around WWE like Drew McIntyre and Sheamus have for years, still going out there, still performing? Or is Roman Reigns heading to movies and trying his best to take care of his health because he's gotten a longer career than maybe anybody thought he would have when the original leukemia diagnosis came through, and he had to leave a promising professional football career. So, I mean, is this the winding down of Roman? And when he's done here, he's just done.
Yeah. I think he's probably earned quite the vacation. At this point, when he drops the title, he'll probably be gone and off screen for a while, and they'll bring him back, and it'll be crazy when it comes back. So I think that's probably the plan. I don't mind. I know he's supposed to lose the title to Cody Rhodes. Like, I know that. But I don't mind. I just think he's doing really well. I don't even care. I'm like, just keep it on him. You know?
Are you disappointed if he doesn't drop the belts either at Elimination Chamber or WrestleMania?
No. I just think he's
fine. Me neither.
He's the best.
I think he's a good heel champion. He's a good champion. He's a good heel, and he's putting them together. He's a good heel champion.
Yeah, he's doing both, right? He's a great champ, and he's a great heel at the same time. And then you could always have people chasing, and that really helps develop the baby faces.
Ric Flair was a heel champ. Was a heel for most of his championship runs, or at least heel tweener. And you can make great storylines with babyface chasing the heel, like the babyface chasing the belt. Like, you know, and the babyface doesn't get it right away. Like, oh, the babyface won it right away. Like, no, make them earn it. Like, really make them earn it. And that's another reason why I'm wondering if having Cody go over Roman, I mean, has Cody earned it? Is this going to be their first match ever? And Cody's just going to take the belts from the longest reigning champion since 1987?
I feel like, yeah, right. When you
I'd rather Sami take it from him, because Sami's been out there wrestling and they have a history.
The storyline's way better. The poster probably, yeah, I don't know. I mean, the storyline is probably going to be better, but Cody did pretty well as a face champion or a face in AEW, and he kind of got stale pretty quickly though. So just be aware of that one, because he was way over in AEW, and probably around the time when he was exiting, he was sort of a weird tweener, and he was in that Cena situation right away where people were booing and cheering, and he was,
let's go Cody. Cody sucks.
Yeah, so he started to get a little fuzzy, and then he just bounced from AEW. He went back to WWE, and he's been getting crazy responses, mostly because I think a lot of the crowds, a lot of people at the pay-per-views and stuff have watched AEW and see him there, so they like him from that. But
how strange is this that the WWE is bringing in a guy who was huge in another promotion and going along with it that, yes, he's huge.
I know.
And they don't usually bring people in like this.
They usually bring them in. They usually bring people in that they could potentially just kind of squash and beat up on. You know, when they purchased WCW, for example, they just jobbed everybody out. Like, it could have been this amazing angle with WWE versus WCW. But for the most part, all the WWE guys are going over, and then everybody else has a job at the WCW guys, you know. So
yeah, it's like when a new guy comes in, it becomes like it's WWE versus whatever his last employer was, and so they want the WWE to win. I mean, is this unusual that Cody comes? I mean, after leaving the WWE and becoming a bigger star somewhere else, that he comes back and WWE is acknowledging that he's a star rather than, you know, putting him back almost to where he was when he left, where, he's maybe in the running for a U.S. belt or an Intercontinental shot. But I mean, since he's been back, it's almost been day one. They've been planning for him to just go to WrestleMania and Be the guy.
I think the thing with Cody is I almost can guarantee, or I can almost guarantee, I have a feeling that when they had the meeting and when he was going to cross from AEW and he was in New Japan too, when he was going to come back, I think he probably was told or promised or had some sort of creative rights where he said, like, I want to win the title if I come back. And they said, okay. So I feel like...
Well, I understand that, but why give that to Cody Rhodes? You wouldn't do it for Booker T. You wouldn't do it for Diamond Dallas Page. You brought up the WCW coming over. You wouldn't do it for Scott Steiner, all their champions. You wouldn't do it for Sting when he finally jumped. It took a while for AJ Styles in his prime to earn his way through the WWE.
Yeah.
Which, frankly, you should do. Like, make the guy earn it. Like, why all of a sudden for Cody Rhodes promise that? Like, he jumped a fledgling AEW ship.
You know, I think it might be because if you think about Vince's history, he is hell-bent on destroying the competition at all costs, even if it hurts the wrestling business as a whole. So he must have just been talking to Cody Rhodes. He's like, get their star off of the show. We'll pay him, and he can do whatever he wants, even if it makes our show worse. You know, just get him away from AEW and get their ratings down, and let's squash them out.
That's an un-Vince-like Vince-like thing. If that was a Vince,
this might be the new school Vince, where he is hell bent on just destroying AEW. Because he took NXT and put it head to head against AEW, and they got really beat pretty badly in the ratings, and they were losing money by doing that. And it was all just, it was never the initial plan. It was just like, oh, AEWs exist, like, let's put NXT against it. And, you know, it didn't work out, but, yeah, so that's probably that's my guess. And this is all speculation, and I'll tell you why we're doing the speculation. SmackDown tonight was not good. We talked Roseanne Barr. We talked about a 15-second segment with LA Knight, probably more than any of the other matches.
That's what we popped for tonight. Like, whoa, right.
That's right. That's who
he hasn't been buried yet. Yeah.
He's not buried. LA Knight is not buried. Dom, anything else for you for tonight's SmackDown?
Nothing else. It seems like the Elimination Chamber card is set. We'll see what next week's SmackDown is like. It's going to be held in Montreal, so the same city where Elimination Chamber is being held. So we might get a live SmackDown, not something taped. So be interesting to see